upon me. Then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me. But then I realize it's okay. La 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 la. I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the tells in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home, turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived. From 86 to 95, New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out, I had to start running with the phone. far side, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please. Give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. said, could things be harder? Said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they
keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. I weigh my love on high. 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 I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. I keep my love I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the This ride could blow up your mind. It's the most crazy that you ever find. Do it tonight, there is no try. Close your eyes and let it shine. Nothing can stop us, no one will. And underneath the bright blue sky, I see your future next to mine. Tell me where to go. I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the air. I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah. That's what friends are for.
you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la.
blushing like a fool, 'cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign you need to stay cool? You feel like you can't deny it. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire, and she's pulling you close, you close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. Fumbling for words, you feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fire, and she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. No, you're not in control. Oh, once you connect, she feels the fire, and you're pulling her close, her close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. I bailaba.
I don't need fast cars, limousines, hanging in the VIP. It's never really been my style. I don't need palm trees in the breeze, honey. I can guarantee it's something money just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. There's just no indication when the perfect combination is gonna come and change your life. You gotta be patient, 'cause sooner or later the sparks are
Welcome, one and all, back to the LPL. We are in day 4 of week 9. 10 days left in the season. It's coming across, including today though. We'll make it 11. But yeah, Ox, it's almost done. We're almost finished.
You know, I'm not even gonna say bittersweet. It is pretty sweet just because of the fact that as soon as the split's done, we have playoffs, baby.
Hell yeah, boy.
I cannot wait for that, man. I feel like the thing is with this being single round robin, we get this fantastic little tastes of some of the banger series going to get in playoffs. And, you know, I love them, don't get me wrong, but God, do I want to see like rematches. JDG Top Esports,
yeah.
obviously, their first matchup of the split. I would love to see where they match up now.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a little bit of a playoff preview yesterday as we look at yesterday's games. We did have Weibo going up against JDG, and honestly, kind of solidifying the gap, if you will, between the top 4 and the rest of the pack, because despite Weibo being in 6th, not that far away, it was a bit of a smacking.
Yeah, I'm going to be real. I mean, I feel like both games, JDG had a very clear plan for how they're going to get a lead. You know, and I actually really like the fact, you know, we are on a new patch for anyone who's not up to date. Yesterday was our first day on 12.14, and we did see some interesting things. The Pantheon jungle came out for Weibo, paired with the Talia, but we had that old school bot lane of the Talia Pantheon in the bot, and obviously we had a jungle mid this time, but still wasn't enough to gain an advantage over JDG. And our first series we had TT winning out over LGD, closer than maybe they would have liked, but at the end of the day, a dub is a dub, and that is another step towards them making it into that top 10 and securing a playoff spot.
Yeah, speaking of top 10, we're going to look at our standings now, and you can see just how damn close it is. There's really 5, maybe 6 teams if you're counting BLG in there, you know, as a very, very much kind of outside chance. But realistically, 5 teams between FBX and AL. One of those teams will not be making it into the playoffs. And honestly, you can see there, TT 6 and 7. Yes, they're on a -4 game score, but that win is actually huge for them going into the last few weeks.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's at the point where, like, every win matters for these teams. If we see teams losing a series they shouldn't, that'll probably just be enough to take them out of the running for playoffs. So you can't mess around, you can't be dropping, and game score matters as well. So 2-0ing compared to a 2-1, or even scoring a 1-2 instead of a 0-2 in some of the harder series can be the difference between making it into playoffs and not.
Yeah, well, we'll have a look at today's games, because even though one team will have playoff implications, it's going to be LNG versus RA later on in the day. Of course, LNG only got 2 series left in the split. They really need to be aiming for 9 and 7 if they want to have a solid chance of making themselves in the top 10. But of course, we have WE versus EDG. EDG on a little bit of a bounce back right now. Definitely started the split a little bit shaky and slowly coming back into form, into what we expect of the world champions.
Yeah, I feel like EDG for the entire year haven't matched the same level they've had during when they won the World Championship, but it feels like they're getting closer. It's still got some kinks to work out. They're definitely not flawless, but going into a good form towards playoffs is definitely important, and they have started to do that. The question is, where can they end up placing in playoffs? How far can they go? Because currently in the standings, they are 5th at the moment, and realistically, there is a possibility they can actually go 4th, but it is pretty unlikely at this point.
Yeah, it is. We can look at how high can they fly. It's like, technically, they can get themselves up to 4th, but we're going to be looking at a more realistic situation where if EDG are able to win out their last 2 series of the split against WE today and then AL later on in week 10, then they are guaranteed, no matter if it's a 2-1, 2-0, doesn't matter. It does not make a difference. If they win their 2 series, then Weibo are 6th. That's the end of it.
Yeah, so because of the game difference, EDG, as you said, just have to win. And if they do, then it really doesn't matter what Weibo does. Weibo is kind of hoping that EDG drops a series. And with it being WE, I don't expect them to drop this series, but, you know, we have seen upsets late in the season from WE before. Remember, they took down RNG in spring right before they went into playoffs, and AL could be a challenge, but EDG's focus, you get the win, then you will lock in that 5th place. And, you know, 5th and 6th start in the same round in playoffs, but what is important is that it dictates who you end up facing, because 5th place, you know, on their side of the bracket, they'll next face up against the 4th seed, whereas 6th place will end up playing up against the 3rd seed. So the potential to have a little bit of an easier time as a result of securing that 5th place spot.
Yeah, quote unquote easier is kind of how we always put that one there, because there are no easy matchups. But like you said, it is going to be about kind of placing now for the side of EDG. They have secured themselves into the playoffs, so they are in the conversation. And this is honestly just kind of coming back to what we were mentioning earlier, how EDG have slowly been shifting up the gears, finding themselves a good moment or two in these fights. And honestly, it's been around these team fights, specifically around those big dragon fights.
For sure. I feel like EDG, something that they're heavily praised for last year when they did win the World Championship, was their team fighting. It hasn't been as flawless this year around. There's definitely been some series, some games where it hasn't looked on point, but in the recent series, it absolutely has, and it felt like they completely dismantled LNG here, despite the fact they went into this fight with a pretty heavy deficit and were able to fight their way out. And then we also had a bit of a matchup into RA where, I mean, Scout just coming in huge on this play.
No, I mean, Scout on Azir. We'll talk about him a little bit later, but honestly, it does feel like they have finally found their footing and finally found themselves their style, which they can work with, and it does feel like the EDG of 2021 a little bit more. Not exactly as dominant, not as confident, I would say, but definitely working towards that goal. So looking at it now, we kind of see where they're able to go for, and we obviously just talked about EDG going into 5th place. We got to talk about Team WE sitting at 0-12. Well, will they go 0-16? That is the question we have for ourselves right now, because honestly, Ox, it's not looking great. It's not looking exceptional. And even their last few games, they're hard. You said it to me in rehearsal. Everyone they play are definitively above them in the standings.
Yeah, I mean, WE will have to play against, you know, EDG, who obviously currently 5th, BLG, who are currently 12th. You know, it just, everyone's above them, but that's kind of the expectation. And the thing is, I feel like today is probably the hardest matchup out of these, but it doesn't really get too much easier. I mean, I think BLG aren't exactly in a flawless position, but have had an upswing recently. FPX are formidable. Ultra Prime, probably the easiest, I say tentatively, but even then, that's the problem, is WE just in this position where it's hard to see them taking a series, but the hope is they'll be able to at least get one on the board. And again, I've brought this up before, I'm going to remind you once more, late in this season, in spring, WE took out RNG 2-0. They finished 15th in the league, and yet they beat the MSI champions. And what's crazy is they were the last team to beat RNG in a series, because RNG then went to playoffs, didn't drop a series in playoffs, went to MSI, didn't drop a series in MSI, won MSI. So kind of insane. And they're hoping for some of that upset energy today.
Yeah, they're hoping for a little bit of upset energy, but honestly, if they're going to try and upset anyone, the number one thing on my list of things to do for WE is ban Azir, because for Scout, this guy is the Azir of the LPL. Honestly, in my opinion, probably the best Azir player in all of our league, and this is just something that we kind of have to just respect from. He's tied for the most times played Azir this split at 7, tied with the likes of Cryan over on Ultra Prime, but the guy is just a highlight-making machine when he's on this pick.
100%, and I feel like he's such a consistent force to be reckoned with. You know, we've seen him have such a solid performance on this pick, able to find the windows in team fights. And I think sometimes you get like players on Azir who are too aggressive, too trying to force too much and get punished for it, and then you see players who don't really look for the plays. And I feel like Scout often finds a really solid balance where he'll find those big opportunities, but only when he's able to do so without completely throwing away his positioning and potentially losing the fight off the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, like, as you said, this guy has just been an absolute monster on this pick, and it really just shows how pivotal he is as well as an engage tool, which is not something that we generally say for these here unless it's super late game, but even here, level 11, and you can see him just kind of constantly putting out DPS and keeping everyone on the side of Ultra Prime honest, because that's what he has to do.
Yeah, and I mean, here, going to try and hunt down Elk in this position, but then still not overcommitting too hard when he does end up being in the flash. and able just to regain and find a spot. And honestly, this I think is probably my favorite one, this clip that comes in, because for the most part of this fight, he's just DPSing from the back line, not allowing himself to be threatened. And it's only when he sees that window, and that's the critical thing, only when cooldowns are unavailable for Ultra Prime does he find that opportunity to turn things in their favor.
Watch this. This is just a thing of beauty. Flies in, scoops them all up, hands them all very nicely on a plate.
Right
and
before
it's
the
just,
blast cone as well.
Yeah, exactly. So there's absolutely no escape whatsoever. And it is just something I think that W have to just ban. Get it off the table. Ban. Because like we've even seen it before from EDG. They will first pick it. They have no problem whatsoever just first picking this champion and kind of going, cool, Grant, we got something for Scout. We're happy to draft around that. So for me, WE, that's where your first test lies. Can you ban the Azir in game 1? That's where I'm going to be seeing if you did your homework or not. Yeah,
and I mean, speaking of bans, speaking of just the meta in general, we are on 12.14, as we talked about a little bit earlier. Yesterday was the first day on 12.14. We can talk a little bit about what we saw. So, for anyone who's not familiar, the big changes were to neutral objectives. Dragons got tankier, but the buffs you get from each one is stronger. And we kind of saw first dragon being pushed back quite significantly. So I think prior to 12.14, we were seeing teams, they'd go for like a 5-6 minute dragon, they'd then swap up to herald, do the first herald, they'd then swap back down to, second dragon, second herald, and it was like a continuous flow of neutral objectives. The problem is now, because dragons are so much tankier, that take so much longer to do, there's so much more chance you get contested on it. And with it being, a much stronger buff, teams are more willing to fight you off it. So teams have been a bit more restrained when setting up for this. And oftentimes we'll see it left until, maybe the 10-12 minute mark. And we'll see if that trend continues today. Obviously, we've only had 1 day in terms of sample size of this patch. But hopefully we'll get to see and learn a little bit more about how teams are viewing the meta with the changes we got.
Yeah, I'm curious now to see where this draft is going to go for, because as you can see there on your screen, we have seen a pretty definitive style coming out from the top side of the map from WE, but the bot lane has definitely been having a lot more chop and changes, apart from literally the Nautilus and the Phelios, which are 8 each. You kind of see a load of different picks being put in there for the team WE, but it is going to come down to how they're able to kind of make their style work. And for EDG, they've been a lot more versatile, I think, outside of jungle, where every other role has, had 9, if not 10 picks in each role.
Yeah, and I think it's something we can mention about Flandre in particular, who is someone who very much branches out in terms of the top lane picks, willing to bring out things that are a bit more fringe, or even pocket in terms of like his Vladimir. So let's just see how these pair up against each other and how much they're shifted by the new patch. Do we see any of the champions that got changed on this patch pop up? Do we see more Pantheon, Nila, sorry, I think it is, the new AD carry, sort of melee AD carry that has come out. We didn't get to see yesterday, wasn't banned or picked. Could it come out today? I don't know, but I'm ready to see if anything new sort of shows up.
Yeah, and honestly, it's as well as that, we kind of see, obviously the big changes, obviously the dragons coming in as well, but a lot of small little enchanter nerfs as well coming in. Of course, we did see things like the Forbidden Idol taking a little bit of a nerf as well, things like healing items basically taking a tiny little bit of a change, but we are waiting to see the big shift as such, because a lot of people are saying enchanter bot lanes coming in really hard, but historically speaking, LPL has been all about the engaged supports. You think of Ming, Mako, Crisp, Hong. These guys, yes, they can play enchanters, but when we talk of big pop-off moments, it's always been on the disengaged champions. So when do we expect that to change, or do we kind of say that, no matter how something is broken, we will always see teams on especially in the LPL, on those engaged supports?
I think it's hard to say, because the thing is, like, with a lot of the LPL bot lanes, is either if they have a matchup where it's like an engaged support into an enchanter, they can call over jungle assistance, they'll play very aggressively to set up dives, or they'll roam and look for plays on the map. And, even later in the game, they're very good at finding engage windows onto enchanters. So there's lots of opportunities you can punish. The reason why the expectation is we might see more of it, and particularly like the poke heavy ones, I expect things like Ezreal Karma might show up. Potentially at some point, things like MF even, is because we had potions and defensive runes nerfed. So there's a lot less sustain in lane. There's a lot more harass available. If you end up playing something, running Scorch, which was also buffed, you could just harass them and bully them out the lane.
Riot trying to get those enchanters back into meta, as we are going to be back on stage. It feels so good, Ox, to have the players back as EDG do it. I'm going to sneeze 2 seconds.
Yeah, well, you go ahead. EDG
Oh, my lord.
coming on the stage.
Sorry, I had to mute real fast there because I was like, I could feel it coming right up thing. But yeah, great to see the players back on stage, and of course, no crowds, but still, regardless, having the teams there in Shanghai is always a big plus, in my opinion.
Oh, for sure. Like, it's been, you know, not much time that we've had them back, but I feel like it makes so much of a difference. Seeing them on stage, seeing them in person, you know, I am very happy that we've managed to, you know, get back to this point because it's been a while. It has been quite a while. We'll see WE as well coming in on the stage.
It's spring finals, I think.
Yeah.
I think that was the last time we had it, but yeah. It's been a while. You were a pro player for a little bit there in the old days of the EU amateur / semi-pro scene. What's it like? What's the difference in your head of playing on stage compared to playing at home? You know, like obviously you played lots of different online qualifiers and then made it onto things like ESL UK and on stage. Regardless of how big or small the stage is, what does the feeling difference, you know, for a player as such?
Yeah, I mean, I think crowds definitely change it. Obviously, we don't have a crowd because, like, when a big play happens, you hear the crowd, and you know, it really emphasizes the play. Like, you can feel really positive when you make a good play. You can feel really negative when, you know, you get aced in a team fight and you hear the crowd go crazy. It's not exactly a good feeling. Obviously, we don't have crowds here, but the big thing is, like, it kind of takes you outside of your comfort zone in the sense that, like, you know, these players will have played so many games from their own setup, from their own PC, or, you know, within the gaming house. That's where they practice in scrims. Solo queue, going on the stage is a different environment, you know. And a lot of players are absolute veterans, like, you know, Mako, for example, will have played so many stage games, feel very comfortable in this scenario. But for players who are less experienced, it can be a bit daunting, it can be a bit intimidating. And I think it's just one of those things where, you know, over time you could become used to it. And that's where we see players that really thrive in the environment. And some, just honestly, especially when there's a crowd, just feed off the energy, or just the fact that, like, you are on stage, it takes you into it. Like, maybe when you're in, you know, at your gaming house, maybe when you're at your facility, you're kind of still stuck in that mindset of, oh, this is practice scrims, whereas when you're on stage, it gets serious. So, you know, it can vary massively depending on the player.
Oh, for sure. I played a test game in LEC once with no crowd, no nothing, just with the white noise, and I could feel my nerves just bubbling up and moving to the front of my heart and top of my chest. And I was like, oh god, I'm not even doing it. This is a test game where we literally picked like 10 random players in the office.
Sheen, did you win the test game?
I did win the test game. I am undefeated.
100% win rate, baby!
I am undefeated on LEC stage, confirmed.
Man, someone should sign you quick,
I
honestly.
know, right? Me, Cadril, like Vedius used to play, you. We got a full team nearly going here, man. We can get there. We'll get there eventually, but...
Absolute God squad.
Yeah, have Lyra coaching us, put Mole in there for good measure. But yeah, coming back into this one, obviously, this is a pretty heavily favored matchup for EDG, but the way we always kind of shape up these matchups is it's not just good enough, in my opinion anyway, for EDG to win. They need to win well. They need to look good, because if we do start to see some shaky moments and we do start to see some uncharacteristic moves coming out here from EDG, that's where we kind of have questions, because you want to try and build that momentum right up into playoffs, because if you're losing it before you just hit the last few weeks, that's where we have a, you know, cause for concern.
And I mean, EDG, like, the expectation is they'll be making it back to Worlds, right? Reigning world champions, people like, yeah, no brainer. But I feel like it's such a hard sell. Like, at the moment, JDG, Top Esports, and RNG look phenomenal. V5 are in a little bit of a shaky position recently, but considering how the split has gone for the majority of it, they are still a force to be reckoned with. Like, it's honestly not the easiest sell to say EDG will make it into that top 4, make it to Worlds, and there's still a lot of work to be done. I don't think you can take any team in that top 6 for granted. And even then, we've seen time and time before, right? Remember LNG last year made that huge miracle run up through playoffs, managed to make it all the way to Worlds. So EDG definitely want to be hitting their stride, definitely want to be hitting their form, and we do fly into draft. Nah, did get nerfed, base health down a little bit, health regen down a little bit. Doesn't matter, still broken, still banned. Poppy into Leia also taken off the cards.
Yeah, these are kind of the standard ones we're seeing now as well. Zeri did have a couple of nerfs as well, but we'll see now if EDG really do want to kind of let her through, or no. Actually, EDG themselves going to be banning away the Azir. This is an interesting one as well, because yes, that the you know, EDG obviously Scout have played it 7 times, but Shanks has played it 6, so just as comfortable on that kind of a champion. So EDG saying, look, if we're not going to get it, you're not going to get it, and we're happy to take that off the board.
Yeah, and sometimes you get this thing where one of your players is really proficient on a champion, and you end up, as a result, understanding how impactful the champion can be. And so you end up banning it yourselves because you're like, it's kind of like when we saw Top Esports banning away Silas because they know what Silas can do in the right hands and don't want to give it over. Now, we have seen Zarya left open. Obviously, as you said, she was nerfed. It was banned 100% of the time yesterday on our first matches of 12-14. So we'll see if the priority has slipped down a bit, or if WE still look to pick it up. But it looks like instead, they will go for that Wukong with the Poppy banned away. Definitely up there in terms of jungle priority.
Yeah, definitely still something that you could work well with your team. And of course, we do have View in today instead of Beishong. So very good. Wow. Viper straight away saying, I do not care what you pick. And a Pantheon for the second day in a row. Kill lanes in the bot lane. But Pantheon is making a resurgence in the LPL with the changes.
Yeah, so for anyone who's unclear on what the changes were, they literally just buffed his Q damage to monsters to help his jungle clear. Get him to the point where he's playable. Obviously, super strong early ganker. This could, in theory, be flexed. We can see, Pantheon go into the support role. But, I would assume it's jungle. But we'll wait and see when it comes to that one. WE, they have to respond to this. They are going to go for the Gwen in the top lane, something that does scale pretty exceptionally. And now the question is going to be, will they try and answer this Draven now or leave it until after the second rotation of bans?
Yeah, and of course, this is just kind of a... Pantheon has kind of found himself in that niche of good early game junglers, which, the likes of Xin Zhao, of course, Lee Sin, you have a good skirmish now, and with the extra damage that you get to monsters moving up from... I think it's 70% to minions and up to 108% or 103%, excuse
105,
me.
105.
Oh, it's 105. I can't read, apparently, because I have it right in front of me. I'm looking at it. But regardless, it is still just a really good early clear. You get up to your level 3 spike, and with the Draven in bot side, you get a kill lane. If you can get that Draven going for Viper, and Viper of all people is definitely someone you want to start rolling this game.
Yeah, so we see Rise coming in, something that obviously we got the changes to sustain in lane. He's very good at shoving a wave in, resetting, getting cheater recalls, so kind of makes sense. We've seen a little bit more of him. We saw him twice yesterday as well, picked up. And then the Jax, which is that counter we've seen into the Gwen. Can be really hard to deal with that matchup as the Gwen, but obviously there can be some volatility if ganks start to come in, if you start to get the Gwen ahead. Now, go in the second rotation of bans. EDG do start to banning away those AD carries. This is a concern for WE. They heavily invested into the top side. It has kind of left that bot lane out to dry. And up against that Draven from EDG does mean they might be in a bit of a difficult spot. Now, WE, they can opt to ban mid laners here. If they want to thin out that pool, they will start off with LeBlanc, another pick that was buffed. Her mana and her W damage was increased, which has made her a pretty solid pick, in all honesty. We'll see if WE do up to ban a support. Maybe something like the Nautilus could be a cause for concern, being that it would really help to set up this bot lane for the Draven.
Yeah, absolutely. I think any kind of hard engage is always going to be a very good kind of setup right there with the Pantheon. So we'll see what they want to end up going for as... they go for the Lucian. So again, just kind of putting Xing into a hole of kind of saying, look, the only real option available to you now is either the Jinx, which is incredibly vulnerable in those early few levels, or something like an Ezreal, which is super passive and low-key kind of old-school pseudo-counter. The Draven does counter it, so you just have so much upfront damage. Very difficult for the Ezreal to actually trade back on top of you. So we'll see what they end up kind of going for right now. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe even see a Lysandra ban or something like that coming out. But no, the Ahri, excuse me, coming out here as a ban away. You want to try and get rid of those trifecta of mid laners that can stop the Rise from getting his push.
Yeah, so you have choices here with EDG. You could, as I was going to say, you could either go for a mid laner to answer the Rise, or you could, if there's a support you really want, you could pick that. They go for the Galio, very likely to be mid, but in theory could actually still be flex. So keeping that option open. We haven't seen too much Galio support, but it is definitely playable and does offer that. Now, WE, considering their options in what they want to respond with, thinking of potentially going for something that outranges the Draven, Jinx and Senna being hovered over. Basically want to keep the Draven away from yourself and try and play defensive. And now, for Kadaya, you have to blind in this situation. Chances are it's going to be a Galio mid, so picking something that can hopefully keep your Jinx safe, disrupt the engage from EDG, but also, potentially even offering an engage for the team when it comes to those team fights.
Yeah, and of course you have got the roam potential. Kind of almost an Avengers-style entrance coming out here from EDG with the Pantheon and the Galio being able to kind of jump around the map with those semi-globals. So you will get the Braum, good disengage available to them, but What do they want to try and see if they kind of go for it? I will say that the Rakan is a decent engagement, but honestly, this is kind of basically saying to the side, look, yes, we've got the Jax for that side lane pressure, but this is all on Viper. Viper is going to be the focus here from EDG, and they're going to look to try and feed him as many kills they physically can.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like they have such fantastic tools to do so. Rakan makes a lot of sense here. It's a good matchup in a Braum. It's very hard for Braum to ever stack up the passive in Rakan because you can go in, then go out again. So Mako picking for the matchup, but also like you provide that primary engage. If you ult in as the Rakan, you can lock down the Jinx or the Ryze for long enough that the Galio can ult on top, the Pantheon can fall in. And I feel like this is going to be so hard for WE to play because, look, they have a scaling top lane, they have a scaling bot lane, but in honesty, the top lane matchup isn't necessarily going to go well if the Jax gets ahead. The Jax will outscale you in the side lane, and the bot lane, if you have the Galio and the Pantheon coming down, you're just going to get trounced, if I'm going to be real. You're going to get squished.
Yeah, again, it comes back to that problem I mentioned, is that the Jinx, with the bans in AD carry, you're kind of basically forcing them into something like the Jinx, which is just so vulnerable in those first few levels, even up to probably, honestly, about level 6, 7, even then. At that point, then you start to kick up an item or two, then you're starting to be a bit more safer. But the Draven, if he's able to get a kill or two before then, you're just never going to be able to try to take a fight here as Shing. So curious to see now how WE try and honestly just nullify this bot side, because it is feeling like it's going to be on Shanks to try and get his push and work around the map. Try and get bot lane safe, or even just a cover for what EDG might be throwing at them.
Yeah, there is one thing to say is the reason we've seen Galio quite a bit less than we saw in Spring, for example, when RNG were running amok with it, is Predator did get nerfed. It now gives less movement speed early and like a bit more later. So as a result, one of the things Galio always used to do during Spring, especially up against things like the Ryze, where you wouldn't have Prio mid, and you would just cheat and pop Predator, and you would still get to the fight, often before the Ryze would, but bare minimum, like, you'd be able to match the roam, right? Because Predator's a little bit slower, it's not as good in the early game, we might see windows where W can punish that. If you do have Prio, and the Galio tries to match, he might miss out on more, he might be later to the play, and so you're able to make it work before he gets there. Ultimately, more windows available for WE to try and capitalize on, and man, do they need to.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to jump straight onto the Rift as Viper already moving himself into WE. They're well aware. They're well aware that the level 1, even with a Braum, is not in their favor. With a Pantheon, a Draven, and a Galio, you do not have the priority there. So they're going to put down a ward, back themselves away, take that information as best they can, and just try and move back out onto the map. And I do love kind of, you know, seeing these new kind of setups. We are seeing a lot more lethal tempo coming out for the AD carries right now. Shing and Viper both taking it out. And it does very much feel like one of those kind of, if you feel confident to keep your positioning correct, quote unquote, you can just continue to put yourself in a good position. So getting that extra bit of range is always going to be so, so valuable. And even something like the Jax can benefit from it as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so nice early on picks like the Jax, because you get so much attack speed in the early trades. And then obviously, even later, like Jax doesn't build that much attack speed. You obviously get a lot of his stacking from your passive, but it basically just means you can focus more on building things like ability haste is pretty huge for Jax. You often see Divine Sundra into Frozen Heart. Even when I've seen like Jaxes into AP lanes, they'll end up going there just because it means they get much shorter cooldowns. They can play around that more frequently. Oh, do you see a heavy all in?
Yeah, I was going to say, that's an ignite, and I don't think you win that, Flandre, without the healing of the potions doing their maximum job. You don't really have a great time with theirs. We can see now Shing getting aggressed on already, but should only take a pretty heavy trade. As I say, that's a heavy load that's been taken. That's like 3 auto attacks from the Draven, and this is the problem. When you get this early priority, and all of a sudden you don't have the chances of picking something that could be a lot more safe or a lot more aggressive, you're just left sitting in a hole kind of waiting for this wave to crash into you.
Yeah, it's a really rough spot. And the problem with the Braum is that until you get your level 2, until you get your Unbreakable, you can't really do anything to block the Draven, right? All you can do is try and apply your passive. But Shing was not interested in trading autos there. He was just trying to get out of range as soon as possible, which is the right call. So good move for Mako and Viper to try and punish there. Flandre takes a tower hot shot here. Has already lost his flash. He's honestly not doing that well. And
he
oh
might
my
die.
lord, it's getting close.
Yeah, he's
not doing too good in this lane.
He needs to be very careful right now. You can see how desperate it is, though, right now. He wants to crash this way, but look at the minimap. You've already got the Wukong coming in. Flandre trying to see if he can trade this one back. Does leap strike out and has got a ward there onto view. As you can see, Junja kind of shaking his head at his top laner, kind of going, all right, I guess I'll cover you. But now he's in a little bit of an unfavorable trade. Does have to pop up his trying defenses, but Junja trying to juke them back out. View can flash in with the Q. No, there it is with the E. Like you said, View will get themselves first blood. And honestly, that feels like that's Flandre's fault for Junja going down.
Oh man, this was so messy. I mean, Flandre making a lot of mistakes. Oh, Scout might have found him.
Looking for him. There's going to be a smite coming down, which is going to help out Scout to take away his prize, but it does give health over to View. But yeah, WE very graciously taking that big overextension on top side and honestly just making it work very well for them.
Yeah, and something to mention as well is that Scout hasn't even gone for the boots early. We often would see boots first on Galio, but because Predator is weakened, and also, I mean, in fairness, Potion's also weaker now as well, so boots 4 pots not as good of a start. He doesn't have the Predator to get there, so although he does burn the smite and get the scuttle from View, isn't there for the play. And I feel like, honestly, Flandre played that super disrespectfully. Demon able to punish his result, but also Junja just... I don't know if it's lack of experience on the pick, but the thing with on Pantheon, he has a lot of upfront burst, and he's very good in skirmishes because you have the stun. It allows your teammates to follow up. But in a straight 1v1, you're not going to kill the Wukong from full HP, and the Wukong is really powerful in those extended fights, and it feels like Junja just completely disrespected that, and then as a result, it goes down. And now Junja looking for a gank in the top side onto this Gwen, but Demon has kept the wave in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, you can see it. It's not quite crashing, not quite being held. He will end up start pushing.
It's going to bounce out now, though.
Yeah.
This is a good timing if he's forced to push forwards. View is nearby, but whether he comes is another story.
Yeah, you can see now. You've got yourself the shield vault to try and get that stun down, but it's a difficult one to do right now. He's not really losing anything with this time he's putting up in top side, but we'll start to in a moment. We do have the call here for Flandre. You can see they really want to go, but Demon, honestly, mad respect here for the Jacks, kind of saying, look, I don't believe that there's no one here, and rightfully so, he's just able to walk himself away. So Junja just wastes about a minute of his time.
Yeah, so much time wasted to not even get the play, and now you're kind of aware of it. It's very hard for Junja to find another angle. Like, you want to be able to catch the Gwen off guard. The fact that the Gwen can dash away and Pantheon has no flash means you probably aren't going to be able to just walk in the lane and gank, so Demon should be able to try and push this wave out, especially with Ignite back up and available, bear in mind. Going to make it hard for Flandre to contest, and the gank is negated. So not only does Junja go down early, also invest a lot of time to fail that first gank. Just not the best start for EDG, but WE, they're vibing.
Yeah, they are vibing. I will say bot lane's going a little bit wayward for them, but it's, again, to be expected given the matchup. The Draven is just going to have constant priority, but like you said, Kadaya will have his Unbreakable to be able to try and stop any real big trades coming out right now. So right now, we've seen the early game. It hasn't gone exceptional for EDG. It's obviously not a million miles away either. It's only really that one kill. What do you want to see WE do now that they have this kind of early jungle priority?
Honestly, I feel like they can just keep mitigating plays. As long as they keep track of Junja, that's the important thing. Oh, bit of an engage coming in will just be a heavy trade. I feel like the main thing is that if you can get to like level 6 first, you can just track the Pantheon, because the main advantage the Pantheon wants to look for is having a numbers advantage with the ultimate. Like, you fly in, you take a 3v2 or 4v2, but if you can match him, the Wukong is so strong in these fights, you can really just look to challenge EDG and shut them down. And particularly playing around that bot lane is so important. Right now, Viper has about a 20 CS lead, just shy of it, and it is starting to get a little bit painful. And if Viper cashes in before he gets shut down, this lane is just going to explode.
Yeah, 160 stacks already. You can see him trying to go in there. I'm going to get the knock up there as Viper is tanking. They're going to get the cleanse coming out from Shing, so he's not going to have that available for this taunt that might be coming out. The wave is still there and still very healthy. They'll find him, but they won't get the cash in. Scout does get that one with the Winds of War. Needs to get himself out, though, because that tower was ramping up. Shanks did roam down with the Realm Warp, but really too little too late.
Yeah, it's not ideal for EDG because Scout took the kill. You saw the axe didn't quite finish it off the Viper, and then Scout wasn't messing around. He knew with the ult coming in from Shanks, he didn't have time really to wait around for Draven to take the kill, so he just sweeps it up. Still very good for EDG. Shing denied quite a bit, not able to make up the CS discrepancy with this wave. But you see, they just play it very slow. Viper takes aggro and actually has to drop his axe to reset aggro there. Mako walks out, lets the Galio come in, and then it's a very early exhaust from Kadaya. But here, if you watch the axe from Viper come in, just shy of finishing off that Jinx. So as a result, doesn't get that extra gold. Stack still in hand, and still an opportunity for W to shut him down.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing that Scout picks up the first kill, of course. Definitely not a bad thing whatsoever, but it's something that we will be keeping an eye on for those stacks to come out. But it kind of hits a point where you're kind of going, okay, we didn't give away the stacks. It's not that big of a deal. But then it becomes a big deal because don't forget, his ultimate does end up getting extra damage on execute because of the stacks that he has on him. So even though you're not quite getting the stacks over, you might be thinking that's a win. Slowly but surely, if he doesn't die, he is just getting slowly stronger and stronger. So it's a bit of a catch-22. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Eventually, you will get everything piling in on top of you. And we see now Flandre finally taking a good trade into Demon and backing himself away as the priority over Rift Herald does seem to be EDG's next play.
Yeah, which kind of makes sense. You know, we talked a bit at the... Oh, Junja looking to go in here.
Junja's not really got anyone else with him. We will see the Whirling Death coming out on top of that one. Cyclone there to try and use this one here, but with the Khan already in tow, you don't really have the damage to make this one work. Suka Mega Death Rocket goes right between the posts, and that's just... honestly, Junja looked a little bit in from you, but it worked out because he knew he's just stronger.
I love the fact that both AD carries just throw their ults up, and it's kind of like, this is our contribution.
Thank
as
you.
the fight's going on. The thing with the Pantheon, it's so hard to punish even when you make mistakes like that because of his E, because it grants you, essentially invulnerability from one direction. And Scout comes in on the Galio, and this Galio is just such a monster in these early skirmishes. AoE torn into the damage, able to find a kill in return, and even force Kadaya's flash. And they will be able to pick up the Herald. Dragon still hasn't been touched. Hextech Drake is honestly fantastic early with the amount of stats it gives. But obviously taking so long, not something they want to prioritize now. And we get the replay. So Junja obviously blocks a lot of damage with his E. Does have to flash out, but then it's the Galio coming in. Scout with the big AoE taunt into the burst damage. Just completely obliterates WE's jungler.
Yeah, it's just so difficult for really WE to make something work there. Again, Shanks, yes, he's on the rise, but it takes a long time for the rise to ramp up. Eventually, he does become Machine Gun Rise, eventually towards that level 13, 14, 15 mark, but needs items, needs levels, and needs just time to be able to stack up this tier so he can constantly throw out the abilities. So right now, with the way the game is set up at the moment, it is EDG just taking themselves about 1,000 gold lead with the Rift Herald in pocket. Like you said, the Dragon is live, but with the extra health, and honestly, Hexdrake is so difficult to take solo because of the amount of damage it does as well. That you need to be very, very careful if you're trying to take that solo, and that's another reason why we haven't really seen the Dragons being taken solo by junglers anymore. It's actually such a risk. If you get caught, you're probably going to die and give over the Dragons, so just not worth it in the long scheme of things.
Yeah, one of the problems with Hextech Drake as well is that like it has the Hextech soul effect, like it's just the AoE damage and slow. So even if you take it with multiple members, you can all start to drop in HP, especially early, and get chunked out. We do now see they have the prior bot. They're gonna look for this, and since they buffed the Hextech soul, it gives 9 ability haste and 9% attack speed. I did the maths, and across the whole team, so because 5 members get the buff, the gold value is 2,300 for those stats if you were to buy them in the shop. So it's actually pretty significant, especially considering EDG. Like if you look across the board, the attack speed is good for quite a few members. The ability haste is pretty much good for everyone. So it is actually a pretty substantial boost since we got those changes on 12-14. Can't be ignored. Ooh.
Demon. Oh, Demon! Oh my God, Flandre. That is... Honestly, that's just straight up disrespect coming out from Flandre. He is not playing this matchup well at all.
I mean, you see how much dominance he has in the lane, despite the fact, he made some mistakes earlier. The fact he can walk on a tower and solo kill the Gwen shows how powerful it is. But the critical misplay is at this point, I'll tell you exactly when, right? There's a point in this where he should have just said, I am going to die, I don't care. And instead, here, he could have kept going. He tries to leave. Just finish the kill.
Yeah, well, speaking of finishing the kill, we're going to jump straight back in as Shing does die again. They're tower juggling the aggro very nicely, but Scout gets blocked, and Scout gets taken down. But look at these low health bars. They're trying to see if they can round more people out to safety. View, though, is caught between a rock and a hard place. He didn't get the ticket. The conductor kicked him off the train, and Viper, 845 gold on top of the 300. That's 1,000 gold easy in the bank there for EDG. So despite Flandre's best efforts, EDG still coming out on top.
And this is the problem, is it's so easy to secure the cash-ins when you can have Junja and Scout coming down here. Even though Scout goes down, there's enough force for EDG not only to take the kill for the Draven, but also get the Herald down, get the full turret. Viper's going to be the richest man in the Rift, and by a long margin.
Here we go. Round 3. fight. Demon, though, is looking like he's going to take
Oh
this
my
one
lord.
gladly. You can see him just constantly pushing. One more skip and snip, and Flandre is going to have to be forced to flash. But Demon does not want to go too far forward. He knows that there could be a teleport coming in on top of him, so he ends up backing himself away. But let's have a look at this bot lane fight, because again, it's just EDG kind of saying, look, we have the globals, Avengers, assemble.
Yeah, and it's the power. The Rakan has the lockdown, which allows the Galio and the Pantheon to get in. Xing does flash away, but ends up going down. Unfortunately, it wasn't for the Draven initially. But even this extended play, WWE just don't have the tools to answer. The Realm Warp comes in and view. I don't know why you didn't go in the Realm Warp. I really have no idea, but it does mean you get this big cash in. 8-4-5 scene there. And now the Draven. Look at the item disparity between the AD carries. We do have a graphic up, so we can't see it right now. But when it does drop away, it's
too much. It's too much for Twitch. They needed to get rid of it before.
Eclipse plus the better part of an Essence Reaver against, I mean, some components, right? Noon Quiver and Pickaxe for the Jinx. I think it's at the point where, you know, if Viper auto attacks Xing probably has to put like 3 autos in to match the damage. It is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a secondhand market sale versus, you know, like, you know, the high street setup of what we have from EDG. So we'll see now what we want to try and make work here. Looks like top lane's going to be their focus for now, but Junja has been spotted there as they clear out the wave. Mako did not get spotted, so Demon at level 11 and has the Riftmaker along with the Ignite. Very difficult, honestly, for them to really make something work here, but with a 3,500 gold lead, EDG, honestly, just keep putting your eggs in the Viper basket. I think Viper is a pretty good AD carry when he has resources. You know, it might be a controversial take, but he's all right at the game.
And I just love the confidence that they brought out the Draven so early in the draft, and they've made this draft that just works to play around it, and now they're being rewarded. Viper, I mean, just the amount of money he's going to have here, it's going to be so hard to deal with him. There is tools from the side of WWE, like if Wukong and Gwen can get on top of him, sure. But look, he has just finished an Essence Reaver. So much damage. Obviously, you know, you get the Sheen procs whenever you're using your Q, your W resets when you catch an axe, so it's up basically all the time. But also a really nice thing in the extended team fights is the fact you get mana back from the Essence Reaver actually goes a long way for the Draven. So Viper is in full condition to be joining fights. And that's the thing, is like a lot of AD carries, Jinx is a great example, aren't that relevant in fights to like 3 items. That's the point where they really come online. Viper's ready now.
I mean, this is what I love. I always mention this about the LPL, is that, you know, we always hear this, you know, the what I call the doomsayers of Twitter and Reddit, who kind of turn around and say like, oh, you know, the game's going late, it's going to be hyperscaling, there's going to be no fights, blah, blah, blah. But then you get teams like EDG, you get AD carries like Viper who say, no, if I pick Draven and you try and go late, I'm just going to do this.
Oh my
One
lord.
auto attack takes out a quarter of his health. How can you go late game if you can't get to the late game?
It's just ridiculous, that amount of damage, like, this early on. I feel like there's no one who can just, like, that's the thing, there's no one who can really frontline against this Draven for extended periods. It's going to take such good execution for WWE to find this, and EDG just aren't giving them the time of day. They're moving over this Cloud Dragon, and, you know, just going back to the fact we're on 12-14, Cloud Dragon got doubled in its effectiveness. All the other Drakes, it was plus 50%, but the Cloud Dragon got doubled to give 7% out of combat movement speed, 7% slow resistance, and 7% movement speed, that's actually quite a lot. If you have 350 movement speed, it gives you about 24 out of combat, which is pretty sizable for everyone on the team. Like when you're rotating around the map, when you're moving a set for objectives, that is a pretty sizable chunk of movement speed to have. Kind of like mini Mobies for everyone in the lineup. So it's pretty nice that EDG have these 2 dragons. It's going to be a Mountain Soul as well. And when WE already lacking in damage, given that extra resistances, 9% armor and MR per dragon, and the soul potentially as well, I feel like WE are going to have to find some way to stop this dragon stacking.
And I mean, right now, it does feel like EDG are taking full advantage of 12-14 in a very holistic sense, because they've gotten the 2 Rift Heralds, they've gotten the first 2 dragons, getting those 4, you know, global objectives so early on, and also just like, you know, exclusively to yourself, is just so huge. You can see it previously, if you lost the first 4 objectives, maybe a 1,000, 2,000 gold lead. Wasn't that big of a deal. Now, it's a 4,000 gold lead, because you get more local gold from the Rift Heralds, you get more stats, it's probably honestly equal to about a 6,000 gold lead in actual raw stats that you can't see. So this is where, you know, EDG are going to be becoming a much bigger issue for WWE, and honestly it feels great, because we talked about how we wanted EDG to look coming into this game. I'll be honest, Flandre has been the only real question mark coming into this. Junja had a bit of a shaky start, but after that he's been making the right calls, and everyone else has been doing their job.
Yeah, everyone's been working well as a unit. And yeah, you know, criticism for Junja, definitely well-founded. Flounder as well. But they found the momentum in this one and are looking to continue it from here on out. They have the second Herald. And I know we're talking endlessly about this new patch, but it's day 2 of the new patch. Of course, we're going to bring it up.
And we're
New
the
Herald
only
is
region.
Yeah,
only major region.
75% extra health. So super tanky, super good for pushes. And I expect to see EDG probably using it to take out that tier 1 mid and maybe the tier 2 as well if they have enough pressure. You can see EDG moving in here to try and steal away this red. And there's not much WE can do.
No, there really isn't. And look at Viper. He's just moving forward. He's a full item ahead of his counterpart. And the only real person I can see, kind of, as you said, going into him is going to be Demon alongside View, maybe getting down the needlework with the Cyclone. Honestly, I feel like you need a Rune Prison in there as well, just to make sure he doesn't move. But now we're going to see Shelly with all of her HP. She went to the gym. She buff. She looking pretty good. As we're going to see them now try and make this one work for themselves. As View tries to get on top of Viper, but Viper's just too big right now. Doesn't quite land the Whirling Death, but it's Junja to clean up house. You can see Flandre thinking about flashing over that wall to maybe land a counter-strike, but the rest of WE is going to have to back away. And honestly, there's not really a lot WE can do. They tried a lot, but they need the Gwen there as well.
Yeah, I feel like if they had a TP ward behind them and Demon could come in, layer the ult on top of the Wukong ult, that's maybe where you see the angle. Oh, dive coming forwards.
Whoa! Okay, Junja, that was a little bit unrealistic of you as Mako tries to help out his jungler. Now Viper is going to be forced to cleanse, and we can see now they're trying to kill him off, but a great saving play here from the ultimate of the Galio. They're going to land the taunt onto 2 and pick up 2 as well. That's a good play coming out from Scout. We highlighted this guy coming into today, and these are the kind of plays he does to save his team.
Yeah, managed to turn it around. A bit of an overstep from WE and a good punish from EDG, but definitely feels like certain 2 members of the team on EDG are, well, one of them's on a different page, and Flandre's just been doing his own thing. But Junja,
we're not pointing fingers.
yeah, I mean, just way too deep. I think he's kind of in the mindset of, you know, when Pantheon was first reworked and you could block tower hits with your E, it kind of feels like he's in that mindset. But since that changed, obviously you can't block tower hits. A big reason why we saw Pantheon support disappear. And here, like, sure, his E stops him take damage from the champions, but he actually gets rooted, and then the tower hits as well just takes him out. And here, WE just overstep a bit. The Galliol is perfect. And then Flandre comes in with his big AoE stun. We get the follow-up. It's just very well executed from EDG on the punish.
Yeah, it feels like Flandre and Junja are just like high-fiving out, like, you know, who needs to be the one who goes for the crazy play. That time it was Junja. This time now it will be maybe Flandre as he just pick himself up a Black Cleaver. But you threw everything at Viper. And I will say, though, he does not have summoners for this next fight. And honestly, as W, you got to fight this. This is probably the last moment you have. But that's a 3-item Draven. That is a rapid-fire cannon now onto Draven. Viper is just going to be able to hit you from so far back. How are you going to get on top of him?
Yeah, you can actually play for poke with a rapid fire here, because as soon as the proc is up and available, Viper could just launch an axe. If it hits someone like Shing, it's honestly going to do at least 25% of his health, maybe even more. So don't find an angle ready for it there, apart from an axe onto Kadaya. But now WE at least have control over the area because Scout was late to the play, and it's up to EDG to force their way in. They don't need this dragon, but the amount of stats it gives, you definitely don't want to give over free. And very quickly, WE have to respect the pressure from EDG and give up presence on the dragon. It's 11,000 HP. You can see those HP buffs coming in, and WE don't even opt to fight it. This is a pretty big hit. Like, this dragon, 9% armor and MR for things like the Jax. I mean, even if Draven picks up a defensive item with just his base stats, makes quite a bit of a difference.
I mean, this is the issue we see a lot with our lower, you know, kind of player or tabled teams, is that if you're not willing to fight, as we do have a pause coming out right now, but if you're not willing to fight, you're just gonna die a death of 1,000 cuts. It's something I always praise some of our top teams. You look at the likes of V5, RNG, Top Esports, you know, they always will go for the fight. Even, you know, better example, probably the perfect example is JDG. They will always go for every and all fight that they feel like they have to, because yes, it might not be the highest percentage play right now, but that percentage is only gonna get smaller and smaller as the game goes on.
And that's the thing, is like, I feel like the highest percentage play is such a good term for describing, like, let's say you're in a game where you have like a 5% chance of winning, just as a random example, and you see a play. It's like, if you start Baron right now, it's probably going to fail 4 out of 5 times. It's got a 20% chance of working. That is still significantly better than your chances in the game. And obviously, the numbers are arbitrary. They're not really applicable. But the whole point is you have to pick your window. And that is my question for WE. What is the window going to be? You opted out of the 3rd dragon. You didn't think it was the best fight for you, or you didn't also think it was necessary, which, you know, to an extent, you don't need to deny the 3rd dragon. The 4th is a more important one, but it just mounts up the pressure. And WE have to find a moment at some point to pounce, to try and punish, to try and get their way back into this game. And the problem is, you know, 12-14, the dragons are buffed, so, you know, it's 50% more armor and MR than you would have had on 12-13, 50% more attack speed and ability haste from that Hex Tech dragon as well. So not only is it the fact that, you know, you're obviously going up against the fact that they might have the Mountain Soul, EDG are stronger than they would be on the previous patches. Which is why, like, for example, Doinby, I saw him commenting on 12-14, said he felt like this patch was even more snowbally. Not just the laning differences, because health pots being nerfed and stuff, allowing you to punish laners more effectively, but also the fact that, you know, if you get a lead with things like these dragons, it's just giving you more power. So EDG have a substantial gold lead, substantial power lead, and WE need to find a way back in.
Well, that's the thing. You talk about the power. It's like, you know, before that dragon is taken, you only, quote unquote, only have 7% slow resistance and out of combat move speed, which is a lot, but, you know, whatever. And then you obviously have the Hex Strike as well, which is giving you 9% attack speed and 9 ability haste. But then you're adding those stats to 9% bonus armor and minor resistance. And we're getting to a point in the game where people are picking up their 3rd and 4th items. People are looking to try and get those little extra resistances, those little small little moments that will get them the edge in this game. And it's going to become harder. Like, think about it. That Zhonya's, as a pure random example, has more effectiveness now because you have that Mountain Drake. So EDG very comfortable with this game. It is only 11 kills so far in this game, 7-4 in favor of EDG, but 6,000 gold lead and probably honestly another 4,000 in stats alone. So this game is just running away from WE. Like you said, it's just a snowball's chance in hell for WE. They need to try and just make something happen.
Yeah, I feel like the fact it's 9% is so insane, in all honesty. Like, yeah, you look at the fact that, like, even champions who don't have that much, you know, resistances built will have just, like, so much. Because of the durability change as well, like, base resistances based MR armor are up. And so it does make a pretty massive difference. Now, Junja looking.
Junja is looking because he's got the support and help of the rest of his team. View does get his decoy almost killed as the rest of EDG find themselves up and towards this top side, but they're looking for the tower. They're going to be honestly looking for the dragon, or sorry, not the dragon, the Baron at this stage as well. So they have total control, and honestly, it does feel like this is EDG's games to lose. I think WE are going to maybe hope and pray they got scaling, but again, that's a Jax. It's not exactly something you can, you know, take in the side lane for the Gwen to just to happily take in a 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they can't really lead on the side lane later. That's not really going to work that well. But one thing to say is that play kind of did turn out positively for WE because, I mean, not positively, but it could have been worse. It's kind of what I'm trying to hit on.
Not
the goal for
as
EDG
negative.
was to kill View. And actually, the W for Mako, I think he got interrupted by the knockup from the Cyclone. If View dies, they just stop Baron. It's that simple. So the fact that he survives, yes, they get the tower, but they probably would have got that anyway. But they don't manage to pick up a window to go for Baron. And it gives WE a bit more opportunity, a bit more time. Xing is approaching the 2nd item. We've seen Shanks has got 2 items, Demon as well. It's still a deficit compared to EDG, but something to bear in mind is like a lot of the goal difference is on Viper, right? If you kill Viper, you wipe a big portion of that gold off the map, at least for that fight. The hope is that you don't invest so much that you don't have anything left for the rest of the fight, but like, bear in mind, like, he has a whole item lead. Items often, you know, costing like 3,000 gold. Like, I think Essence Reaver is actually around 3,000 anyway. And he's just picked up a BF as well. The gold lead's only 7,000, so outside of him, it's like little bits here and there. But if they do kill Viper, that will be the win con for the side of WE. Just kill the Draven, deal with the consequences after.
Yeah, kill the Draven and figure out after that what you do next. It's kind of do step 1, then refer to step 2 after you've done step 1. So we'll see what they're able to kind of do right now. You can see Viper's barreling towards an Infinity Edge, you would imagine, as his next time. Maybe a Bloodthirster, actually. Could be going for a BT instead, just to keep himself a little bit of extra survivability, getting that extra bit of overheal and stuff like that. But We'll see what he ends up wanting to go for. A minute and 45 seconds till the Dragon Soul does spawn. You can see EDG. They don't need to flip this up Baron, to be perfectly honest. They can just maintain control, maintain the air of illusion for WE to saying, look, you got to continuously spend time on this top side, because if you don't, we're just going to take the Baron anyway, unless, you know, and then when the Dragon comes around, they just get it regardless because there's no control for WE.
Yeah, they just keep the threat up, and that's the thing is that, you know, EDG don't really want to give away the next Dragon Nova, but if WE overcommit to it, they can just rush the Baron down, and obviously that will give them so much power, so much gold. For now, they have their vision heavily invested there. I expect they'll start moving down towards the Dragon area and setting up their vision there as it's coming up in a minute 10. And we kind of have to think about how WE want to play this if they want to come on ahead, because I think there's like so many different variations of how this fight can go, where EDG just win. One of them is Viper just kills Shake there. But I think ultimately you kind of need to make Viper's life difficult. Because the thing with the Draven is, yes, he has flash. But if you have a scenario where Demon is flanking, maybe from a TP, or maybe from like a Realm Warp, while the Wukong has ulted you, if Gwen can hit the, like, you know, maybe the third part of the ultimate onto the Draven, that is like a potential avenue in which you could take to take him down. So I feel like they need to try and hunt for these flank angles. I feel like if they front to back, they just lose no matter what. And unfortunately, they don't have vision in the area. Oh, look at the engage.
They got an engage onto view, and you can see the Whirling Death coming out. But there's going to be Flandre on the backside here, trying to get out the Shing, but he's been stunned up. They're going to have to use the Galio ultimate to try and make sure he stays alive. Eventually, Demon will go down. That's going to be another cash out there for Viper. And as you can see, what was 7,000 gold, now straight up to 9,000, and that's going to be Dragon Soul as well.
Oh, and Viper's still looking here. Does a lot of damage.
Mako! Oh, not quite a deal there. There's not really the health bars to be trying to execute someone, but it does not matter in the grand scheme of things because they are still getting themselves the soul. They're still getting themselves those yummy stats, and that's still going to be Viper going back a very, very rich man.
Yeah, and I mean, we just saw that Mountain Dragon taken. Viper got 8 armor off that, just like the dragon itself. And, you know, obviously, presumably got he gets 8 armor from both, so 16 extra armor and the shield gonna make him so much harder to take down with already struggling. Ultimately, EDG make a great call here because they force the engage. There's no opportunity for a flank when WE grouped up together. And you do start to see the AoE damage available to WE, right? You start to see the Gwen really shredding some targets up close. You see Shing even doing a decent amount to Flandre with the ult up, but they just don't do enough to take anyone out, unfortunately. And as a result, you know, EDG are the ones who claim victory, although Mako, does overstep here and ends up going down for it. But regardless, you can see the WE, the concept of the team fight, like the AoE damage is starting to come together, but now you're dealing with the soul from EDG. It just makes things 10 times harder, and Viper's picked up an Infinity Edge since that last fight. Yeah,
Viper, I swear to God, if Viper gets one auto attack on Shing, he's dead. That's just a matter of fact at this point in the game, because he is so damn big. And we talked about it right at the start of the game, as we can see Kadaya. Yet Unbreakable ain't looking so unbreakable right now. They are going to have the Skyfall come out, or the Starfall, excuse me, coming down to see if they can make something work. But you've already now lost your flash off Kadaya. He's not really in a position to try and walk forward onto this, because every time he walks forward, he's going to have to put up his Unbreakable just for one auto attack.
Yeah, he's the only person who can really withstand the damage from Viper, but it's kind of conditional on him having a cooldown. Oh, they're looking.
They are looking. Demon trying to see if he can catch out Viper. Does get himself some immunity, so Viper's just going to have the chickens for the moment. But with the TP coming in here from the backside, flash in from Flandre means they've set up a perfect position for the Galio to finally join this fight. You can see Viper, 1, 2, Uniflu. He takes down the Gwen. Demon trying so well to try and make this fight back in WE's favor. But another great engage from Flandre means they're able to clean up house. You can see it all at the end. Viper doesn't pick up a single kill, but Scouts gets himself 3 in the ace.
Yeah, managing a triple kill there. And WE, I think the game plan was to force a TP from Flandre, but they just didn't have the momentum in that fight at all. He even saw Demon use his R3 onto Viper, and he just about broke the Mountain Shield. Wasn't even close. EDG, a pretty commanding lead. The comp made sense. They got Viper ahead, and they're able to finish this one out and push the series to 1-0.
Yep. Only losing 5 kills, not losing a single tower or objective. It was a pretty good game from EDG, and exactly what we wanted to see from them. Honestly, this is despite from a couple of happy moments, shall we call them that, you know, in this game, it just felt like it was EDG from start to finish.
Yeah, I like the draft. I think Flandre and Junja definitely had, as you said, some moments not too fond of them, I'll be honest. But altogether, they understood how to play the comp, and they played the win con, and it just worked, right? I feel like WE, maybe, you know, if you see something like a Draven come out, you need to do a better job of being able to contest it. They didn't opt to pick AD carry up in the first rotation, allowed bans to come through, and then as a result, it kind of put them in this position where, you know, Jinx Braum couldn't even hold up in the 2v2. As soon as you added the pressure of the Pantheon off the Galio, it just completely fell apart. So WE now gonna have to try and pull this one back going into game 2, and I think starting for the draft is kind of where I'd look.
Yeah, honestly, it did feel like EDG just had their number. EDG just knew exactly how they wanted to play, and like I said, it's apart from Flandre just being very disrespectful in the start, and Judge having a couple of shaky moments as well, it did just feel inevitable. It felt like the game plan to hard go bot side. We saw so many times, once you had that Skyfall alongside the hero's entrance, you just had so little you could do there as a side of WE's bot lane. Like, Shing, I don't think played poorly. I just think he didn't have options. I don't think he had many ways of dealing with what was being thrown at him, because there was so much CC to be thrown at him. He only has one cleanse. He has to try and go with the taunt, the stun from Pantheon, the counter strike from the Jax, the charm from the Rakan. There's just too much.
Yeah, I think it just became really difficult, especially when the damage falls behind. And like, there was that one fight where the AoE was there and you kind of saw the potential. I think if you'd gone into the later stage of the game, even in gold, I think there would have been a really good spot to teamfight their way out of that one, but that wasn't the case. And I think that's just like a tale as old as time, where, you know, a team invests in these scaling aspects and just doesn't get them to where they want to be. Shout out to Scout with a 92.3% kill participation, same as Mako. Kind of shows how the fights are being started between those two, and really just being able to shut down any chance of WE surviving.
I mean, you can see Shing, he's so tantalizingly close towards that Infinity Edge. He knows that if he gets there, he has a chance, maybe a chance. But sadly, for WE, EDG had other plans. But yeah, this was a pretty dominant win. I would like to see them maybe kind of clean up a little bit on that top side, but we'll have to wait and see. We're going to send it over to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have picks and bans for game number 2.
The crownless are finally king!
The LPL are king again.
Stand strong! Nothing can break us!
Oh boy, yeah, he needs to be so careful. That's just a bit of a mistake, but a fantastic capitalization from Summit, who's already starting to become that self-sufficient top laner that I was talking about.
I really should have stretched first. Oh well.
Okay, I'll admit it. When the producers told me that this week's match of the week is FPX versus Weibo Gaming, I was a little unsure how I could possibly sell this one. But after thinking about it, it kind of sells itself. Allow me to explain. You remember Summit. Of course you do. He joined the LCS, became MVP, and disappeared into the night. Well, he's back, in a slightly harder region.
But ZDZ doesn't have the damage. He's gone too deep as well. It's pure chaos in this fight. It's Jojo throws a look towards Care. There's a root as well. Can they get the place back? Doesn't look like it, because Summit is here to clean house. The boomerangs are flying, and it's an easy kill onto Jojo.
And what better way to prove yourself than versus the Shy? Because at the end of the day, it is the Shy's world. And well, we're just living in it.
So it's going to be hard for them to really make this one work. UCal looking to try and trade solo players, but they get themselves at the top of this one. This is ongoing in, but a curse to Sam Mummy into the explosive cast, and they're able to get the GA immediately. One bomb, though, still doing well. And the Shy with a slicing maelstrom right onto the backside. Kepler knows he needs to do something. I will say that Baseron's doing some significant damage, but can they kite this one out? They cannot.
This is what the future looks like. Feel free to give up now.
And the flank from Angel, he goes golden to dodge out of the Moonlight Vigil. The Shy has found Cream on the side. They are picking apart OMG, 1 by 1. Abel is left but dead.
I feel so alive!
Sanji coming down. The Shy is doing so much damage with the needleworks, and he just eviscerates Aki. Snip, snip goes your life.
The Shy once again looking unstoppable.
nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
对面中路像克斯选手的话，感觉英雄池的话什么都会玩吧，然后打法也比较正常吧。感觉对他的话，感觉不需要注意特别的东西吧，就做好自己的东西就行。
The classic, do your best, and don't be bad. That's how you win LPL. That's how you win LPL games. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. Of course, we are into day 4 of week number 9 of a 10-week split. I am still Ushin. He is still the fantastic Mr. Ox. And we got to talk about Scout in game 1 because he was our MVP. The man was on a mission on this Galio. And then if you're a fan of RNG or even EDG, Galio being in meta is a big win for you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's going to be firmly being met off the back of this, but it definitely worked in this game. And I think like the whole, assembling together with the Galio, with the Pantheon, with the Rakan, it felt so hard to play against. It felt like Scout was just everywhere he needed to be. And then the fights as well, big strength of the Predator. And, as I said, it was nerfed early game, but more movement speed later in the game. It just means you can glide into fights, channeling that taunt, lock up multiple members, and just shut them down.
Yeah, it does mean that Scout just was able to make things work for him, even this early level dive, and this was kind of the start of the end really for WE, where they said, cool, we went with this very hyper aggressive bot side, and even here they try and commit everything onto Viper, and they almost get enough onto him, but it isn't enough, because at the end of the day you still have many other threats from EDG, and that's the scariest thing about, I would say, most top LPL teams, is that it's not just one threat. Even in a quote-unquote one-threat composition, you have to deal with the rest of the team.
Yeah, and I mean, I just feel like there was so much CC, so much damage being thrown around. WWE already had a deficit, but it just felt so severe. And I honestly, we had criticism for Flandre in the laning phase. He really came alive in the team fights. I think it's something to mention. So positive one from EDG, something to reflect on for WE. I go into the game too, can just look at how they're gonna adjust from this point when it comes to the draft, because it was very clear that EDG came in with a game plan. Like, they came in being like, okay, we are going to prioritize this Draven, which they did very early. Not only that, but they like invested the whole comp to kind of facilitate it as well.
Absolutely. No. Speaking of coming into game number 2, we do have a substitution. EDG have subbed out Junja, subbed in JJ, and honestly, it's just a nice feeling, I feel like, for EDG to kind of say, look, we've got 2 pretty damn good junglers that we can swap in and out pretty interchangeably, but I think that Junja had a little bit of an unfortunate time with some of the engages. Definitely felt like he wasn't on the exact same page as the rest of his team, and it feels like EDG felt the same.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, that's the thing, is they have been flexing between, kind of similar to V5 with Casa XLB. And yeah, Junja didn't have the best performance game 1. And the thing is, you may think, they're against WE. Even if they drop a game, they're probably going to win the series. I feel like EDG wants to be getting as much wins as possible with regards to game difference, because as much as it's very unlikely they catch RNG, it's still mathematically possible, and they want to give themselves the best chances they can. Also, if they do end up losing, their next series against AL, then having a higher game difference here will help potentially when going up against Weibo in terms of establishing who's going to get the 5th place spot.
Yeah, and again, like we said, it's not impossible for them to get top 4. RNG would need to drop all 3 of the remaining games, but if they do that, and if you are looking to try and, usurp that position, this is a good starting point here for EDG. And of course, you still got the likes of AL and OMG still nipping at your butt, nipping at your heels a little bit, kind of saying, look, hey, we're still around here. You can't be forgetting about us just yet. But a win here today does secure top 6, I believe, for the side of EDG. So that's a positive regardless of how you end up kind of taking that one there. So for WE, trying to change it around the draft, and honestly, it does feel like with them on red side, they're going to have a couple of guarantees they have to go for. They can't really just, like on blue, where you have got a lot more flexibility in terms of target banning, don't really have that as much on the red side.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of interesting, though, because we saw the way the draft phase panned out in the last one, is EDG won red side, and yet, they were able to throw bans towards, like, the Azir, towards the Aphelios, which, I feel like it's WE, he kind of did more of the homework. Poppy, Kalista are things we've seen massive priority on. So I wonder if we're going to have a similar situation here. You see EDG going on the blue side, and you can see their bans are very much more targeted. So Fiora away from Demon, don't want to have that as a counter pick potentially, but also this Trundle means Poppy has to be banned by WE. You can't leave it open. It's one of the best answers to her. So kind of means it's a bit of a no-brainer on the second ban. They actually banned the Draven, so that means Poppy on 3. And that's the kind of the reason I'm not a big fan of this, because now you're telegraphing that you're going to ban Poppy on 3, but then that means EDG could leave Talia open, and then it's like, do you leave them both open, or do you ban one and let them have the other? So WE in a bit of a compromising position.
Yeah, it does feel like WE were left between a rock and a hard place as such to try and fully figured out with the Gwen being banned away from Demon. I think Flandre's had enough of that particular champion today. Definitely needs to go back and relearn the matchups just a little bit more before he starts running into them as hard as he did. But let's see what the WE want to decide what to go for. The Talia, like you mentioned, is still open. The Zeri as well has been nerfed, so we have seen a little less of it now in the last few weeks. But the Talia are going to be banned. So yeah, you're going to have to pick Poppy here as first as EDG, and you don't really give up anything in terms of what your composition wants to do.
Yeah, I expect the Poppy first pick. WE can answer with potentially Nar Silas would be a pretty strong 1-2. But we'll see what sort of direction they want to go in. They could just pick the Azir, which obviously we did see banned away. Let's prioritize that. It does mean they have less, they don't have much flexibility when it comes to that 3rd pick, because they haven't picked the jungler yet, and there's potential for EDG to take a strong bot lane. They wouldn't be able to respond fully. But I think it makes the most sense is definitely prioritizing this Azir, because Scout will take it if you don't. And then, yeah, the Gnar that has been left open, obviously pretty strong in terms of a blind, especially, the fact that Gwen is off the cards and Fiora's off the cards as well.
Yeah, well, the Azir, as you mentioned, just being A pretty high priority in the last draft was banned away by EDG in game number 1, but this time around they do give it over to Shanks, so not going to be able to have one. And of course, the Aphelios, who was banned as well by EDG, going to be taken by WE. So getting a bit more stock standard laning phases here for WE, but now you've basically telegraphed how your carries are going to perform, or who your carries that you want to perform are on the side of WE. So EDG, they've got options here, and the LeBlanc did just get buffed.
Yeah, and it was actually really big buffs. It was her flat mana, mana per level, and her W damage. And the reason that's so big is because one of LeBlanc's biggest issues is clearing waves. They buffed the damage he deals to minions. Often you'd leave minions at like a little bit of HP. And also more mana means you're able to push the wave and still have mana to make a roam. So very threatening. And although Azir's going to have lane pressure, LeBlanc can often threaten you fine kill pressure. It can be a very scary lane for Shanks. Now, they're going to pick up the Sivir as well. Now, WE, they can go and match the jungler here. They could go for a top laner like the Gnar and ban away counters. But it looks like they are going to go for that Viego here, which, you know, of all the junglers of things like, you know, the Wukong, the Lee Sin are obviously quite high prior junglers. Viego is probably the best one into Poppy when Trundle is banned.
Oh, for sure. It does feel like the Viego with those resets being able to come in. And of course, the Heartbreaker, which is a blink, not a dash. It does mean that you're able to get away from the Steadfast presence as such from the side of the Poppy. But now we're starting to see a couple of those bans coming in. The Yuumi is a pretty stock standard one now, with the nerfs to sustain and of course the buffs to things like Scorch, as you mentioned earlier on. And today the Yuumi just becomes and also on top of something like the Sivir, just becomes that very obnoxious to deal with champion that she always is and always shall be until she gets completely reworked. But WE now looking to see where they want to try and take it out. We're going to see a lot of support bans, I imagine, coming out now. Karma taken away, the Alistair. I wouldn't even be surprised to see something like the Nautilus as well. Just things that can do well with the Aphelios and things that can do well with the Sivir.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like maybe they throw a top lane ban here if they do want to get rid of something like the Gnar. I feel like the thing is WE could go Gnar blind on 4 and then they could counter pick support, which could be powerful. Like, Alistair's the main problem for Sivir because you can't spell shield his combo, but things like the Nautilus are actually not that effective against the Sivir. So they actually opt to ban the Jax, which is interesting because he's typically a good matchup in the Gnar. That gives WE even more freedom to take this. And now EDG, they do get a counter pick top lane, but you know, there's a few top laners banned away, but Flandre always someone to bring out a little bit of the curveballs, and then they have to blind their support, and W will be able to answer. So I think W have handled this draft pretty well so far.
I'm just thinking as well for WE, this is a team that has completely, literally changed every single position so far this split. We started off with Biu, Beishong, Xie, SMLZ, of course, and okay, never mind. I was talking about a little bit of a history there for WE as they're bringing up a lot of different talent from their LDL squad, but the Yone locked in here for Flandre. Flandre is not deterred from game number 1, and he is just saying, you know what? I still think I can beat Demon even if he's on the favorable Gnar.
Yeah, I mean, I respect it, honestly. And, you know, I talked about the Nautilus not being the best in the Sivir. EDG will just take it themselves. And now WE, there are things you can take here. You could respond with like a Braum or a Tom. You could actually go for the Renata, which has kind of flown under the radar in this draft. Something to know is Renata did have a base health nerfed and a base AD, so not quite as good as she was. Which is kind of why the priority has slipped down on her a decent amount, but still very synergizes very well with the Aphelios and should be fine in this laning phase. So they will lock that in. I know there's a lot to talk about here in terms of compositions, Sheen, but I want to talk about top lane.
Yep.
Because we have this matchup. And so one of the reasons Gnar has been so high priority recently is because of the durability patch. And because normally the bad matchups for Gnar are the ones where you can get on top of his mini Gnar, you can burst him out when he's very squishy, and durability patch obviously made it a lot harder to do so. So even like the rough matchups, things like Jax, things like Camille, win is guaranteed, Aurelia as well. We just had 12-14, and on 12-14, they did a fantastic move, which was they nerfed his base health. So he lost a lot of that extra survivability he had in the mini Gnar. And sure, Gnar is still going to scale very well. Gnar is still good in team fights. He's still good in lane. But what it means is those lanes who want to get on top of him, those lanes who want to try and burst him out of mini Gnar, are now going to have a much easier time. I think the exact nerf was 40 base health, and they also nerfed his health for gen growth. So those trades going to be felt way more significantly. And the Yone is that sort of champ. You can use your E, you can dash forwards, get a heavy trade on the Gnar, and then you can just pull back, you know, have that lasting damage on him. And if you find the all-in window, then you'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely. It does feel like the mini Gnar is a little bit more vulnerable in the lane, and we can see now what Flandre can do with this Yone pick. And of course, you think of something like the Yone alongside the Poppy, a lot of good 2v2 or 2v1 situation with that top jungle combination, but we'll have to wait and see. WE have got themselves some decent options, but like we said the last time, it's just about how you use those options, about how you utilize those picks to make the advantages known to yourself.
Yeah, and I feel like this is a more even draft, ultimately, because like I said, I felt like EDG had all the tools they needed in that game one, whereas here, it definitely feels like WE have handled things a bit better. Especially the team fight's going to be really scary because you have the Azir plus the Aphelios Renata backline. That's a very difficult backline to deal with because they can kind of just outrange a lot of the champions on the side of EDG, right? Sivir is notoriously short-ranged, and Azir and Aphelios could just deal huge DPS. So if WE get to the team fight point, I have some confidence in them, and that's not to say they win team fights necessarily, because there's lots of ways EDG can play around that. But I think WE have the easier comp when it gets to that point. Whereas EDG, you know, this LeBlanc in the mid lane, I'm keen to see what Scout can do, and especially as we've talked about this top lane matchup as well.
Yeah, you can see as well the setup with the minion team materializer. Of course, you want to use that to try and get yourself onto the back line. It does mean that you do more damage to the minions depending on which one you take. You take one of each, and you get more damage onto each of the melee, the cannon, and of course the caster minions as well. It does mean that your distort onto the backside when you hit, I think it's a level 5 or 6, does end up killing them pretty damn easily, almost immediately, I'm pretty sure. So we'll have to wait to see how that one ends up panning out. Do they get the roam coming out from Scout? And Scout has been just exceptional, honestly, in the last few games. It feels like EDG have been relying on him a little bit, but in a good way as well, because it feels like the rest of the team is kind of being dragged up with him. So curious to see how we end up kind of going in this early game, seeing if Scout can get himself unlocked. And honestly, it's going to be so hard really for WE to find something in this bot side again, because you're against the Sivir. Sivir, even in the early levels, is just going to have perma push with that Ricochet and of course the Boomerang Blade when she hits level 2.
Yeah, hey, AoE on the Ricochet actually got nerfed in 12-14, but even then it still feels like ridiculous. There's still nerfs lined up for a couple of 12-15, just because the problem is like it's fine for a champion to scale well. There's a lot of AD carries that scale really well. Oh, don't think you'll find anything more there, Mako. But the problem is when a champion scales well and has such an uninteractive laning phase, if Sivir can just one-shot the waves, then there's not a great way to punish the pick. And she's not at that point, you know, at level 1, level 2. But eventually she gets to the point where she can be very self-sufficient. It's very hard to engage in her with the spell shield and the ult as well. So EDG kind of just need to weather the storm till there. The support matchup isn't the best. One of the things with the Renata is you can really make it difficult for the Nautilus to engage on you, create a lot of space. And also Nautilus is notoriously a single target engaged support, right? And if you overcommit, you are quite squishy with that Glacial Augment. You can use the bailout to turn things around.
Yeah, it does feel like when you land that dredge line, you need to be making sure that that works. Actually, curious to see as well, both AD carries taking Ghost in this matchup. So kind of prioritizing the chase down, if you will, of or even runaway effects you get with that extra bit of movement speed. As we see now, JJ and View going to try and maybe make a bit of an appearance at each other, but you do not have priority in mid. He's going to see a TP coming in. They're going to flash in, get the knock up. View has nowhere to go. And first blood goes with the JJ. Time and time again, we see why this Poppy is the king of the early game.
Yeah, really nice execution there from JJ. Flash in, get the slam on the wall. It's a 1.6 second stun with only 1 point in it, which is kind of ridiculous. That's such a long stun. And you can see the damage as well. The base damage is doubled if you connect them into the walls. So just completely slams View, able to get that first kill. Assist for Flandre as well. Fantastic. We see in the bot lane, Vipe actually ghosted back to lane and picked up a cull. So kind of using a bit of the utility of that extra movement speed just to get to lane quicker. But a big reason why we're seeing Ghost in lanes like this is we don't expect too much action. And Ghost is one of the strongest scaling runes. Like when it comes to team fights, Ghost is really powerful. The fact it resets on takedowns, that constant movement speed, very useful. And especially when with Sivir, it syncs so well with your ultimate, because one of the changes for Sivir is her ult now refreshes on takedowns. So if you pop ult and Ghost, you get a ton of movement speed, you get a takedown, they both keep going, and you can just really dictate fights based on that.
See how it ends up working out here. So we can see Flandre using the soul untouched to make sure the demon cannot get a little bit of a hop on top of him when he's going into Mega, but not unsurprising.
Isn't this like more accurate? Yone fighting against demon, like
I guess yes.
Yeah, isn't that what he does? There was that cinematic with Yasuo and Yone, right, where he fought away that demon. So I don't know. I'm not an expert on the lore, but this feels accurate.
It is definitely something that feels correct as such, but I'll have to do a bit of digging into that one there beforehand. But you never know. Maybe this time the demon gets the better of him. Again, I'm not 100% sure. I imagine if Yone is still going in the League of Legends, he is definitely going to be still winning against those matchups. But speaking of coming back into reality, we can see Shanks just kind of getting bullied out, to be perfectly honest, really hard right now, and has to flash away because if JJ lands himself the Q, that's just a dead bird.
Yeah, and I mean, we do see Scout get very low in the trade, but constantly trying to find these angles to get the chains in. You've seen, you know, Mako roam up there. You've seen JJ there. Both times trying to find these opportunities. Now, you see a heavy trade coming out. One of the issues with this matchup is that, you know, when you pop your E on Yone, sorry, is you actually get, like, movement speed as well. So even if Na jumps away, Yone can often just catch up to you with that extra movement speed and continue the trade. So... little bit difficult, and we kind of seen why this matchup has been the place. But to be fair, Demon's doing fine so far. It's kind of just mitigate the pressure. We see Flandre TP back up with a Cull and Berserker Greaves. I was just talking about movement speed. That's going to help even more. And often we see like Yone, Yasuo get early Berserker Greaves for that lower Q cooldown.
I just had an idea, and I don't think it would ever work, but maybe in LCK it would. It's a little bit of a shot at them, but it actually wasn't intended to be. But you could do like lore readings mid-cast if there was absolutely nothing to talk about. You could just like literally take a story and, you know, it's like the boy ran at a dead sprint, that kind of stuff, you know, make it all like atmospheric, make an audiobook almost of it. Be kind of fun.
Sure.
I feel like you're not the person I need to pitch this to, because you're a very like into the game kind of guy. So like I feel like you're not as interested in the lore as I am. Okay, I'm sure there's plenty of people who are.
I have a passing interest in the lore. Like this is an interesting cinematics, but
my friend is super into it. He reads all the stories. He like basically like brings them all down and everything like that for me, so I can have like understand them in my small brain. But they're good. There's some good stuff. It's hard to know what's like fully canon though, and like what's old canon, what's new canon. It's hard to kind of tell sometimes, you know.
Yep, I just stick to, you know, what I know, and that's on the Rift. We do see WWE going for pretty heavy invade here under this red, and they might be contested. There's a lot of members here from EDG.
Yeah, a lot of people here. Is WE maybe we've got a little bit too far forward? As you got Flandre coming in there with the Fate Seal, has to go straight back. That was a great ultimate from Shanks, just to completely disengage the situation. And WE, they continue out with their lives.
Oh, that honestly looked like it was going to be fantastic for EDG. You had Scout on one flank, Flandre on the other. I was like, you're paying heavily for that red buff. And then Shanks just says no. It's as simple as that. And now able to disengage. We see Demon get a plate in the top side as well. All positives, but Scout actually roaming up. If the chain hits... Oh, but he doesn't go for it. Doesn't step any further.
There is a pink ward there, just making sure that Demon keeps himself honest and make sure he does not get caught out. We'll say Flandre getting himself a Cole seems to be his new favorite thing on the top side. Go for a trade, get back, get Cole, and then see how the rest of the game goes. But it's stacking it up fairly nicely, very quickly. As WE now going to have themselves the opportunity to take down the Rift Herald here. So honestly, with the push they have, it is a decent move. But EDG, they're not going to take this one quietly.
Yeah, they are in position to respond to this one. Do you see AD carries moving up? WE's AD carry is there. Oh my god, that's so big.
That's massive. And that's just as easy as it is. Thank you for the leash. Scout gets himself the Rift Herald. That was just unfortunate. And again, why Poppy is so revered, why Poppy is considered the #1 jungler right now is because you just get access to stuff like that. You don't want to fight, but you want the Rift Herald? Cool, she does it.
I mean, Poppy ult is so broken. If anyone is wondering why we're seeing so much Poppy recently, I mean, there was the buffs to the tank mythics, which definitely helped. The meta shift, sure, but like the big buffs that made her so strong came before MSI, and one of them was that her ult knocks people further away, and the missile speed is higher, so it's harder to dodge, and you just end up so far away. It's like you are out to fight, and it's just so hard to deal with. Like I was saying, WE, they had favor in that fight. Shing was already there. Viper wasn't yet. It was going to be a 5v4. And then Poppy just says, no, it's a 4v3. And WE were like, cool. Well, I guess we do everything right, but we left Poppy open so we don't get the Herald.
Yeah, it's hard to counterplay that kind of a thing, to be perfectly honest. It just feels a little bit unfair. And sadly for WE, they lose another objective. They've yet to take an objective at all, by the way, be it a tower or a neutral in this series right now. Didn't get one in game one. So far, at 10 minutes gone, they are not getting one yet in game number 2. Kadaya, though, and Mako just having a bit of a supportal combat. Trying to see supportal combat moment for the Vision. But
Yeah.
good moves here from EDG to make sure they're not getting caught out by any flank wards.
I feel like regarding the objective point, this is what I expect to kind of to be when you have these, especially stronger teams against weaker teams, is like the objectives are stronger, right? That's just how it is, right? Dragons all buffed, Heralds have been buffed, you get the local gold, the second one's bigger. The expectation is if teams can, they won't want to trade. They will be greedy and they will put as much resources as they can into securing these neutrals. And that's kind of what we saw game 1. We're expecting game 2. Now, Demon.
Oh, he flashes, but now he has no real escape. He does not have a bounce, and he does not have a life. Flandre picks that one up for himself, and you can see just how vulnerable that mini-Gnar is. Those nerfs really hitting hard.
Yeah, the nerfs, but also ganks. Kind of painful, just in general. Now, Flandre should be able to pick up a plate here. Has actually built up a pretty sizable CS lead now. View is going for this dragon. EDG going to contest, though. They, as I said, they're being greedy. They don't want to give anything over to WE.
Yeah, they're trying their best right now. You can see Xing now with a TP coming in as well. That's going to be Shanks on the back side of this one here. But, oh, the distortion onto View. Yep, that's enough. He can't go back in on top of this, as well as Mako having access to his ultimate. Very difficult for you to really walk up and just take this. So, EDG, they're having their cake and they're eating it. They're being greedy boys, but they're getting rewarded for it.
I noticed they don't continue the dragon, right? It did reset, it did heal up a bit, but regardless, they don't want to get trapped in the pit trying to take down this dragon that's so much beefier. They just want to stop WE from doing it, and they'll leave it until they are ready to start up the dragon. Herald comes down mid, ton of gold for Scout and pressure on that mid tier 1, which is very important against Azir, who's great at defending those towers. And I mean, Golden LeBlanc is always going to feel rough when you're going up against it. The gold lead is 2,300 now, and I feel like it's pretty evenly spread across the board.
Yeah, it does feel like everyone's kind of getting their little bit there as well. I will say in bot lane, WE having a bit of a window to maybe find an opportunity. They have got about a 20 CS lead for the Aphelios, which is very, very nice as we come up into 12 minutes into the game. But very difficult to see them kind of really... Honestly, it's that thing of like you're relying on your solo laners, the Gnar and the Azir, to start your fights off. You don't really have a good tank engage, or maybe you're kind of like waiting for the rest of EDG to run into you, and then you catch them out with the hostile takeover. You've got a lot of I suppose situational CC to kind of come in here for WE.
That's kind of how you want to play it. Like, what's going to be really important for WE is when you send up for neutrals is being there first. If you get there on the objective and EDG have to come to you, that's where a lot of these tools can be very powerful, right? You can have Demon stacked up with Mega Gnar waiting on the flank. If they have to run into like the hostile takeover into the Aphelios, into Azir, very difficult to deal with. Speaking of difficult to deal with, Demon might be getting threatened here, but it's about to go Mega, so I think they'll just back out.
Yeah, it looks like EDG just wanted to try and get that Mega out of him as soon as possible. And they're kind of saying, cool, now you are exhausted after this. We will see WE, though, starting up the Dragon again. This time around, they will get it. So congratulations again to get themselves their first objective of the game. But you can see Jeje really trying to put Demon in a hole right now. Forces out the ultimate from him. And Jeje, he's going to get run down a little bit, but honestly, this is totally fine because you're just trading it for power into the Yone, time, and also, more importantly, just gold into this mega carry in the top side.
Yeah, and the thing with the Mountain Soul is like the 9% is okay early, but it often comes in stronger later in the game when you build your own resistances. Oh no, Demon.
Yeah, he went back in. He wanted to try and make this one work for himself, but sadly, the Demon shall be slain, and that's going to be Flandre being lore accurate as far as myself and Ox are concerned on this Yone.
Yeah, so much gold, but oh my god, they're looking for more.
Yeah, View. He flashes in, gets flashed in the top of him. I don't know why we're going bot side, though. It's going to be a Moonlight Vigil. Kadaya, though, gets a really nice hostile takeover coming out. The exhaust came out straight onto Viper, but look at these red and white guns going forward. Xing almost gets himself 2 kills, and that's WE's win condition right there.
Yeah, perfectly done. The thing is with the Civet, you are short range, but if you get up close to Aphelios with red-white, you will just get decimated. Now, EDG are going to get the first tower here. This Yone is monster fed, but at least WE will be able to answer back in the bot lane, and Xing has a farm lead, has that tower taken, and very nearly could have picked up a second kill there on a Mako as well. We'll see the replay, and yeah, they think they found Kadaya, but this is kind of the problem. So many tools to turn things around. You get the damage coming through. Kadaya does flash out, and then Xing, he's ramped up. He's got the shurikens, and actually, I think one more auto, if he was able to get it off, would have killed Mako, but didn't want to go in the tower, didn't want to risk it. huge play coming out, and a little bit of hope for WH. They definitely need in this situation.
Yeah, they needed something to go right, and right now that is bot lane for them. So they got themselves a dragon. It's very late. We are not going to be seeing Soul for a very, very long time. Early is probably 28 minutes, maybe even a little later. So it is going to be a difficult one there for WE to try and make that a win condition for themselves at the moment. But we'll see if they can maybe make something work in those team fights. Fight around that Rift Herald, fight around... Sorry, not Rift Herald. The Rift Herald has spawns. They could maybe fight around that, but... definitely a difficult situation for them to find themselves in. And honestly, you're looking at Flandre, you see the Yone, you're probably thinking, huh, why isn't he building crit? That's what Yones do. It's actually a new build that's been coming out. We see the Blade the Ruin King into something like a Sunfire, maybe even a Frostfire Gauntlet, depending on which one you want to try and go for. It's just been the build right now for this pick.
Yeah, it's because you do so much damage, but you're bulky enough that you can even be like, you can engage, right? Because one of the problems with Yone is if you like ER in, you'll just get popped before you can do anything. But this build makes you bulkier. In the longer fight, you still do a ton, and it's going to be problematic in the side lane. I expect it'll probably be the Frostfire, just because Sunfire got nerfed on 12-14. It now scales more with bonus health and has a lower flat burn, which they did to try and stop people building it. But we saw Frostfire as well, and particularly into the Gnar, it gives you a ton of sticking power, and that's kind of what you need in the Yone-Gnar matchup. So I expect that, but we'll see how it ends up coming out. Regardless, both teams posturing around mid. We do have the Herald in pocket for JJ, and I think WE sense that the game plan for EDG is to try and get that mid-tier 1, and they want to try and prevent it if possible. But I don't know if you really can. This Herald's going to get slammed down. Remember, it's super tanky now. 75% more HP. 9,000 HP. You're not killing that before it gets off the charge. And it's probably just going to get a second charge as well.
Yeah, still 3,000 on it there. Maybe won't get the second charge as the rest of
never mind, they don't
EDG
defend it.
Yeah, they don't defend it. So the eye gets exposed. You poke it in the eye with the Blade of the Ruin King that the Viego has. But now Scout gets an opportunity when everyone is pre bots or mid side to try and push in bot lane. So we're kind of hitting towards that mid game now where everyone's picking up their first items as Shing. He's feeling very confident. Honestly, this guy could end up being the reason that W are able to kind of sneak a win here. They are 1-0 down. Of course, they are knocked out of playoffs at 0-12. But your fate has been sealed, Shing. And you have nowhere to go. Flandre's just too damn big.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the thought process from Shing, like wanting to burn stuff from Viper, but... you know, you traded your Ghost there, used your ult, you only got the ult from Viper. Maybe if Kadaya was there to give you the bailout, it would have given you the extra attack speed and movement speed towards enemies. I don't know. But regardless, you burn all your tools, you burn your Gale Force, and it just exposes you to be punished. And that kind of feels like the weight of W's expectations. Like we're talking about it. Shing needs to be the carry, so he tries to go for a big carry play and it just backfires.
Yeah, just walks a little bit too close to the sun of Flandre. 60 CS up, by the way, onto Demon. So I'm thinking that this Gnar is not as blindable as maybe people think. There's no Sunfire Aegis, so we were talking about the nerfs coming in, but not to be deterred right now. Flandre just wants the straight up tank stats, or even the damage as well that ramps up as well. So we'll see if he wants to go a little bit of a tankier build, because of course it does scale. The damage does scale with the amount of HP you have. So let's see what they're able to kind of go for right now as EDG just kind of position themselves around this dragon. It is another Cloud Dragon, so that's going to be a nice little bit of extra stats for yourself, especially when you're trying to roam around the map.
Yeah, but you see W posturing. They really want to contest this one. Look at Scout on the flank. If he chunks out Shing, it doesn't even matter if he kills him or not. I don't think W can fight, because EW are trying to move in the objective. As I said before, so important that they get positioning, but Demon, he's megged too soon.
Oh, flash in. JJ Shing has been caught, has been knocked up. He's in the bounce house right now. Does get the bailout and maybe able to kill off Viper and keeps himself alive. That means Shing is still putting out DPS. Shing is still doing damage. It's going to be on Flandre to make this fight work as Scout finally finishes off the Aphelios. But this fight has gone very right for WE as EDG. They got two confident Orcs.
Matt, they just overstepped, right? Demon was hitting Mega, and I was like, they can just wait this out. No, they engage with Mega Gnar there. And this is the power of the Renata. Just, it feels so insane how long Shing survived there. Didn't even have his flash available, I believe, during the fight, and yet he managed to get the bailout proc. They managed to get the fight. They managed to get the dragon. WE, they're still this game.
They've got a win condition. You've got two dragons now stacked. You've got Earth, Wind, and Fire coming out for yourself, as we can see this replay. And like you said, the Mega's been proc. They can just wait this. They don't have to go on to Shing.
And look, the hostile takeover, fantastic coming out from Kadaya, but also Shing, goes into the bailout, but just walks up to Viper and kills him. Then look how long he survives after that. Dodges away from Flandre, dodges the Q, and then Flandre gets yanked back before he dies. Yes, he does eventually go down, but so much time, so much effort was invested into him. Shing honestly played that one about as well as you could. Him and Kadai doing a fantastic job, and the rest of the team was just there to clean up, and Shanks as well. This is Zia, one of those super scalers, getting this shutdown. I think it was 750 gold total he got here, yeah. So a big influx. And sure, you got to bear in mind, WE is still 4k gold down after losing that, after winning that fight. But the fact they have that second dragon means Soul is miles away for EDG, and it definitely gives them some hope in these fights.
Absolutely, and this is the thing as well. We talked about the Ghost being a great scaling rune, but the Ghost doesn't really give you an immediate kind of, you know, health buff or a cleanse to get rid of CC. It's very much a, you know, a kiteable how you position yourself kind of choice, and we can see, oh, Jija, not exactly the best of ultimates there, and that's going to be the mid lane tier 1 going down. So all of a sudden, this game is getting a little bit dicey here for EDG, and from such a confident game 1, WE, they've got some, you know, kind of, I suppose, complaints from that game. They've honestly just built themselves a much better situation than they did in game 1.
Yeah, one issue though is we do see EDG kind of lead on the side lanes quite a bit. LeBlanc is better suited to side laning than Azir is, and also this top lane matchup. That, you know, part of the reason the goal discrepancy is so big is there's a 60 CS lead between the top laners, right? You have this Yone who can basically just duel Demon whenever he wants, as long as you can get on top of him. And so as a result, that could be an avenue which EDG can pursue if they can leverage the side lane pressure well and potentially lean in and look for picks. That is something they can do, because I think, you know, that is strength of the composition. Very good at finding picks, very good at using the mobility, you know, of the Yone and the LeBlanc, even the movement speed of like Poppy and Sivir. But in the 5v5, if WE is set up correctly, they should be able to outperform. So we'll see how that manages to pan out. For now, EDG are trying to defend on this top side. There's no actual real objective they're fighting for, because I don't think Baron's really on the card right now. But trying to maybe look for a pick here.
I was going to say, JJ doesn't have flash yet, so if he gets handshake back, but he would definitely be in a bad situation. And this is the thing now that you're going to have to try and deal with as EDG, I should say. You don't really have the best of control. And because it's an Infernal Rift, it makes it a lot harder for you to just control areas. It's a lot easier for the side of WE to get into those little crevices or fog of war and just put down that little extra bit of vision. And now you can see with the pickup of the Banshee's Veil for Shanks, he is actually in a very powerful position against scouts. He's not really going to be bursted out anytime soon, and this is where the game gets, again, a little bit scary. I feel like Flandre is going to have to make something work. The fact that he's 2 levels ahead of Demon is going to be your win condition in these side lanes, so all eyes on Flandre.
Yeah, and I mean, part of the issue is this is why we don't see that much split pushing anymore. You know, there is there, right? But a lot of the times you still have to join the team fights because just neutral objectives are so strong. The threat of the Infernal Soul is going to force EDG to fight in a minute 20. And it's not just the threat of that, it's the extra stats. The fact they've already got 9% armor MR, 7% out of combat movement speed, and slower resistance. And on top of that, if they start getting those Infernals, like if they get 2 Infernals of the Soul, that's 12% AD and AP. And obviously the Soul to boot is just going to make things so hard for EDG. So they're trying to get there early. This is the big thing, right? They're moving into the area first, which is going to make it harder for WE to contest. And they're trying to potentially fish for a pick if they get a window or an opportunity.
You got Nautilus, and it's time to go fishing. You can get maybe a hook onto View would be a great start to this one here. 45 seconds till the dragon spawns. You have got the Randuin's Omen now finished up for Demon as a second item comes out as well for Shing. So you're at a pretty decent power spike here across the board for WE, and they don't want to waste any time. They go straight forward in, but Scout keeps them away. You do have the Shirelia's Revelry being popped, and that's not going to be available for you anymore. The Legacy of Shurima does get taken out. Shing chunked out by the LeBlanc. This all Scout has to do, you mentioned it in the last fight, all he has to do is keep himself on the backside and be a nuisance.
Yeah, and with Xing Chong's Demon's Mega already procced, they're going to time. Oh, they're looking for a pick.
Oh, that was so nice from Demon. He didn't have to overcommit, but now he does anyway. He's going to go in. There's the hostile takeover coming out. It's going to land onto the Sivir. We got Flandre TPing in. The Fate Sealed lands onto absolutely nobody, but Demon's already gone down. You've lost one of your teammates here now, as you can see Scout feeling confident as he flashes in and lands the chains onto Kadaya and brings him straight down to hell. EDG, they were a little bit tentative, but they finally found an opportunity, and WE overstepped.
And you can see the difference, you know, when EDG are funneling into WE's backline, WE performed the last team fight fantastically. But here, they feel desperate. The reason they feel desperate is the Mega Gnar was timing out. Flandre was pushing the top lane. Oh, Shanks.
Oh, don't land the chain on the scout, so sadly will not lead to
continue my
anything.
point. They ended up feeling desperate because Flandre was pushing the top lane, so they overforced. They try and engage, and it just left their back line exposed to the TP that came in. And sure, Flandre's ult didn't connect on a Shin because he flashed, but everything was so messy, so disrupted. And we'll see that one again. So, yeah, this is the pressure. Like, chunked out AD carry, Mega Gnar procced, Yone in the top lane. All these things compound pressure onto WE, so they force this play. And although it's a nice trick over the wall stun, Mako buffers the Q to gain some distance and then turns around the AoE damage. And then here, you've used a lot of your cooldowns, hostile takeover gone, and the Yone gets in exactly where it needs to be.
I think that that little trick play with the ultimate was actually unintentional because I didn't notice it the first time we were watching it, but he flashed and failed the flash over the wall and then had to use it. And that's why we ended up seeing him in a little bit of a fun little situation for himself. But the end of it all, Demon sadly did die. Third item now picked up for Flandre as the Yone is starting to really become just such a monster. Nearly 100 CS. It is 85 CS now in favor of Flandre on that side. And it's only getting harder. It's only getting worse.
Yeah, and he has gone for that Kempung Chainsaw. So we're talking a bit about how the Sunfire scales better with HP. It went from 1% bonus health to 1.75% the damage it deals. So getting a bit of best of both worlds, right? A lot of AD and some health on that Kempung Chainsaw. And it just basically means this would be such a force to be reckoned with. He's now picked up a BF and a stopwatch, so going towards a GA just makes his team fighting even better. And WE feels like it's kind of sinking in. They're starting to feel a little bit desperate. Yes, they have scaling elements on the team, but Yone, Sivir, LeBlanc as well, those champs lean pretty well in the later stages. And if EDG continue to out-execute, they will struggle.
Yeah, I think the big thing now is despite the cost nerf onto Kempung Chainsword, it only got increased cost by 200, I believe. It's still an exceptionally powerful stat stick of an item that just gives you so much good, just all-round stats in general. And now we'll see now what the Yone wants to go for. And honestly, who could deal with
crazy
it? Because, go on.
Is that it's 500 gold less than Death's Dance, and it gives the same AD. And that's post-nerf, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure, like, I'm not going to discredit it and say, oh, Death's Dance is a weak item or something. Death's Dance is insane, and it gives all the other stuff, right? Death's Dance gives armor and the healing when you get a takedown and the true damage that gets mitigated. Don't get me wrong, but just like terms of like raw numbered stats, item is pretty nutso.
Yeah, it is. If you can afford it and reasonably get it within your team's comp, that is a pretty good item to get. And honestly, another reason why it fits into Yone and Yone being fitting into this kind of composition that you've built here, because just so difficult to really kind of keep them down. Honestly, EDG, they're in a great position now to be able to start this up. You have a Poppy, you have a Yone with a Blade of the Ruined King, and a Kraken Slayer Sivir. You will shred this. There's actually nothing that WE can do about it unless they get themselves in the pit. They've even lost Demon's Mega.
Oh, they're trying to fight, though.
They are looking for the fight. Mako taken very, very low. We are going to see a good Everfrost. The hostile takeover doesn't really land onto anyone. Shanks reset and was looking for maybe a TP in as he does finally pick up his Rabadon's death cap. So we are starting to hit critical mass here for the big WE carries. There are opportunities for them when they get onto 3 items onto the Aphelios as well. So this is where the game starts to get a little bit more down to execution, but it does feel like EDG are still in control.
Yeah, I mean, they set the pace of the game. Did get a little bit messy there. Mako nearly going down, but they're able to survive. I think what's important, though, is that no one on WE actually burned anything, right? They didn't actually burn a TP to come over. They didn't burn any summoners. I feel like that's what EDG were trying to do, is they're trying to fish for something, right? If they got a summoner, or maybe a bit of kill. The Baron felt a bit risky. They're not going to flip it when View can just ult in. But they managed to burn a summoner before this dragon fight would have gone a long way. So nice patience from WE. And it's actually, I think, Viper who burned the Ghost and Mako who burned Flash. So those summoners not available for this one. Importantly enough, though, EDG, you can actually see a TP coming in the bot lane from Flandre, trying to use this pressure in the side lane and just sweep through, get control of this area. And now WE, they go, look, we probably can't approach this dragon. Let's just go to Baron.
Yeah, they got to try and force something. This will be the second dragon for EDG, but it's not going to happen just yet because he's still have 20 seconds. You're a little bit early on this particular push here as Demon does have himself ultimate, but Mako is very well aware of this. 5,000 health on the Baron, but immediately WE burn off because they know that their top laner is in trouble. He's got the bail out, but he doesn't get himself back onto the map. The exhaust comes out on the Flandre as he goes straight back up into his soul. So nothing really there for WE. You can see they want to try and find out Mako. They may have done it. The execute not quite landing there. Eventually it comes out, and it's all just all over the place right now. It's scrappy as hell as Flandre finds himself between a rock and a hard place, but it's Shing who goes down. Scout's taking over this game. He's breaking ankles right now, just doing so well, and eventually it ends up being a 5 for 3, and EDG get the ace.
Man, Shing did so much there. Over 7,000 damage from the Aphelios, but it's just not enough. It's not enough because you couldn't kill Flandre, and Scout is there till the end and able to clean up. Now, do you think that we expect to see Flandre just run over towards the dragon and pick that up himself? But we'll get the replay. And Demon, I understand the attempt, but Mako does the correct thing. He face checks, he wards. His fate is not as important. This ult doesn't really achieve much, despite even spell shielding it. So instantly, this is a bad start to the fight. But from here, I want you to track Shing. Does mess up a bit with the dash there, but the damage he does here with the red-blue guns, the AoE available, actually ends up being pretty insane. We initially get the fight starting here. The focus comes down onto the Azir, and then Shing just starts absolutely shredding everyone nearby when they're clumped up. Pops the Q with the red gun and just spams that AoE flamethrower, but unfortunately Scout is there just to clean it up.
Yeah, Scout is popping off in this game, and honestly in this series it feels like this is a pretty good performance there from the World Championship winning mid laner, and honestly it just feels like EDG are getting back control of this game, and it does feel like it's off of really good play. I think WE made the best choice they possibly could. Now Mako's gone way too far forward. He gets thrown about the place like a ragdoll effect in a video game, just like whoa, all over the shop, and he's eventually killed.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing you gotta be careful of. Mako is not tanky as this Nautilus, and he just gets absolutely slick from view. Dodges away from the ultimate of the Yone, and with that down, with the support available, this might be WE looking to make this happen. This feels like a good setup because, you know, it forces EDG to come into them, but Scout over the wall is so threatening.
He's so threatening right now. He's going to see if he can get it maybe himself over there, but a good smite comes out from, actually no smite from WE. They just get it off of damage alone. Demon going to give away his life, but WE, can they take the fight afterwards? Just leave. View has to give himself up. You've given up 2. You still have 3 Baron buffs. This is still good from the side of WE, but Flandre's not quite done. He knows he has a GA, and he knows he's got an opportunity to maybe find somebody out. He will eventually get pushed back, and it looks like EDG will live to fight, or sorry, WE will live to fight another day, but they will probably lose this tier 2 in mid.
Yeah. Do you see that blue buff?
Yes, it's a visual glitch. He's just showing.
No,
there we go. There we go.
Yeah, it was pulling away from this. Hilarious. Yeah, I mean, that fight, basically, JJ was obviously trying to ult away the jungler, but ended up hitting Shang. Oh, Shang's good stopwatch.
Good stopwatch, but it means that the aggro doesn't go over onto Flandre, so you're losing 2 tier 2s on this push right now that you got the Baron from, so you've actually lost 2,500 gold since you actually picked up the Baron, so not exactly ideal for WE.
Yeah, another best spot to be in. We'll see the replay, and I mean, essentially, this is a scary position to be in, but JJ, I think his aim was obviously to ult View out so he couldn't smite, but he ends up hitting Shing. Or maybe he was just going for Shing. I don't know. Or maybe he's going for the steal with the damage from the ult. Regardless, he knocks AD carry out. And WE are like, right, well, we can't fight without an AD carry here. View doesn't have ult or flash, so he's stuck. And Kataya just says, you're on your own, buddy. So I think it's the right call, but the cost is pretty severe. You can see the top right screen. Minus 1,000 gold on that Baron play. And you can definitely say, well, at least by them getting the Baron, they deny it from EDG. But it's still not exactly the outcome you want. No. And EDG... You know, we were talking about the soul being very late in the game. There's 2 dragons already secured for them, and that's 12% extra AD and AP. They're looking at another one in 2 minutes, and if they start stacking those up, it's going to be a ridiculous amount of extra stats, especially when you have like full build on this Yone. You have LeBlanc with Rabadons and a Medjai's on 14 stacks. It's going to become problematic.
Yeah, 4 item silver. We're at the point now where this is a super late game coming out here from both these sides, and you have plenty to be working with here as EDG. But WE not to be deterred just yet. We will see a Fate Seal coming out, landing on the 2. There's going to be the ultimate there from JJ to try and just dissuade any kind of real engage. Demon does go into Mega. But they won't be able to get this turret. This is the big problem now with the Poppy that you have available to you, because his Scout wasn't even a part of that. That was effectively a 4v5, and Scout's just being a nuisance. I love seeing Scout on this LeBlanc pick because he's just picking such great positions to be in, because even if you see him, then you know he's there, you have to respect it, you have to back away.
Yeah, the angles are so good, and that's the thing with LeBlanc. It's so hard to punish her on the flanks to pin her down. See Scouts looking for something here, and WE are quite low.
Yeah, they're going to see them look for something here. The Everfrost not quite good enough. A Scout did get rooted up, but again, the distortion's just too good. A minute now until the next dragon spawns. That will be 3 Infernal Drakes for EDG, and you did it. You're looking at a Medjai's Rabadon's LeBlanc, a full item Yone. This is not something you can just walk into anymore. You will just get deleted, but the same as can be said on the other side. I will say that you've got plenty of damage now onto this Azir and onto this Aphelios. I think Xing and Shanks, they've got to be the big guys right now. They've got to step up for their team and make something happen if WE want to try and come out of this with a 1-1.
It's going to come down to execution. WE have your standard front to back, whereas EDG are looking for that backline access, looking for the flank angles, looking for Scout and Flandre to get effectiveness. You'll see those ults they used earlier back up pretty quickly. Yone with the extra ability haste gets that soon. And also nice poke on a JJ, actually. Get him to half health. You can start to see, like, even the tanks don't feel so tanky anymore.
Oh, View is dead. View is dead. You do not have a jungler, and that's a big problem now. Now Xing needs to go straight on the Viper, and he's feeling confident. What a great play from the AD carry of WE. They trade it back 1 for 1, but again, you don't have your jungler and scouts on the backside of this fight. Looking to see if Demon can maybe make something work. He's got himself Mega very, very soon. Ooh, it's a bit of a close one, and Viper has been silenced right now. Xing has been popping off.
And the thing is, the Dragon is 13k HP. They can't just rush it down and smite it. WE are ready to fight them. They're looking for it, but EDG are going to try and wait out the Mega, I would think. Oh, Scout!
Oh, Scout! Does get caught out, but he ends up going back to his distortion now. JJ is dead, and this is going to be sole point now. Unless Flandre can really go for the steal right now, it's going to be difficult. The Fate Seal, not quite enough. And that's going to be sole point for WE. They are not done just yet. And Ox, this game has no right being this good of a banger.
Xing is doing so much. I mean, the fact Viper, world champion, reigning world champion AD carry, someone we always give so much praise, literally just hunted down and deleted by WE's AD carry. Flandre's looking for an angle here, and Scout, I feel like I don't even have to say it anymore. He's always on a flank, right? Yeah. So have to respect that and be cautious.
Is Scout in the game? Yes, then flank is correct.
Yeah, it's just how it is. I think they'll go for a reset off the back of this, but you know, they get some extra stats, but they also get closer to the soul and deny it away. A long passage of play here, so let's break it all down. Scout finds a fantastic angle here onto View. Just manages to land the change as soon as he comes over, and then using the QR deletes him. And then Xing, he knows that EDG will be confident, goes forwards with the Gale Force, and because he moves so fast, the Nautilus Assault can't keep up with him. It doesn't knock him up before he kills Viper. Kind of hilariously. Even had the flash as well, by the way. Didn't even need the flash to take him down. So beautiful execution from WE on that one. Still down in gold, but I think at this point, right, Flandre's been full build for a while. Scout is full build. The gold is starting to have less and less relevance.
I mean, you're at full items almost for your AD carry and mid laner for WE, and now EDG, like you said, it comes down to execution. View, a third of his HP. He needs to be very, very afraid of this LeBlanc on the sidelines. He is 3 levels, actually, I think he's 4 levels down on the LeBlanc right now, and you can see now the call from EDG. Try burn this one down, but never mind, we're going to go for a full engage. It's Demon! Straight back to hell with you. Flandre goes in with the Fate Seal, but he hasn't really got a place to go afterwards. He ends up getting himself backed out, still has the GA available to him. You've lost your top lane. You've lost your real big engage. It's kind of down to Shanks to make something happen now as WE. They know they're strong, but they need to make sure they execute properly.
Yeah, they're cheaping Flandre back in so you can heal up. WE still know they have to fight this one out, and they know Scout is a problem.
Yeah, they know Scout is a problem. They know Scout is up on this top side. The Baron down to 6,000 HP, as we might see them just try and go for this one straight away. JJ doesn't want to go for the flip right now. They're going to see them flash in on top of Shanks, who goes golden to keep himself alive. As you can see, oh, the double distortion! It's huge damage as WE finally get themselves away. Good trigger discipline from Xing as he doesn't pop his flash. But look at these health bars, Ox. Everyone's just so close to dying. It is literally coming down to execution in these fights.
Man, it just feels like everyone is squishy. Like, we actually have some tanky champions in this game, but like Demon got obliterated. JJ just feels like he gets like shredded in a millisecond, and like you saw the damage Scout did, and yet despite that huge AoE damage from Scout, Xing and Shanks kind of just looked at EDG and matched the damage, and it ends up just being full resets from both sides. Now, the reason EDG is so focused on this Baron is if they leave it 2 minutes, you have the potential for flipping the whole game on that Soul. If you give Soul over WE, that may be the edge, and once they have it for the rest of the game. So they're trying to force around here. Demon just ends up overstepping, isn't as tanky as he thinks he is, and I think he had a stopwatch in inventory, doesn't use it in time. But like, watch this moment here. Scout gets a massive combo in, but we don't get time. The turnaround damage was just absolutely insane. Now, Shanks is resetting. He has TP. I think he has Void Staff completed, so he should be full build. But we don't get to see if he finishes it. But now, Demon, I'm scared for him.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that. Like you said, there's tanky champions, but even Demon only lasts a couple of seconds in these fights right now. The Sivir is going to... Yeah, if that. That's asking for a lot as well. Shanks loses his Banshees. That's all Scout wanted for the moment, but may have stepped a little bit too far. His Distortion should be up in about 2 seconds, and he should be able to keep himself safe. But that means that he loses his passive, and that's actually a big cooldown. It is only about 40 seconds, but that's 40 seconds now that WE have without knowing there's not going to be any illusion, smoke, or mirrors.
Yeah, and the fact he's chunked out, he has to reset, and he loses his positioning. The big thing is that, like, Scout's positioning is the most threatening thing, so if you force him away, it makes a big difference. You're seeing the Azir damage now, and even just like that, Infernum Auto, just far too much. I feel, the ult comes down, he's chunking them, they go over the Baron.
They're going over the Baron, but they're going to knock away Shanks. You don't have him anymore in this one. Shanks, though, is the primary target. View just tries to get himself with the ultimate in the way of Scout, and now you've reset. EDG muscling themselves back into this Baron pit as the Baron does reset. We are in weird territory right now, Ox. Neither team's going for about 26 seconds till that Infernal Soul spawns, and you can see EDG, that's the call.
Yeah, they're heading straight over. They will have positioning on this. You even saw Shane ghosted to run back to the team fight. He's that far away, but now WE don't have good setup for this objective. They don't need this dragon. If it goes over to EDG, it's not the end of the world, but he's not good. And I think they're just not in position to do so. So they're heading towards this Baron. Scout is playing interruption. They just have to do it. They have to rush it.
They have to rush it, but you can see EDG, they don't want to give this one up because they know that the extra range, they won't be able to deal with it right now. Demon, there's a lot of damage. He's already down below half HP as the rest of EDG are here. This dragon, forget about it. Don't worry about it, Ox. We're not going to talk about it right now. It's all about the big purple lady now as we look to see who can take the Baron. Both WE and EDG not willing to let this one go as both teams look to reset. You have TP available for Demon as maybe he looks to try and contest for this dragon, but there's no wards, there's no minions. It looks like EDG will be able to fight for another 5 minutes.
EDG do a good job. They manage to not only stop the Baron, but also ensure they still get that dragon as well. And now 3 Infernal Dragons, 18% AD and AP.
My God.
I look at that LeBlanc, that's an insane amount of extra damage that is going to be afforded. Stacking dragons, like the individual dragons themselves, so much more severe now with them being buffed. And we do see WE once again moving towards that Baron, trying to make a fight happen.
You gotta do it. Once at first to do.
Demon's keeping in. He has Mega.
Yeah, they got Mega and the Baron's gone, but Demon, that was the literal frame perfect flash I've ever seen. He must have been spamming that as he came out of the teleport, but now Mako maybe caught out, but now View definitely caught out. They can knock back Demon as he's no longer a part of this fight. He can't get it engaged, and Shanks is dead. You got the Baron WE, and you're gonna lose everybody else. Demon as well, not quite able to keep himself alive. It's all on the Xing. He needs to 1v5. There's one, but no one else will fall. EDG finally get themselves a team fight, and EDG, after what feels like an eternity, should be able to take this 2-0.
Man, what an absolute battle. It's going to crest over 43 minutes in this one. And this did not feel like an easy win for EDG. This felt like a constant fight. Xing, the absolute hero for WE, doing everything he could, but it won't be enough. And EDG are going to be able to end this one and claim the 2-0. Scout still unkilled. Fully stacked Medjais, I believe. And Flounder as well, a monstrous performance on the Yone. EDG get their 2-0, but they had to work for it.
They had to sweat. They will get themselves to the 10 wins, and that secures themselves a top 6 finish. So congratulations to them. But this is what we always say, though, Ox, when we come into these games, there are no easy wins. There are no easy games, and this just proves it. This is our 0-12, then 0-13 team. You can see EDG, they got the win, but they're not exactly happy with how they got the win.
Yeah, I mean, they had to fight for that one. I know, something I do want to say is, you know, these teams who are lower ranked in the standings like WE, it hasn't been a good split for them. They can't go to the playoffs. They're just trying to hunt for the first win. but sometimes you see an individual performance and you think, you know, that player maybe on a different roster, in a different year, different split, could really do something. I think Xing had one of those performances. He really stepped up this game. I think that's the best performance I've seen from him probably this year. Just really was, and it's such a 1v9 position, and it didn't work out. EDG are, you know, a formidable team. They're currently 5th in the league, reigning world champions, sure, but I can't praise him enough for that performance and making this game so close.
Yeah, and look, it's bittersweet. It always is going to be bittersweet for a team like WE, where you show so much promise. You got to the super late game, and it did feel like, honestly, I'll be totally honest, Xing was the better AD carry than over Viper in that game. Xing was just far more confident, far more relevant in these fights, and very much put Viper to the sword in this game. But sadly, you still lose, and because you still lose, it does mean that you're still sitting at 0 wins for the split, and it's an unfortunate loss. But at the same time, EDG still got to give them credit where credit's due. They took the mechanical team fights out of the hands of WE, and despite giving up the Baron, they still found the fight afterwards. And it did just feel like it came down to execution right at the end.
And I think the solo laners are someone I can only gush about for EDG. I was a bit critical of Flandre in the laning phase in game 1, but game 2, absolutely on point. And Scout as well, I feel like he just has such a good understanding of how to play LeBlanc, constantly being on those flanks, constantly threatening. It felt uncomfortable for WE, just knowing that somewhere out of vision, there was this champion who could just one-shot you in the blink of an eye, meant you could never really feel safe. It's like having a Rengar who's popped his ultimate, ready to jump on you. But
you see the indicator, and you're just like, where is he?
Yeah, and, you know, I think Scout had a fantastic performance there, was able to find some great picks, but as well, often the team fights were cleaned up by this Yone pick, which, you know, I want to give credit, bringing this Yone pick out, having such a dominant performance against Demon, ended up with a humongous lead, and Flandre really piloting it well when it came to those team fights. Often, like, we had that fight where Xing popped off, but it was the solo laners who stayed alive who managed to clean up.
Yeah, it did feel like it was about the solo laners in this game, and honestly, I think that for EDG, not the most awe-inspiring of moments there for them, kind of going so toe-to-toe with WE, but I think that nevertheless we did see some very good moments there from, like you said, the solo laners. We can only gush about them so much, and this is where we kind of seen the game right now, because I feel like the big difference maker for me in this series was, or in this game specifically, was those dragons stacking. The fact that you can just see the damage building and building and building so much, getting those nearly 20% extra damage with those Infernal Drakes. It's just absurd. You have to contest them. You can't just let them go by the wayside anymore.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. We didn't get a soul, and yet the impact was there. And I think particularly, like, some dragons, like Cloud Dragon, I feel like is really big early for those early rotations. Ocean is great for laning. But things like Mountain and Infernal, they are those late-game dragons. Percentage off your stats, and Infernal in particular, 3 of those. When you have Scout with the Medjai's Rabadons, you have Flandre with all that AD from things like the Kempook Chainsword, and Viper as well in this AD carry. 18% AD is a lot, right? Or AP or AD. It's a sizable chunk. And when you see someone get popped on WE, you can kind of understand, like, that is just a bit too much damage to deal with. Now, we look at the goal graph, and it was definitely a bit of back and forth, but still pretty dominantly in control of EDG. Never really going in favor, but man, Xing, 47.9% of his team's damage. Wow. 238% damage per gold. If anyone's unclear, that basically means, like, it compares how much damage you did to how much gold you have. So, you know, Xing had a lot of gold, but he did a boatload of damage.
Yeah, it's basically, did you get the bang for your buck? Were you you know, did you get scammed by a fake brand, or did you get yourself a diamond in the rough? And Xing was the diamond in the rough in that last game, just having so much damage. And honestly, there was a little part of me right up until the end that he might have been able to 1v5. The health bars were so low with Fleet Footwork and, of course, Triumph coming in. There was a moment, there was a small sliver of a moment where I thought maybe, just maybe, we see a proper 1v5 moment of 200 years, but not quite able to make it happen. But at the same time, EDG, they do take the win, and of course, not convincing, but at the same time, it still keeps them top 6, and they're still hunting for a top 4 against RNG.
You know what I'm going to say? Right, this was the hardest match EDG had left in their schedule, right? Because next up, they have BLG, then FPX, and Ultra Prime. Yeah, I feel like, honestly, if they play like they did today, like, the draft in game 1, I think hamstrung them. But if they come in with a game 2 performance, I I think they don't go 0-16, but that's a big if, right? That's a big if.
That is a big if.
But I feel like you can't give up on WE yet. You know, we asked the question at the start of today, will they go 0-16? I don't think we can answer that. And honestly, I feel like there's some hope after this series. So, you know, I would love to see them be able to bounce back. And I think BLG, FPX, and Ultra Prime, none of those can sleep on them, especially BLG and FPX, where they still need wins if they want to make it into playoffs.
Oh yeah, for sure. You look at FBX sitting at 6-8, BLG sitting at 5-9. So even if BLG, I believe, if BLG lose that game, I think they are mathematically out because they can only make it up to 6 wins. Actually, I think it depends on how TT do. There's still a lot of scenarios. There's no foldy sheet right now. There's too many games. We still have 21 series left. Despite us having literally only 10 days left in the split, there are still 21 series left to play in the split. So there is still a lot of League of Legends to kind of go for. And honestly, it just feels like right now we are seeing that kind of, you know, hot up towards the top of the table. I will say that in my opinion, there is a definitive kind of top 4 and then everyone else, but you never know sometimes. Playoffs is a different beast. If you talk to Lyric a lot of the time about EDG, he always says that this is a best of 5 team. This is a playoff team that does end up performing or even overperforming sometimes in those big kind of moments as such. So we'll see what they want to do. And for EDG, just kind of more holistically as such, they need to do well in playoffs. They only got 10 championship points in spring, so they need to make sure at minimum they get themselves at like, you know, 30, 40, 50 to make sure they're in the conversation for that gauntlet to make it back to defend their title.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it would be such a hit for EDG to not go to Worlds, but honestly, with the state of the league at the moment, it's hard, right? I feel like just making it a Worlds from the LPL is such a challenge, let alone winning the whole league. And we have an MVP for that game. It is going to be Scout. Thornberry definitely had a fantastic game, but I love the fact they gave it to Scout. I think he was so intelligent with how he played this LeBlanc. And I think we saw the buffs to LeBlanc. This is kind of showing what can be done on a player who really understands how to play this champion. He felt like such a problem, such a threat, such a pain. And that is kind of how you want to play LeBlanc.
Yeah, it's exactly what you want to do. You can even see here just bursting out Demon, just lands literally a combo and almost kills him straight away. So without that bailout, it would have been a almost certainty that he would have been 100-0 there. But again, just making himself a nuisance, being just so relevant in these fights. And despite us kind of giving a lot of flack to Viper, and so that Viper did still do a lot of damage as a Sivir does, but it does feel like a lot of the time these fights came down to how Scout played. Because you even see it here, he's just breaking ankles constantly, back and forward, dashing in and out. This was just such a literal Scout diff, in my opinion, when it comes to the mid lane.
And I feel like he was so patient as well. Like, I feel like you can so often see some champions, some players are just like, I need to get in the fight now. I need to be doing something. We might lose the fight, but I feel like he just waits for his window so well. It's kind of something we hit on when we talked about his Zia gameplay. Finding the opportunity where he can have the most impact rather than just taking the first opportunity that comes to him. He's confident a better one will come up.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does feel like for EDG, it's a great win. Still a win's a win. They only have 1 series left now in the splits.
A win.
Yeah, we got ourselves, you know, a win is a win. A dub's a dub. That's the way it always is. But we're going to send it over to our interview where Mako was standing by after a nice victorious 2-0.
Hello guys, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. Now we're joined by Mako, the support for EDG. Congratulations on your win. First question for you, how did you guys prepare for today's matchup? I mean, especially we saw the Driven Pig and the Top Yuan in today's 2 games. 让我们恭喜 EDG 拿下本局比赛。我们邀请到辅助选手 Miko 接受采访。首先想要问一下，今天也是2-0结束了比赛。那么在今天这场赛前，你们做了哪些准备呢？特别是我们看到在 BP 上有解说一直在提到的第1局的德莱文和第2局的上单永恩。
其实准备了还是蛮多战术的，因为也临季后赛了嘛。然后其实有在开发一些新的东西，包括像盛强哥喜欢玩的永恩，就是给他表演一把。然后德莱文的话是最近 Viper 比较中意的一个英雄嘛。
Actually, the regular season will come to an end, so we decided to practice new stuff like Top Yuan, which is the Flangel's signature champion. He likes the champion so much. And about the Driven Pig, Viper is so proficient on this champion. So are you satisfied with Flangel's performance in Game 2？那我既然说到圣枪哥的永恩，你觉得他今天这个第2局永恩表现怎么样？
我感觉他永恩发挥的还可以的，第2把就是可能大招还是有时候有一点歪，对，这个再加强一点。
I think he performs great on Yuan in game two, but I think he should improve his ultimate of this champion. So let's talk about the patch. Coming to the new patch, people are talking about the drakes, the objective skewers. So what's your take on this part as a support? 现在我们来到了新版本，大家好像都在讨论这个新版本的一些中立资源的问题，特别是小龙。那么作为一名辅助选手，你对此的看法是什么呢？
小龙在新版本加强了血量，然后包括它的属性也有提升，然后可能在下路的离场上，就是前期的对线会比较重要，比以前更重要，注重一些细节，然后小龙也比较难打，可能需要大家一起集合去打吧，对。
So coming to the new patch, the drakes have more HP than they used to be, and from a sports perspective, I do think it's much more important for our bar to support the whole team to secure the drakes. So let's talk about the game two. Although there were about 7k gold lead, but Team WE secured the Baron. And how did you guys manage to get this win in very late game。接下来想问一下第二把，虽然在大后期的时候还是大概有将近6、7千的经济领先，但是 WE 在他们锁下大龙之后，好像给 EDG 这边局势带来一点点压迫感，所以在最后几波你们是如何处理的呢？
因为我们当时那个阵容可能虽然领先，但是优势其实在永恩身上嘛。然后对面的双 C 其实发育是蛮好，然后他们可能阵型把握的比较好吧，我们很难就是去突进去，所以说在团战上面有一些失利。但是因为还是比较靠个人的发挥吧，我们阵容就是妖姬和永恩的发挥比较好的话，我们后续就还是找到一些机会。
In terms of the golden lead, that is because our top Yuan farmed so well, and our opponent, Team WE, their mid laner and bot laner farmed well also. And in the very late game, we can rely on our own performance. So, and if we just pay attention to our positions and just find those so great opportunities, it's easier for us to win those late game team fights. Final question for you. There is one game left. You are going to play against AL. So, any predictions for this matchup and any predictions for playoffs? 最后一个问题，现在常规赛尾声将至，对于 EDG 来说，还有一场收官之战即将要对阵到的是 AL。对于这场比赛以及即将到来的季后赛，有没有什么期待呢？
也是临近季后赛嘛，然后希望我们的状态在慢慢继续提升吧。然后打 AL 的话，就是他们最近其实状态也还不错，我们还是要小心应对，然后尽量多去尝试一下我们的一些其他战术吧。然后到季后赛的话，就会发挥的更好。
So for anyone's legend, I think they perform great. And in next matchup, maybe we will try something new to prepare for the playoffs. That's it. Thank you so much for joining Miko. 让我们再次感谢 Miko 来到赛后采访，也期待 EDG 在接下来的比赛中展现出更好的表现。拜拜。
拜拜。
Thank you so much, Christina, and of course Mako as well. And yeah, just kind of highlighting the importance of the dragons and saying, like, look, as we probably all could figure out, Viper, very good, very confident on the Draven.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I feel like Viper is, if anything, confident as a player. But yeah, it was interesting to hear him talk about, you know, the new patch, the dragons, the importance of bot lane. Whereas before, you'd have, like, jungler would start the dragon, bot lane might come over, give it a couple of autos, and that'd be it. You kind of need your bot lane to be in a position of strength to really secure that one.
Yeah, you really do. But as the end of the series, of Series 1, which is 2-0 to EDG, we're going to send it to a quick break. And when we return, we'll have our second series, which is LNG versus RA.
Yeah, put them in a good position. And pass the quad out.
Safeguard though, as Rich gets the barrel train, he's buying time. Barrels are gone as he's eaten up. Oh no. Unfortunately, inside of missing is Rookie! Rookie! Every time! He's exhausted, but as he goes golden, JDG waiting for him at the hostile takeover, saves his life. A good ulti though from Yakao. Mid lane is coming up clutch. Rookie's bailed out, but can't get a kill. Yakao versus Rookie is stepping up huge.
What a response to come in here.
Oh, never moves. Great Tarzan's here. Once again, the fracture, beautiful, but the impale! There it is! Orcs, it worked beautifully because now he's under turret!
There's a lot of back and forth this top lane matchup. Oh,
That's
popped
all.
by
Hang
Bin.
on. Someone about to go to Mega now. Remember that Bin has flash though, so waiting as he walks in, he out flashes it. The ulti's not against the wall. Bin now has the leap onto Summit. You stand at Orcs in the reverse matchup. Bin is gone.
Trouble here. Kanavi flash forward from 369 though. Breeze, nice little sidestep there. Won't dodge just yet, but Kanavi comes in and seals the deal.
Lot of damage though when Wei is in the area, so can he find the monkey?
Oh, he's smited. He's got a lot of healing there, but the Cyclone not going to be enough just yet.
Wait a second,
doesn't
Kanavi
get
wins
them
this.
back into it. Kanavi, can he find it? Kanavi! Solo for the king of the jungle! Oh, it's too late. It's too late. TT into the pit, but BH1 left alone. There goes the jungler, and TT in full retreat on the wrong side of the map. Yao Yao gets onto Jackie but Mark's there to save the day. Nothing TT does matters anymore, as Jackie Love will clean up. Look at it go, as Jackie Love takes the team and grabs a pentakill against TT.
We won't take no shit from anyone. No. Superhero fighters for the world. We're living it up. You want it, you can have it. We're living it up. Still running on automatic. Game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable? We won't sympathize with anyone.
Yeah, I'm unstoppable. Like hip hop rappers not getting proper dough. Got my foot in the dough, time to rock the boat. Till I'm knocking straight jackets at the hospital. It's the juggernaut. Yo, you got to go or get knocked through a brick wall. All she wrote. Yo, listen, your mission's impossible. Concocting evil plots like Dr. No. But I'm Sean Corn with the magma flow. The magnificent man, I'm inflammable. In fact, you can't lay hands upon my coat. Cannibals can't bite roads, bombing those. You're on the ropes. My momentum grows. I'ma choke out your throat with these tentacles. Everybody else broke, so identical. I'm abominable, so contemptible. Yo,
We won't sympathize with anyone. No, no, no. We'll go just like a rolling stone. Get blinded by happy love. We're rising up. Don't just stand in our way.
Yo, I'm unstoppable, like holding on to 6 infinity gems. George Perez with nasal congest, just get sick with the pen. And even impressed at the way we getting it in. That's what she said, yes, done the middle of the shit. Keep you sitting on your biscuit, wouldn't wanna risk it. This is a mission on a small time thing. Attend special ed classes, but you get no pass, kid. Ass kick, take the L, simple as that. An onion rama, straight from hell, boy, don't catch. On fire, a pie, gasoline in a match. Wouldn't help you, best move 10 feet back off a 2-foot pier. No tears detached for your rest to the ref cruise. Let's use that as direct news at you and set new stats. 'Cause 10 more, less than just dudes. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
We're living it up. You want it, you can have it. We're living it up. Still running on automatic. Game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable? The game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable?
目前的话，接下来就是我们抢分的关键嘛。但是对我来说，我觉得倒还好嘛，就全力应付接下来的比赛嘛。然后，关于队友的话，我觉得就是让他们放平心态去打就行。这个赛季的话，前半段其实打得不是特别好嘛，然后在后半段的话就发挥还算正常吧。然后这赛季的目标的话，我目前为止会以季后赛为目标而去奋斗。
Always nice to see players when they recognize their shortcomings and, of course, recognizing when they are doing well. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our second series of the day. As we just saw them talk about, or excuse me, not Alex, Luma talk about his performance in the split so far. I, of course, am still Ushin. I'm joined by the fantastic Mr. Ox, and as always, I want to ask you a question. Who is the real MVP for you, Ox, coming into this split? Because we have ourselves a pretty tight race when it comes to the MVPs. And the reason we bring this up is that despite 7-7 in the scorelines, Doonby's up there in 8th. But 8 wins, excuse me.
You know, dude, you asked me this in rehearsal, and I said I'd think about it. And
yeah, you did. You said you'd sit on it.
I still don't have an answer. I feel like it's so hard. I feel like, you know, you have the players who are really instrumental for the team. Like Shun, when IG got wins, it's on Shun. It's almost always on Shun. The Shy, he had that pop-off series against V5. And then you have players like, you know, Kanavi, Xiaohu, Knight, who are instrumental to the team's success and a big reason why they're at the top of the table. But also, like, they have fantastic teammates too. Like Kanavi and 369 are both at 9 MVPs. I think it's really hard to call. But yeah, these are the current MVP rankings. The reason we're bringing this up is because Doinby is at 8 at the moment. So today, I mean, technically has a chance to climb his way up and get to 10.
Yeah, we're kind of having a discussion right now because we've talked about this. Imagine how in this world where you have the likes of Rookie coming back, V5 looking exceptional, of course, and, you know, as you just mentioned, 369 and Kanavi having very reminiscent seasons of old where they're looking absolutely incredible, that Doonby, hypothetically speaking, could be a regular split MVP because of the way the numbers work, because it just feels insane to me how that kind of combination of things can work. But it is good to see from LNG, and I think Doonby had a bit of a rough start for sure, but has been slowly coming back to that old Doonby of old that we definitely love to kind of see and talk about.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And he's definitely had some big performances and things like the Corki. I do feel like, though, you know, MVP is definitely important. I'm sure we'll be tracking that as it gets close to the end of the split. But a big thing is also, like, for LNG, as was said by Lumao in that interview, making it to playoffs is such a massive factor. So we're going to have a look at the standings quickly and sort of take stock of their current position. And then we're going to do a little highlight of the teams who are still fighting for those last 4 spots in playoffs.
Yeah, kind of looking at the standings, there are about 5, maybe 6 if you count BLG, but they are very much a long shot of a team in the standings and kind of coming into kind of like the final few weeks or final few days, honestly, is where we're at right now. You're looking at the likes of from AL down to FBX. There is 1 series separating between all 5 of these teams, and it does feel like, honestly, even though like seeding and everything like that comes into play, 7th place 10th, 8th place 9th, so it doesn't even make that big of a difference, if I'm totally honest. If you look at LNG and OMG, they're literally dead even. Goal difference, the only actually differing factor between these two sorry, not goal difference, it's game difference. Sorry, my head's gone football, but the only thing that's actually separating these two is the head-to-head. That's how close this is, because OMG beat them in the regular split.
Yeah, I mean, it is so close, and I feel like you can make an argument for a lot of them. Even like AL are highest in the standings, but we're going into our next graphic, and this is kind of highlight the path to those playoff spots. So we're highlighting those 5 teams. You know, we didn't include BLG. They can still make it for sure. IG can still make it. Mathematically, LGD can still make it, as unlikely it is, but we're focusing on the 5 that are most likely. And that is, you know, we put together AL, OMG, LNG, FPX, and TT. And I want to really dive into the difficulty of the schedule remaining, because I feel like that makes such a massive difference compared to just where they are in the standings. Remember, it is a single round robin, but honestly, even if it wasn't a single round robin, this late in the split, like, teams still have different matchups they're going to go up against. And that will be a big factor in kind of deciding how favored different teams are.
Yeah, let's have a look at as well. As I said, there's only 4 spots left, and there are 5 teams left to see who can claim them. And this could be a big day for LNG, as they kind of have one of the more favorable first games that definitely lead into a much more kind of difficult aftermath. But look at AL, despite being in the top spot in terms of the top 7 out of 7 to 11, they are still looking at the likes of EDG, JDG, and Top Esports. That is rough, to say the least.
Yeah, and just to explain the color coding, this is basically the matches that are probably easier, are in green, the matches that are pretty hard are in red, and orange. BLG is kind of, middling. Not really an easy opponent, but also not exactly your JDGs, EDGs, or Top Esports. So you can see, like, for example, if LNG win today, if OMG win their easy series, if if TT win both of their easy series, they would all be 8 wins. FPX and AL, those are the 2 that kind of have to win one of their red series if they want to get to 8 wins. So a bit of a challenge. And honestly, LNG, if they lose today against RA, they would be left at 7 wins. They would have to beat Weibo, which is a bit of a challenge. So I think this is something to take into account when we look at these. Honestly, as much as it's very interesting watching the top teams go head to head, like we have Top Esports V5 in week 10, they're locked in the playoffs. This is the bit I love the most. I love seeing like the down to the wire, what's going to make the difference in terms of game wins, what series will dictate whether or not you make it into playoffs. And yeah, AL are going to have to find an upset. LNG, they should be claiming the win today. And if they don't, that's when things get problematic.
I'm gonna make you very upset right now. I'm gonna make a bold claim as we look at this graphic. I think anyone's legend misses playoffs. I'm gonna say it right now. I think TT and FBX end up getting more wins, and I think that, sadly for all of you AL enjoyers, that might end up being probably one of the biggest disappointments of the split. They started so well. I think they were 7-4 at one point, which is like absurd, but they're now 7-6 on a 3-loss streak.
You know what?
It's hard.
I disagree.
Who do you think is going to miss playoffs? That's a good question. Who's missing?
So
who is missing playoffs?
I think because you look at the 8-win criteria, I think OMG, LNG, and TT should all get 8 wins. I think it's very hard not to. I think really it's between FPX and AL, because if things go as measured, they will both end up on 7 wins, and then we'll have to go down a game difference. But I honestly can see AL getting an upset. I know they got 2-0 by RNG, but RNG are just like a level above. True. Yes, their schedule isn't easy, but JDG have had a tendency to drop, they got upset by FPX. EDG, we just saw have to struggle against WE. And then there's Top Esports.
Yeah.
So, I think there's potential for an upset, but even if they don't get an upset, as long as they start challenging for individual games, we could see them have a better game difference than FPX. But, I guess we'll see. Maybe FPX upset when they go up against Weibo. We'll see that later this week, and that might be enough to get them over the line. Maybe WE beat FPX. Like, that's the thing is, like, we can go in with our estimations. We can go in with what we think will happen. We can color code things and go, yes, this series will probably go this way. We never know, right? You never truly know until it comes down to it in the form. And I'm hoping AL bounce back, but also I know there's a lot of FPX fans hoping they come through. And, maybe even we say, like, OMG, LNG, and Thunder Talk will probably get their 8 wins. That could also go in the other direction. That could also end up with upsets.
It can go literally any direction at any time. That is the beauty of the LPL. And it's the beauty of having still 10 days, 21 series left to play. And one of those series, which is the odd number in this one, is RA versus LNG. And we're going to focus in a little bit more on this particular matchup because LNG still got to win today. They get a win today. They get up to 8-7. Very, very good point in the standings to really cement themselves as a top 10 team. And it's going to be down to the jungler. I think we look at Leanne versus Tarzan. These two guys are just the heart and soul of everything both these teams do.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when we had that run to Worlds, right? Which, I gotta be real, it's kind of feeling like LNG do need that miracle run that they had in 2021 when they did make it to Worlds. They had to play 7 best-of-5s, I think, before they qualified. Tarzan was a big piece of that. Tarzan was a massive reason why this team was successful. And as much as this split and this year in general hasn't been as good, I have a lot of faith in this player in general. And Leanne, we've said time and time again, he has been such a pivotal piece for this roster. When they succeeded in spring, when they made it to playoffs, often he was the most impactful factor. And we've seen that again this split. Like, if he's able to deliver in these fights, in these early skirmishes and get a lead, he can be the driving force for this lineup.
And what I love what we see from Leyen as well is that he picks things like the Nidalee. It's something that has been just such a weird kind of counter ban that we saw very much early on in the split. And because RA are out, you've nothing to lose. Play your comfort. Play things that kind of remind people coming into the, kind of maybe even 2023 or even the later stages of this split. You still have to respect this. This is still something that I am very proficient on, very happy to pick. And even here, you can see him there. He goes up 3-0 in the first 10 minutes of the game. But on the same side of that, we saw some fantastic combination. And the reason why we're seeing so much, I suppose, MVP standings for Doonby in the conversation is because Tarzan has just been his buddy, his rotten soldier. I'm thinking of the TikTok right now that's just talking about their favorite people. But he has just always been in mid lane, constantly making things work for them. And it just feels like this is the mid-jungle duo that we hyped up in spring 2021.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying that they look like at one point one of the best mid jungles in the league, and you know it hasn't really come to fruition, hasn't really stayed that way other than for a brief period, and they definitely are not in that position right now. But the synergy still shows its face. There's still times where you see them work really well together, and they need that if they're going to make it to playoffs. If they are going to go further than that and contest for a world spot, they need to be bringing in that final form.
Yeah, they really do. Now we will have the teams in on stage, but of course they are in two different arenas. Suzhou there for LNG. They've been playing in there. It's actually all split, funny enough. They've been very lucky to be able to play on stage for as long as things. Time to see coming in as well into the roster ahead of Ala as well. But and on the side of, on the side of RA, they will be playing in Shanghai. So we will have a very similar setup to what we just had between WE and EDG as both teams play in their home arenas as such. And I won't lie, I'm very excited for 2023, where we hopefully get crowds back, teams traveling to different arenas. And honestly, even a little part of me is just like, maybe I'll go. Who knows? We don't know what the future holds for us anymore, Ox. It's all up in the air.
The future is exciting, but also scary, because that is
Terrifying.
just how the future is. I'm just reminded of that SpongeBob episode where he's just like screeching future.
Yeah, SpongeBob, when you look back on it, it's just like, God, this is a weird kids show. It's got some very strange moments in it, and unbelievably endless memeability as well. But it is classic, absolute classic. But yeah, we are starting to see now both teams getting themselves set up and ready on stage. And now that we kind of talked about these junglers being so pivotal, we obviously know the Poppy's going to be a big thing. The draft is something that we haven't really seen change that much from 12-13 to 12-14, and I'm curious to know your thoughts on if you think either of these sides will look to try and maybe, shake up the boat, or do you think it's going to be par for the course as usual?
It's tricky because we're so close to playoffs, and like this was a big patch, don't get me wrong. Like they changed potions and runes, like they changed a lot of runes and potions. Every champion in the game buys potions, right? So it's gonna have quite big effects. They changed the neutral monsters, so the buffs to Dragon, the buffs to Herald. Again, these have massive effects, but they're not like the immediate effects you see straight away. You kind of need time to work out the patch, because like you could make some theories like, oh, okay, Dragon's a higher prio, so maybe we need stronger bot lanes. But then there'll be a knock-on effect. Oh, so we have stronger bot lanes, so maybe that means we need like a scaling top, right? So playing an aggro early, or maybe that means we need like a mid laner who could roam down. There's loads of knock-on effects that are hard to immediately see. And so because the patch has come so late, so close to playoffs, and these teams still have so much to fight for, I feel like you kind of just have to go with what's been working for you so far. We saw like nerfs to Zeri, nerfs to Gnar, so their priority is likely going to drop. But I think we'll probably still have a sort of similar scope when it comes to what teams are picking, and they'll sort of adjust to the game as it is now, right? You've seen teams not prioritize Dragon at 5-6 minutes as we were before, simply because of the fact that they're so tanky, so difficult to kill right now.
Yeah, it does feel like it's a bit more of a risk, as you say. It takes a little longer, a little bit more setup. You can't just kind of hope to sneak it away like you used to do on previous patches. And we'll see what both teams want to do. Good spirits coming in from Doonby as he wants to try and get the momentum going. As always, Doonby is always just a catalyst of light. And speaking of light, there he is on your screen. But speaking of kind of light, I actually looked through. We obviously have a document where we do all our assets. We talk about all our different things we want to talk about. We have highlighted light almost exclusively once every goddamn week for LNG. This guy has been just one of the standout players for this roster, and it feels like when he's given something like the resources that we've seen him get in the start of the split, that's when this guy can really shine.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Light has probably been the most consistent member of LNG so far this split. I feel like particularly when it gets to team fights, he can be such a force to be reckoned with. And I mean, this comes to my issue with LNG, right? Because I think everyone has had good moments, and Light has probably had the most this split. But the problem is, it feels like someone always underperforms. Not even necessarily over the series, just even in games. It feels like someone from LNG is having an off game, performing badly. And that just kind of makes it so hard. I genuinely think if everyone in LNG performs at their peak, which is a humongous ask, obviously, but I think they actually look like a decent team. But that is,
possibly top
unrealistic
6
expectations.
Yeah, possibly a top 16, but we'll see if they are going to be performing well or not. Today, we are jumping onto picks and bans. It's going to be Poppy, Rise, the Talia. A lot of that mid lane kind of taken away here from Doonby. And LNG just kind of saying, hey, that worked really well for EDG in the last one. We're going to combo it up, and we're going to take away the Renata as well to boot.
Yeah, so having an answer to that, it's kind of interesting. RA ban away Talia, Poppy, and Rise. Obviously, the Talia Poppy really high prio, but all three of those champions very good into Kalista. Now, we did actually see this the other day. It wasn't into the Draven, but it was from Weibo and a JDG, where they picked Kalista Ashe into Aphelios Renata. And essentially, the Ashe, very heavy trading, outranges the Renata. And you kind of just gonna trade autos with LNG's bot lane, outpoke them, and cause issues. So interesting, we're seeing this again. We'll see how it comes out. We'll see if it ends up working for RA. It didn't actually end up working for Weibo in terms of game win. And we do see Cube locking his Jax, which is a very early pickup, but clearly concerned about LNG taking like a Gwen on 3 here and ban away counters. Cube takes something he is very comfortable on and is matched with the Gragas pretty quickly.
Yeah, the Cube has been literally blinding the Jax pretty much all split right now. He has just been basically saying, I'm comfortable with this. And it's worked out as well for the side of RA. The games they have won have been off of a very clean and solid performance from the side of Cube on this Jax. So we'll see Pandacy taking in the Gragas. The Gragas, of course, building into the full AP. Does have just very good sustain, keeps himself safe. Of course, you do have the natural sustain and tankiness with your W and, of course, your passive. So we'll see what the side of LNG want to try and go for. We have seen the Gragas go into the mid lane specifically for Doonby. So yeah, I was gonna say this is still technically a flex and can work on either side.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to the Gragas into the Jax though, because you can disengage the body slam, but does leave that opportunity. And you can see RA ban away the Renekton. You know, I gotta say that, ban away the Renekton because maybe the Gragas could go mid. The Renekton could go mid, realistically. Doinby could do that, right?
The ultimate flex.
but that does make things difficult. If they take like Renekton Gragas and you don't know which lane they're going to, it can be very hard. Even it comes down to taking runes. Like, you don't know whether to take armor or MR, so you probably just end up taking the health scaling runes. So there's a lot of knock-on effects. You don't want to have double flex lanes. It can be painful. And they end up banning away the Sylas as well. I mean, which technically is a double flex lane, less likely to see it, but thin in the pool here. Now, LNG should take their jungle here if they want to keep that flex alive and keep the threat of it available. The exception is if they have like some pick they really want, which I think is going to be denied. So if Doinby wants something in the mid lane that he thinks RA will steal away, but it looks like they are just going to go for that jungle pick, which I think makes a lot of sense. And honestly, Viego, pretty powerful in the current meta, especially given that Wukong and Poppy are banned away.
Yeah, we might see the Xin Zhao, maybe even the Pantheon coming out here for Rare Adams Lien. Of course, like we said, this guy is the heart and soul of everything positive to come out from Rare Adam, I feel. And honestly, the amount of resources he gives up the Cube when he's on that Jax, the double stun combination is generally what you want to see from them, as it does end up setting themselves up. And it looks like the Pantheon is going to be the option available here. And that means that that top side can be very, very threatening if you end up getting locked down. You get the shield jump into the counter strike. That's a lot of single target CC. You're locked up for a hell of a long time.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm playing into a Draven, I mean, Draven can actually interrupt the stun from Pantheon with his E, but it's difficult to time. And also, like, it's just a great champion to punish like a Draven, because you go bot, point and click stun, boom, stun, dead, deny the cash in. You see Strive actually going for the Zoe here, blind. So feeling confident in this pick does mean that obviously RA can play around just launching out these long range skill shots. Looks like LNG might go for I mean, I love this combo. The Viego, Lissandra, the double resets that come out in skirmishes will give them a lot of power. And also, in terms of like providing help for your bot lane, leaning that Lissandra down, using the Glacial Tomb to try and stun up either the Ashe or the Kalista, very potent.
A lot of AP available for LNG, but they've got a hell of a lot of bursts to try and go for. And same for Adam. I think Adam got themselves some decent poke options with the Zoe, of course, some good pick potentials alongside that. A lot of single target CC, you imagine, as well. And for RA, they've got a very definitive style in terms of how they want to play this bot side. It's going to be about those early dragon stackings. When you have the Kalista, especially when it's something with something like the Ashe, you want to try and get priority, but that's going to be difficult against a Draven Renata.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, it's kind of hard for Draven Renata to trade because every time, like, if you trade one auto for one auto on Draven, he beats most AD carries, right? Because the Axe do so much. But if you end up trading and then get slowed by the Ashe, and then Kalista starts to stack up the Rens, that's what becomes really threatening and pretty problematic. So has to be a little bit wary on this one. That's kind of why we're seeing the Kalista Ashe picked here. I am not the biggest fan of the composition from RA. I do think there's way too much Merc Treads value for the side of LNG, particularly on things like Tarzan. Like, you have the sleep from Zoe, the stun from Lian, the stun from Cube, the stun from Zora. Like, I feel like if LNG get momentum, if they get ahead, they will be in a really good spot. But it's kind of like a double-edged sword, because also if Draven ends up not cashing in, LNG might really struggle. So definitely volatility from both sides. I'm edging towards LNG's composition, but both teams have their win cons. I really, as is expected this matchup, it's going to come down to what the junglers can do, really, particularly Lian pre-6. Level 3, the Pantheon is just a fantastic ganker.
Yeah, a fantastic ganker. And again, a lot of, you know, good setup, I feel like, in all lanes. So we'll see now what lane can go for. And Tarzan has been exceptional on something like this Viego pick. We saw it in some of the clips we had in the pregame. This guy has been going mid almost exclusively. And with something like Alessandra alongside him, that could mean some early action here as well. The once dubbed potentially best mid lane jungle combination in the LPL will look to try and make that happen again. And honestly, I'm excited to see what LNG can do. Remember, if they win, it does not guarantee them top 10, but it does put them in a very powerful position.
Yeah, it puts them at 8 wins. We often see the cutoff for playoffs being 8 wins. So, you know, it's not a guarantee, but it definitely makes things significantly more comfortable. And considering their next matchup after this one is against, I believe, yeah, it's Weibo, you for sure want to take the win here and then hope that you can get a win against Weibo and lock yourself in. But regardless, we're on the Rift. Big Dragon looks pretty cool. And LNG hoping to get the dub on this one.
Yeah, looking for a dub. Again, we talked about it in depth, but this is such a pivotal matchup for LNG. Worst case scenario, they go 7-9. That's probably not going to be good enough, but best case, they go 9-7. However, their last match is up against Weibo. It's a big, tall task to really try and think that this team could take down a top 6 above them, but they're going to have to do it in playoffs if they don't get it done now. So it's kind of a good litmus test or temperature check, shall we say, to see where LNG really do end up finding themselves. But nevertheless, we jump onto the Ref RA playing for pride, and honestly, just to maybe try and get ahead of the likes of Ultra Prime and, of course, LGD to get themselves higher in the standings. But their season shall be over in the next 3 series, this being one of them. We'll see what they want to go for. Looks like they're going to try and utilize that upfront burst damage, and also just great level 1. The thing with the Ashe is that you've got the passive slows, so you've got a lot of potential here, but LNG, they're not going to let this one go quietly.
Oh, it's getting heavy. Going to be contest over this blue.
Oh, Smite comes in, Lan gets it. That's going to be a level 2 now for the Pantheon, but you can see the CC coming down. He gets ignited. It's all a bit scrappy. It's all a bit all over the place. Light and Lumao trying to go for this one here, but Lumao's going to have to flash. He's going to have to flash. No, he doesn't. He holds his trigger finger just for a moment. He's now maybe thinking about it. He hasn't procced it, but he doesn't want to use it. He doesn't have flash. I completely did not see that. Already down. And that's first blood going over to RA.
Yeah, fantastic play from RA, using the strength of the level 1. The Ashe with the constant auto attack slows. Her W is like an 18-second cooldown level 1, so it's not exactly ideal. But like her and Kalista just doing the damage, Lian and Strive with the CC. And that Pantheon is such an issue to deal with, especially because once he hit level 2, suddenly he's throwing spears about as well. They get the blue buff steal. They also get that kill. Does go on to the Ashe, which obviously, you know, may not be the best target, but regardless, RA can be really happy with that start. And I love that they're using these tools they've drafted for themselves.
Yeah, very strong level 1. Recognize that now. Ooh, actually, Zora, that's not where you want to be being right now. And even though you did get the advantage in that bot side with the kill going over to the Ashe, you don't have the level 2 just yet. Now you do onto iBoy, so you're going to be a little bit more potent, but still need to be very aware that this Draven is still scary.
Yeah, and I think a big thing as well with the Ashe is you have to be, yeah, we've seen Hawkshot usage. This is one of the powers of the Ashe support as well. The vision provided can make it very easy to track the jungler. So not only is Tarzan behind, he's also going to be tracked so much easier by this Ashe. Really powerful in that regard. But there is one thing to mention with the Ashe is that you kind of, your W isn't actually that great of a tool like early levels because it's such a long cooldown. The cooldown falls down drastically with levels. I think at level 1 it's like it's a 18-second cooldown or something along those lines, and then like every point you put in it drops it. It's like, yeah, 18 at level 1, at level 5 it's 4. So wow. You kind of need a few more points there before you can spam the harass out, and you're kind of relying more on the autos. But if you get caught by like the handshake by the Renata, or like Draven hits you with a couple of axes, that's where it can be scary.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that it just comes down to as well, like, you know, the Ashe is just so hard to get on top of. And even the way you build a support Ashe when you get to level 6, you've got that ultimate with the amount of ability haste you build on yourself. It's just, you end up in a situation where you just don't really ever not have it. You can use it, and then 40 seconds later you have it again. So it becomes less of a big team fight ultimate and more of just a skill shot almost that you can keep throwing out again and again and again. So something you have to be very aware of here as LNG. And honestly, RA seem to have a push in almost every single lane. They are really trying to put pressure down here on this early game. And honestly, I'm really glad to see this, because you look across the board, they should have the priority in every single lane.
Yeah, they want to play for that early pressure. And I will say top lane matchup gone pretty well for Cube. He is super confident on this Jack. So expectation, if you're going to blind it like that, it's because Cube is so good in it. But you see a big wave being pushed in here. And I like that Tarzan was there just to help assist it crash. But really, LNG don't want to look for any fight here, especially since there is the potential that Lian is there. Oh, Lumao.
Oh, he's going to try and go for this one. iBoy does have a flash, though, as the heal
dead.
came in for Zora. But Lian tries to go for the stun here as Light does have cleanse. Lumao getting closer and closer and closer, but he's not quite dead just yet. One more auto attack will do it, and that's going to be good enough there for Lian. Gets him down with the spear, and that's another kill going over the side of RA. LNG, we talked about how important this matchup is. It's not starting the way they wanted it.
Yeah, I mean, the Renata just gets run down with no flash, and this is kind of one of the problems. This is why we're seeing the Ashe into the Renata, is the way Renata wants to play lane is use your abilities, like, to keep them at a distance, but, like, you can't just walk up and auto, which is how Renata, like, wants to play most lanes, because the Ashe can just keep you slowed and out-trade you. Especially, remember, Renata had a base health and her base AD nerfed, so you can't do anything to Zora. And Lumao, he went for the handshake. He went aggressive. There was no need to. He could have just backed away, and because of his aggression, he gets punished. And now a kill onto Lian makes a big difference. He resets and gets a pickaxe straight up. And in those early skirmishes, Pantheon has a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing we talked about. We mentioned how important these jungle picks are, and this Ashe is going to be able to constantly be able to check camps. And the thing is, even if you don't spot out Lian, you're just kind of saying, cool, he hasn't taken his Krugs yet, so he hasn't been top side, which almost certainly means he's still bot side. We'll see now what Tarzan wants to kind of go for here. Should probably just be the scuttle and then back himself away. But this is great early game. It's actually leading up to nearly 2,000 gold here for the side of RA, and they're going for more.
Oh, the wave's in a rough spot for Panda C. Cube not going to be able to freeze it. I think the wave may be a little bit too big, and so Panda C won't get punished here. Level 6 from the Gragas as well does make it trickier, and it looks like they just don't opt to go for it. But yeah, Lian having a really fantastic start. Tarzan set behind early and not really able to gain the footing in return, especially when that first skirmish goes in favor of RA. And now, okay, now they're looking for Panda C.
Yeah, I mean, he's got flash available to him. Should have his belly flop as well in a moment. But the flash in with the counter-strike. Cube gets a kill, and Lian gifting his top laner another bit of resources. RA are kind of running LNG ragged.
Yeah, I mean, so good. And this is the power of the Pantheon. We didn't get to see it when we saw it last, when it just kind of didn't make things happen, wasn't able to work. But here, able to find the momentum. Actually, yeah, it was today. It was Junja who played it, right? Didn't really see him find the early success with Hope 4. But it's just the power that you have. So much burst, the point-and-click stun. It just makes ganks so easy. And so far, you know, 3 kills on the map at 7 minutes, a plate even for Cube. This is the momentum RA need in this game.
Yeah, big momentum. And again, this was, you know, this Pantheon was picked after the Viego. The Viego was the priority coming in here for LNG. So not really working out in the early stages right now, but it's still not out of the game just yet.
Strive has double cleanse because he's picked up a cleanse and he has to summon a spell with cleanse. So
Ring of Frost and
Good luck,
everything.
don't be trying to lock him down. That's just so unreasonable.
I have many thoughts on Zoe, and I will not voice them here because
You
they're
love
very
Zoe?
obvious.
Zoe's your favorite champion?
You know what? I'm gonna let you think whatever you want to think, but we've seen now Leanne starting off the Rift Herald pretty much from spawn here, and honestly, not really much you could do as LNG to make this one go for it. That being said, though, they do know that with the jungler's top side, they can maybe go for a bit of a push, but too big of a wave would take too long to really burn through iBoy and, of course, into Zora. That's just, again, just easy pickings here. And honestly, I'm loving the Kalista Ashe combination just because of the amount of like vision control you get with the little wisps and, of course, the hawk shot. You actually have so much control about where everyone is at any time.
Yeah, it's really hard to get a jump on them. They do back off a bit when they know the Herald play is going on because they know they're weak on this side of the map. But this is the thing, right? We don't see the Dragon contested early because it's so hard to kill, but Herald, you know, you get 200 extra local gold, so for killing it, you get 100 gold, and then anyone who's within range gets to share the 200. That's 300 gold before you even take any plates or any towers. It's such a high value objective, and RA, because they're in a position of strength, just grab it for free.
Yeah, just grab it for free, grab it off spawn. They don't get a trade back on LNG, and we'll see what they're able to kind of go for it. Again, we're kind of being very positive, of course, for RA, but LNG do have opportunities to get back into this, so they just need to try and scale up with this Draven, get up to the Eclipse, maybe look to try and find a cash in, and it's going to be about them maybe catching out Leanne when he's not in a position to be able to try and burst someone out with the ultimate.
I feel like that's one of those things where just because you have a Draven, like it's just like if this game does, like if LNG don't get any kills early, then suddenly Light gets like a 2,000 gold cash in. It's like, oh well, you know, we're in the game now. So I feel like it can always be so volatile based on that. And we'll have to see. We'll be tracking those stacks as they start to build up. For the time being, though, RA continuing to have that pressure. I think what would make a lot of sense, you know, especially with the level 6 on Leanne, you could go for like a bot side lean, go for a play here, and if you can kill Light, fantastic, and transition that into throwing the Herald down, ideally giving that gold over to your bot lane. You can see Leanne's going down and pings are coming in, so if Light or Lumao overstep here, they will just die. I remember they have the Ash Arrow as well, so they want to go for Lumao, even though Light, obviously they want to shut him down. Light has cleanse, whereas Lumao doesn't.
Yeah, Luma would be the easier of the two targets. Already 0-2 as well, so also killing him off does stop the idea of a hostile takeover. And like you said, no real CC cleansing available to him either. So we'll see what they want to kind of go for. Of course, they do have the Starfall available to them whenever they so choose to use it. But right now, it's going to be about where these junglers end up kind of setting themselves up. We know it's bot lane is the focus here for RA. Maybe look towards that dragon to try and get that stacking objective for themselves. And actually, looking down the kind of like the middle as well, looking at the CS numbers, Cube with that one gank is very happy going into Panda C. And this is, again, something we mentioned in a draft, that Cube is very, very comfortable on this Jax pick. It almost feels like he will pick it blind into anything. It's like, cool, we got our priority, which was, of course, the Kalista. After that, I'm picking this because I don't care what you pick.
I mean, I feel like he's super proficient on it and giving himself a lead. We often saw him having the wave frozen in front of his tower to make things difficult for Pan to see. Who's potentially have to give up CS. Now we do see RA looking for this dragon and having Leanne just solo it. It does take some time, but the pressure they have bot lane essentially just means they can do it. Leanne will secure it. 9% extra armor and MR across the board for RA. Definitely nice. Oh,
they're
Zora.
going to go for it. Zora's in a little bit of a trouble, though. He dodges out most of the CC, and there's the Fate's Call. Now you're in a worse position. Ooh, they don't land the knock up there onto Light. You could feel they wanted to try and re-engage onto this. Still got to be careful here as LNG, but RA not going to over-chase it right now. So get the Dragon, they get a couple of ultimates and a couple of summoners out of the side of LNG, and now with no one defending mid, they're going to get a couple of plates as well.
This is so good from RA, because not only they trade up, because yes, they burn ultimates, but they get Tarzan's Flash, which is a way longer cooldown. No summoners burn for RA, but also the timing of this Herald, fantastic, because Doinby had roamed down and you had priority in the river. Look how low that mid tower is already. Strike might actually, he's trying to take it at this point. He won't be able to finish it off, but a light breeze will take it over. Mid tier 1, losing it early, definitely a big hit. And RA have just been completely on point with his objective so far.
They really have. This is... I always say this when it comes to our bottom tier teams every single split, but where was this RA? Like, this RA is just really smart play coming out, very comfortable in what they're doing. It feels like this patch is just honestly suiting them so well, and just I know we're still super early in this game, but right now it's a 3,000 gold lead, actually about nearly a 4,000 gold lead, to be perfectly honest, just shy of it. They've got the first dragon, they've already nearly cracked open mid, and across the board they've got, you know, CS leads.
And the question is, what happens now? I'm hoping RA managed to continue this momentum. Oh, this is such a common play for Mashes.
Way! Actually, should be able to pick him off here, as Doonby might have to use his flash, but does have the bailout available to him, and that was a little scary. That was a little scary right there, but that is a common play, like you said, but you have to be aware of it, otherwise you're going to get caught out.
Yeah, it's just standard is just firing that ult down mid lane, and very hard to avoid because, you know, mid lane isn't that wide, and also it's not like top or bot, it's like the lane curves, right? So if you're at a different point, it'll be a different place relative to that. And it's a good shot by Zora. Obviously, you can see the ult already half off cooldown. That was one of the things that actually made Ashe, we thought we'd see her back in the AD carry role, but she started to come back as a come in as a support, was the reduced cooldown on her ult, one of the buffs she got.
Oh, that Q into Lumao, though, and that the LNG were threatening to try and re-engage on this, but they can't anymore. There's going to be the Whirling Death just to clear out the bot wave, and LNG, you're supposed to be, or maybe a playoff team coming in here, and you're kind of being routed right now. You're being run across the map. No one really sure where to be, how to kind of go about this. And honestly, the poke coming out from this Ashe Zoe combination is just proving too much.
Yeah, there's a lot of pick and a lot of poke from RA. So if LNG don't have a strategy to get into fights, that can be painful, right? If you're just getting fired at by Ashe arrows, by Zoe bubbles, the poke as well, and you're not able to do anything in return, it puts you in a really uncomfortable position. iBoy's just gonna be able to pick up this first tower by himself, and like, bear in mind, mid is super low as well, so RA can just sweep up these towers if they want, on top of the fact they're leaning towards this Herald. Now, something to note is that LNG have, well, actually it's even numbers on the map there because Doinby isn't there. We do see iBoy recalling and probably gonna head over, but for now, ooh, close.
Very close, but again, you can see that just the fact that this Ashe arrow is up so frequently, I will say they're going to have to be careful with the aggro here for a second, because it's going to reset if they do leave Lien off of it. So with the Gore Drinker now finish up, and the Ludens Tempest as well, you can see now LNG trying to maybe make something work, knowing that the Ashe arrow is down. It's going to be down for another 40 seconds or so. The Callista is almost here, as is Doinby. The Rift Herald almost taken out. As we can see, there's a good steal actually coming in. Was it steal? No, it wasn't. Oh, not quite able to get the flash done out, but Light will have to use the cleanse regardless. Lumao getting jumped on here by Cube, as Cube just realizes probably not the ideal target, and actually lets him get away as well. So not ideal here for RA, but look at this now. You've got iBoy and Zora. The 80 carries coming out. Tarzan actually heartbreakers away. That is heartbreaking. And eventually it's a 1-for-1 trade, but I'm not entirely sure who got the Rift. I think it was RA.
It was RA. Leanne secured it with like an empowered Q into Smite. Really good way to secure objectives on the Pantheon. And then it was there for ages, and Cube ended up picking it up at the end. I actually thought they might just miss it because no one seemed to want to pick it up, but Cube does get it in the end. So we're going to replay off that fight, and you can see, so proc comes in a second. Leanne hits it, so it's 1,500, and then like Q Smite. Like, look, 500 damage from the Q. Not really much you can do about that in Tarzan's case. And then here they go super aggressive. Leanne maybe a bit too much. He doesn't have the empowered E, so it doesn't last that long, and he just get bursted out. And you see Cube sadly letting Lumao go to rejoin the fight. It could have been a 2-for-1 in favor of RA if he just killed Lumao. But regardless, they get the Herald. It's a 1-for-1. RA will take that, and they're going straight onto this dragon as well.
Yep, and again, higher stats. You get that extra move speed, 100% better than it was a patch ago. So this is a good move here for the side, and they get bot tier 2, or sorry, tier 1 in mid, and they're gonna get bot as well. So there's just a lot of gold and just money. It's 5,000 gold all of a sudden. Ox, they're smashing.
They're doing great, and I'm just gonna say, right, such a devastating combo is this Ashe with these. Okay, we're gonna look at the picture. We've got to look at this, right, every time. Oh, arrows coming in.
Does it hit and does it kill? That's the question. I think it hits and they get a kill from it.
Yeah, I think that might be the case.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was so good. The big cross map. I said like mid is easy to hit, and yet he goes for the top one, finds it, This even gives a window for Cube to slam the Herald down and get the tower. So fantastic play from Zora. And this is such a hard comp to play against because not only do you have the extra vision from the Ashe, Zora has gone Umbral Glaive first. So he will just be able to have vision dominance, right? Easily
right
clearing
now.
out the control ward there. Even has zombie ward as well. So not only are you behind in gold, not only are you dealing with all these skill shots that you're trying to dodge, you're going to have really bad vision parity. Oh, they're looking as well.
Yeah, they're going to try and find a fight. It's a bit of a 5v4 for the moment. There's a hostile takeover. It's all into Leanne for the moment. The good counter-strike's going to stop Tarzan from really getting any value out of this reset, and the bailout does nothing for him. They catch out Doonby, who has to go into stasis, and now you can see Zora and iBoy are starting to really pick up pace. The bubbles are flying. The paddle stars are smashing into them. LNG, they don't have a hope
Strife
or a
has
prayer.
flash.
The Strife has flash, and they're going to have to stop him off as well. You can see him looking for it. Zora trying to see if he can make something work. Panda C is so close to death, and they can just take this tower. That's going to be a tier 2 Ox. This is insane from RA. They're just destroying LNG.
They're just peppering them with skill shots, and there's nothing LNG can do. Absolutely getting picked apart right there, and they just can't find a way into the fight. Doing such a good job of just kiting them, creating space. This Ashe pick really working well. The replay coming out. And initially, it is a little bit difficult to engage. Leanne goes in first. The cast disrupts, and he actually gets focused down. And but we see the ensuing fight, and like Light can't walk up to auto really. Tarzan gets focused. They don't get the reset, and then with a Sleepy Trouble Ball coming in, they're just picking up more and more.
Yeah, they're just constantly going. You can see there just the heal coming out from Zora as well, just getting him up and kind of putting him in a better position. It's just so hard to go for anything. There's going to be the ult there from the Ashe. No one really to follow up with, but the accuracy is always impressive.
I want to see how much stacks Light is on right now, because I feel like that's the win con for LNG.
Yeah.
Is like you get a cash in on the drill.
Oh, Panda C. He's trying to get away from this one here, but sadly for him, he will be taken out there. Leanne will get himself a spear in the back. So many spears available to RA. It's hard to know which one is which, but yeah, when a poke comp gets ahead, it really feels oppressive.
Yeah, and I just think it's the vision. Like, one of the hardest things to play against is a poke comp when you don't have vision and they're firing skill shots from the fog wall. Like, look, control wood over this wall. Strive is just hitting from a position where it's so hard to dodge. If a Sleepy Trouble bubble comes through, you have such low time to respond to it. Light gets hit. Arrow's there for Zora, but he won't fire it down. Luma was ready to block. And yeah, I mean, I'm honestly at this point, even if Light gets a cash in, it's still going to be hard, but at least that would take a chunk of that gold, because right now, it's an 8,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. It's 2 dragons in pocket, and RA, they could just look towards an Ocean Soul if they can secure these next two, and I'm not sure. LNG need to come out with a banger team fight. Oh my. Leanne also got Umbral Glaive. There will be no vision for LNG in this game.
This isn't a poke composition. I apologize to our viewers and to you, Ox, for misleading you. This is a vision composition. This is a no idea what you're doing on the enemy team, because look, we have perfect vision. We just put out a hot shot. That hawk shot almost leads to an arrow, which can lead to literally Lumao losing almost all of his HP and his flash. That's all they did. They missed everything. They've literally missed absolutely everything. It does not matter. But now you can see that Stripe's got a little bit too far forward, and he will be taken down. Matters a little bit as they come back into the fight. The TP's going to be coming in, though. That's going to be the Jax joining in here as iBoy wants to try and keep this one in this thing. Panda C trying to see if he can maybe be a little bit more aggressive, as they know the Pantheon's coming in with the Starfall. They're just kind of pushing this. They're forcing them with their wallets, but I don't think that's what you want to be doing. LNG, there's 4 kills. I don't know what just happened, but it's going to be on Cube to 1v5. He picks up one, maybe able to pick up another, but he's not quite able to get away from him. He's still pushing away. Cube's going to have to try and maybe turn this one as best he possibly can. He jumps over and keeps himself alive. But LNG, they were so far behind, and they just got themselves a boatload of shutdowns and probably even a Baron.
Yeah, I mean, it matters a bit if you miss every single skill shot in that situation. Man, just way too much gold given over. And now the Baron as well. Cube, you can't go in here. There's Lissandra. Actually, the Gragas is very low. Oh my god!
No way, Cube. No way. He's still going, but no, he's not quite able to make it happen. He does get taken out right at the last second, but can they kill off the Baron and get out in time? You got Strive coming in on the backside of this one here. He's looking to try and land a bubble. He will land it, but it's instantly cleansed by Light, who did not hit. So he ends up losing a summoner and sadly will not be able to kind of do much else, but they back themselves away. It still does mean soul point for RA as LNG need to reset.
Man, but LNG, you know, we were staring at like an 8k gold deficit, and they're now 4,000 gold behind. They've shaved it in half. And they throw too much, they overcommit. the ult, the Sleepy Trouble Bubble misses, and then Strive actually flashing in. They're so committed to this Lumao kill, and it just starts getting messy. And this is where LNG's comp really starts to stand out, when they are the ones who have like the skill. It's no longer about firing those skill shots from a distance. It's about the close-knit 5v5. Things like the Lissandra and the Viego have so much value in these extended skirmishes. You see the Sleepy Trouble Bubble coming from Tarzan, very slick. Panda C gets the combo, gets them both. Decimation on the Rift.
Yeah, his sole point, but RA, they're going to be licking their wounds just a little bit there. You cannot just let LNG have a pretty free setup there, as honestly, even looking at that replay, iBoy just didn't really get to auto attack. As soon as he got one off, he was exhausted straight away. So naturally, Doomby with the spell, the Unsealed Spellbook was able to make that one happen for his team. So it's still RA in the driver's seat. They're still about 4,000 gold ahead and have soul points. So very good position, but a hell of a lot of gold went over to LNG. And I actually didn't see about the stacks, but regardless of the stacks, the 80 carry difference is no more. You actually have equal items now between Light and iBoy, but look at Panda C.
Panda C!
He's looking for something. He's going to land the explosive cast, but he gets 3 people isolated, and you can see that's going to be good enough, or maybe not. They're going to see now Strive trying to maybe make this one work. iBoy still has not quite gone down as Light tries to make this one work. Tarzan looking for the resets, as finally the Draven has been felled. He'll get the Heartbreaker over the wall and immediately CC'd, and this is the wallet smacking they wanted from the side of RA. They knew they were stronger. They knew they had the resources, and they just need to make it work for them.
The angle just wasn't quite right on the flank for Panda C. The cask knocked them just a bit too far away, and then in that close-knit fight, the Pantheon, the Jax really coming up huge in those extended skirmishes. And as you said, the gold deficit definitely coming into play there. Good to see Inhibitor taken in the mid lane. Another big blow to LNG. You know, the goal lead was 8k, then it went to 4k. It's back up at 7k. RA have reaffirmed that control of this match.
Stunks, Ox. Stunks. That's what this game is. This game feels like right now. But yeah, huge swings of gold, huge swings of momentum coming in. I am excited to see the gold graph at the end of this game, as we do see a replay here. And like you said, without the flash from Panda C, he has a great angle, but he's not quite able to get exactly where he wants to be.
Yeah, and bear in mind, Doinby's claws on cooldown just before this. So if you look at the cask, ideally he wants to knock them like further in. But they get knocked like to the side, and then Cube plays interrupt. iBoy survives such a long time. Like, that should be instant death for iBoy if you have a flank like that. And sure, he goes down, but Doinby's dead, Light is dead, Tarzan is about to die. Like, it wasn't, the concept of the play was good, but the execution wasn't there.
Yeah, and I just feel like Lumao just getting deleted right at the start of that. Had the hostile takeover, Flash Ignite still not used, and again, the bailout could have been massive. You know, you those little small moments that you just don't have access to anymore just end up being a big problem. He has built the Mikhail's Blessings, so little interesting as well. First time we're seeing it on this new patch. Has received some nerfs, so not as powerful as it is, but you're not really taking it for the raw stats. You're taking it for the active, which is about cleansing any of the CC. But iBoy, maybe gotta try and find Panda C here. They're looking to see if he can get another perfect flank.
This is so good. Why would they check that brush? Why would they check that brush? No one would stand in that brush. I think they were hoping they'd push up in bot lane and you could just get this. Oh my, they can actually find iBoy here.
Yeah. Oh, I think he missed up the flash a little bit, but we'll see if it ends up going all right. No, it is not. iBoy will get out with his life, and Panda C, the execution, just not quite there. Now we're going to see Doomby getting jumped on here by a very powerful Jax as Cube starts to whack him with the lamppost. He's getting some big revs up as he knows he is just stacking as big as he possibly can. And now LNG, you're on the wrong side of the rift, buddy. You've nowhere to go. You can see Doomby trying to look for the hero play, but it's just not enough. Leyen picks up a double. Leyen picks up a triple. And we're going to see them go all the way to the ace. LNG are routed in this game, and this is going to be game 1 to RA.
Leyen gonna fly mid to finish it out, and once more, the concept fantastic, the execution, I don't even want to talk about it from LNG. Didn't find the connection onto the Calista, and RA take an easy fight and take game 1, and I'm gonna be real, in very convincing fashion.
Yeah, I mean, apart from that one misstep with the
We forget about that. We forget about that.
That was one mistake, one little misstep that just didn't quite go your way. And you, honestly, that was impressive. That was a genuine win. There was nothing about it that was quote-unquote cheesy or anything like that. They had a win condition. They played to that win condition, and we highlighted the guys at the start of the series. Leyen versus Tarzan. Leyen had his number, and Leyen was just so much more active, so much more impactful.
Yeah, I mean, see, we saw what the Pantheon could do, right? We did get to see it yesterday from Weibo. We saw it earlier today as well from EDG. Neither did I really feel too convinced, but this shows what the Pantheon can do. The fact that not only is it the great fight, the great sort of skirmishes, like in a 3v3, the 2v2, a lot of burst and that point and click stun, it's good at ganking, but also the objective control. Like, remember the Q, the empowered Q doing 500 damage to the Rift Herald combined with Smite? You couldn't contest it, and it just felt like RA were like, okay, we take Herald, we take Dragon, we take Herald, we take Dragon, we take the game. And yeah, sure, they didn't get the Baron. That was a little bit of a mistake, but I think you can give a bit of slack considering RA are so low in the table, like so low in the standings. They're clearly a team who've had issues. This was a fantastic step up.
Yeah, 16 to the table. They only have 2 wins. They're 2-11 right now, but yeah, I mean, it's funny as well because you look at their wins. It's like one was over WE, obviously, but then the other one was against OMG, another kind of playoff, middle of the pack kind of team. And this is a bit of a team that seems to be a bit of a bogey side for a couple of these teams. It feels like something that, you know, they're able to step up and make right on their compositions and their execution when it's needed most, when it's needed for them to kind of perform. And again, we cannot understate how important every single game is, because even if LNG do win this and it ends up going to a 2-1 for them, it's still the game difference that's going to be a huge factor for these playoffs. They're sitting on 0 game difference as of the moment. You lose this 2-0 or even 2-1, that's -1. You're all of a sudden in big danger.
Yeah, oh, you can see that big drop that comes out in the goal difference. Yeah. But yeah, just pretty fantastic from Zora. I feel like on this Ashe, really good at just controlling the vision, which is something...
More damage than iBoy.
I mean, did a ton of damage, but it's also something you're not going to obviously see in terms of how much vision control there is. Like, obviously you have vision score, but it's not like a full story of how things are. But I just think that, like, the composition, this poke-based, pick-based composition, which had just superior vision thanks to the double umbral glaive and the Ashe, was just suffocating.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't really much else to say about it. I think LNG just got, you know, bent over the knee and spanked just a little bit. We'll see if they have any kind of bounce back coming into this next game, but we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have picks and bans.
As Dudu is going to be discovered here by Dom. Yeah, don't know about that. Once again, bit of the melee range situation as the GA is going to be popped.
I do know about that.
Is he just going to kill everyone? Is Dudu going to... Yes, he is! It's a triple for the Gwen!
I guess he's just a big taunt on the map.
I keep on grinding even though it starts to kill.
A bit of a tough spot. C9 pouring the damage into the health bars as Blabber stays alive, tanking on the front line, but he's finally going to drop FlyQuest in 2! FlyQuest
here comes Berserker!
It's 3v3 here on the map.
Pentaangle!
Berserker is killing everyone!
There it is!
Berserker gets the penta!
It's too late, TT into the pit, but Beige1 left alone. There goes the jungler, and TT in full retreat on the wrong side of the map. Yao gets lots of Jackie Love, but Mark's there to save the day. Nothing TT does matters anymore, as Jackie Love will clean up. Look at it go, as Jackie Love takes the team and grabs a pentakill against TT.
Oh, you can leave there for someone else.
They're kind of running out of options. They certainly are. Vitality are just keeping XL at arm's length. They're really just chipping away at them. And here we go!
Massive ultimate into the flick back. The solo layers of Vitality in perfect synergy. And XL, they're routed. They're running home as Nuked Up knows he needs to try and kill this wave. Otherwise, it's going to be game over.
Perfect ultimate comes in from Alfari.
Keeping on threatening. This paranoia has been so valuable so far, and especially when you have an advantage. Yep, like you say, the inhibitor turret's going to go down. Inhibitor to follow as Shockwave is not going to find Aiming, who manages to sprint his way out, and now a Realm Walk to come on forward. Vikla just kind of, Rascal by himself as Aiming's trying to do damage, but Zeus just denying him completely. Now Aiming's able to try and kite this one out as Ona goes golden. Aiming's still alive for now, but the rest of his team is evaporating, and KT will unfortunately fall to maybe a pentakill for Gumayushi.
Pozisyonu kovalamaya devam ediyor. Bir örgülü var, geliyor buraya. Star Screen çok fazla tankladı. Şimdi bir sıçra kaçacak mı?
Yok artık.
Star Screen hayatta bir de Olcan çağrısı geliyor buraya. Işınlar kullanıldı. 5 kişi olan bir Beşiktaş. Lost Star Screen'i istiyor. Ama onu koruyan bir Ferret var. 3-3 yapan bir Oli Phoenix. Oli Phoenix 4.'yü de istiyor. MTX de istiyor burada. Erdemir de hemen orada bu 5'te 5'i bulabilecek bakalım.
5'te 5 mi? 5'te 5 mi?
Erdemir geliyor.
5'te 5.
Yardım etti Oli Phoenix.
Get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. Hey, get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. On the as the sun goes down, okay, as long as I'm with you. Run away as the sun goes down, okay, as long as I'm with you. On the Get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. On the just
下一把对战 IA 的话，我觉得他们上也挺强的，然后要多注意一点。对战 Cube 的话，就是之前没怎么跟他交过手，回去复习一下他的视频嘛，就看一下他对线怎么打的。
下场就要对战LNG 了，打他们下路，我们做好自己的就行了，应该没什么压力。这赛季就剩最后几场了，打好自己的就行了。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are here for our second game of our second series, and surprisingly, it is RA 1-0 up, our second to last place team. Really, honestly, just completely trouncing LNG as I get taken over by the Dagatron. I literally just spoke to him. I sent him a message, and I'm getting taken over. So it's how he works, man. It's how he works. But gotta talk about our MVP. I'm very surprised Zora on the Ashe was the MVP. The vision control, the engages, everything, he was the man.
I completely agree. I feel like this is very justified. Some really good Ashe showers, 90% KP, had the vision control on lock, had strong performance in the lane, and like it's kind of, you know, supports are often that underrated player. Supports are often that role that doesn't get appreciated. I feel like especially when a big aspect of how he played was about setting up that vision. But yeah, really a reason why this game felt so suffocating.
Yeah, I mean, just having the constant vision control, constantly being able to clear it out, and just again, just showing the value of this pick. We've seen it a couple of times now where it hasn't really shown as potent or as powerful, you know, as maybe we probably assumed it would be. But in this particular composition, with just being able to catch people out constantly, it just felt like LNG just never had an answer.
Yeah, and there were moments where, like, you saw angles, opportunities. Panda C kept finding these flanks, which I love the concept of the flanks. I really like that he's looking for these. I cannot praise him enough for that. The execution was painful. I don't even know how else to describe it. LNG looked out of sorts in this one. And other than that Baron play, which they got, I mean, rough. That's all I'm going to say on this subject. Rough. And hopefully they'll be able to bounce back in the next one. But RA looking pretty good. And I want to remind you of the stakes on this one. This series is massive for LNG. If LNG lose this, it could be the series that denies the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a marathon, not a sprint. But at the end of the day, we got to look at... You're not guaranteed. You're 7-7. You have 2 series left. You're now 1-0 down in against RA. Your next series is up against Weibo, who are sitting in 6th. So this is the arguably easier, quote-unquote, of the 2 matchups. So this is something that you'll be expected to win. You're expected to come out with a 2-0, get yourself up to 8 wins, and that puts you in a fairly comfortable position. So honestly, I know I said earlier that AL mightn't be making playoffs. It's kind of up in the air depending on who. This literally could come down to game difference.
Look, Asheen, all I'm going to say is if you can't beat RA, you probably ain't beating Weibo, right? So
hey, I'm gonna let you know, having watched Weibo all split, they'll beat V5 and probably lose to WE. That's just the kind of team they are, okay?
that is the Weibo special, let's be real. But I don't know, I feel like obviously Weibo is still fighting to try and contest that 5th place spot and still trying to keep themselves at a distance and not lose their spot. They are not locked in the top 6 yet, so I would imagine they will still be a force to be reckoned with. And also, like LNG, you know, we saw Cube kind of giving Panda C some trouble on the Jax, right? If you're struggling against Cube, you're not going to have fun against the Shy, is all I'm saying. So I cannot emphasize them enough how important it is that they are able to come out with a series win today. And now, staring down a 1-0 disadvantage in the series, good in that game too. You know, I feel like they had some tools that were definitely solid, but top lane was a struggle. And also this Pantheon just seemed to completely run amok. You know, LNG focused on the mid lane bans, but maybe the play would have been junglers and denying away things like this Pantheon from Leanne.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Leanne, again, we talked about him so much. He has just been so good for RA, really consistent, honestly. It feels like this is the guy who we always look towards as someone as a bright light, but wouldn't be surprised. I was just about to say I wouldn't be surprised to see the Jax ban as well. Radham have shown time and time again they are absolutely, totally fine with letting that one go in as blind as possible. Now LNG, no substitutions coming in now for them today, but we are going to see the Nidalee, the Jax, and honestly, even something like the Pantheon might be another ban. Like you said, they're on blue side. They don't really have any other quote-unquote OPs to go for.
Yeah, I mean, there's still picks on the cards. Like, we saw LNG ban Zeri last time. That's still available. Wukong is still open and a possibility. We also saw Rare and Maxi ban away the Rise last time. So there's a lot of options. Kalista is taken off the cards, so clearly saw issue with RA using that one as a strong lane to leverage around. And they will ban the Wukong, so it does mean that things like, the Viego, the Pantheon are a bit higher prio. They've left the Zeri open, and Zeri did get a pretty hefty nerf. The damage on her ultimate, like the on-hit damage, got reduced quite significantly. It was like -5 each rank, and it only was 10 at rank 1, so basically halved. And also her right click no longer does like execute damage when you're low, and it was a heavy hit. We have seen her like freed up a bit more, but still being banned quite frequently. So LNG take that, and RA are going to answer with Lucian Nami. Now you have a choice here. You can either take the Nami here, which I think is the better choice, or some teams leave it to 3 if they want to prioritize something, but that means your third pick is so locked in that you have no flexibility. So I like that they grab it here, and now LNG to respond.
Yeah, we will say, though, for LNG and specifically for Light, we have seen Light play the Zeri twice. Of course, these are pre-nerfs Zeri, so kind of broken in any sense. But the first time we played it went 9-0-6, and that was up against, I believe, LGD. And then the second time, we actually just played it recently against Team WE. So he's kind of going through the lower end of the standings with this particular pick, kind of working very favorably for him. But as you mentioned, the Lucian Nami, very powerful first item spike, and a Jace locked in for Cube.
I mean, this just feels like RA are like win lane, win game, and LNG are like, look, if you guys flub again, we will take over, right? If you let this game go 30-40 minutes, we will just take over. Very much feels like the identity coming out. And now I cannot emphasize how important it is that you don't let AN get something like the Pantheon again, because if you give him a strong early jungler combined with these strong lanes, you don't get room to breathe. And we do see the rise, by the way, from RA, so trimming down Doinby's champion pool. And LNG, the Pantheon was so effective last time, I think you have to ban it.
Yeah, there it is. You're going to have to take that into consideration. And there is still plenty of junglers that can do, but not as immediately, not as effectively. And also just straight up with the I suppose, the semi-global liberty of being able to kind of be wherever you are on the map and have an effect on a different lane. It's why we're seeing Talia come back. Honestly, it's why we're also seeing things like Ryze and Galio also come back into the lane. It's almost like globals are important.
It's like Nocturne with a stronger early gank. Obviously, Nocturne has his own strengths, and he's a bit better at like executing people when he like dives in with his ultimate, but still it's like suffocating. Lissandra comes out as a ban away from Doinby, and then LNG take out the Blanc. Makes sense when you see the Lissandra trim. Now, already have a choice. They can take a jungler here and take something that they think is left open available that's high prio. But alternative like Ahri seems pretty good here, right? A lot of her counter picks actually taken off the field. So basically depends what they want to look for here and now, and if there's something that they think is worth taking. They go for the Trundle, interestingly enough. So obviously ulting the Gwen has a lot of value because you get so much resistance in a Shroud. The Pillar can also be quite annoying for the Zeri with the slow, but kind of surprised to see that come out as a priority.
Yeah, and honestly, you talked about win lane, win game. Someone who has an exceptionally powerful early game is going to be that Trundle. Very good at skirmishing and very good at setting up the rest of his lanes. If you get a pillar down on that bot side against a Zeri Yuumi, you're either going to have to flash or you're going to have to hope and pray that you don't die or they mess up the combination. So we'll see the Sejuani being locked in here. So that's going to be a Sejuani jungle, Gwen in the top lane and Renekton mid?
It could be, or it could be Gwen in the jungle and Sejuani top. So one of the things is that in the European regional leagues, we actually saw a lot of Gwen jungle back when Gwen was joking. We never really saw it in the LPL, but it is playable in the jungle. It is a bit weaker since the nerf, so I'm not sure I would want to see it there, but it is still playable in essence. But it probably would be, this Gwen top, Sejuani jungle, and Renekton mid. And RA go for the Silas. Quite a fantastic selection of ults to steal, I would say. Even the ult from Renekton, the base damage actually really high, the burn. But this is going to be a hard matchup for Silas to survive. It's going to be a hard matchup for a Jace to survive if they can get on top of him. But it's like you picked Sejuani into Trundle, which I think Trundle's vibing with, if I'm going to be honest.
I was going to say the Sejuani in the jungle means that look, I love Tarzan. Sejuani has been something that he has leaned into, even in this split alone he has gone towards, but it is something that can just be very, very easily abused, and I just feel like right now
all the cards are going to be on RA's side. It feels like if they are able to execute on their early game, we will see just a repeat of game 1, because this Lucian Zai Nami combination are going to have such great presence. The Jace should be able to do so much more as well. This is going to be an interesting one for sure. But like you said, if we do get to the late game, the Zeri will take over. The Yuumi combination is just so damn good. And honestly, I think it is going to come down to the first 15-20 minutes. If LNG find themselves only about a 1,000 goal behind, maybe a dragon apiece, they're in happy standings.
I mean, honestly, I kind of even like what LNG have brought here, because if they already have a weak top side, right? Like the Gwen into Jace is a bad matchup. We originally saw Jace picked up as like a counter to Gwen back in spring when she was broken. Bot lane is going to be a rough time as well. So you needed a strong mid jungle, and this is a strong mid jungle. In the skirmishes, you have like super strong layered CC, because Renekton fully stacks Sejuani E and she can stun out of it. You have a lot of damage and you have a lot of bulkiness. And ultimately, if RA fall behind, the poke from Jace isn't going to stick, because you have the sustain for the Yuumi and everyone's so bulky. And Lucian is not the best tank killer, right? And you have 3 super tanky champions with a Yuumi making them even tankier. So I actually kind of think what LNG brought out here is pretty cool. But it does come down to execution. If either team finds momentum, it will make all the difference. And for LNG, it's momentum around this mid jungle. For RA, momentum around this bot lane and potentially top.
We'll have to wait and see. We are jumping straight onto the riff for game number 2. RA 1-0 up in the series. Something we did not expect to be saying, but they played absolutely exceptionally in game 1, and we'll see if they're able to continue that momentum into game 2. And this is the beauty of the LPL, my friend. The fact that we have got a best of 3. It could have just been a best of 1. Game over, you lose. But no, you get a second chance. You get a lifeline to make something happen. As we see Doonby maybe baiting this one a little bit, because they actually don't know where anyone is. The Abscond Abduct does not hit. The exhaust goes down.
Oh my god, give that man an Oscar.
Really good bait coming in. That was an actual bait coming out from Doonby.
He's just walking up like, oh no, I'm a little crocodile, don't hit me. Whole team's waiting. And you saw the layering of the CC, the stun from Doinby into the stun from Tarzan, instantly fully stacks it. And then obviously, like, there's no escape. You're locked down for such a long time. I think it goes without saying, but RA need to invest in some Merc treads quick. And they get that first kill, punishing RA, who are looking for the invade.
Yeah, I will say you did lose a lot of summoners on LNG, and the first blood not as impactful as it used to be, but really nice read there by LNG to say, look, we know who you are, what you're trying to do. It's just not quite able to work out for yourself there. And like you said, give that man Doonby in the mid lane an Oscar. That was absolutely fantastic acting. And we'll see now, Leyen, though, maybe looking to try and make something happen at the Doonby strife. Oh, Lord. Oh,
yeah, I gotta be real, I don't think they would have got it anyway. But
flash,
that
though.
definitely didn't help. Yeah, no flash, but I think he was a bit too close to turret. I think he could have just walked it out. But regardless, Leyen could actually capitalize with the pressure he has in mid lane and top. This is kind of thing, right? Doinby burns both his summoners, and also Renekton is not really... His strength is level 3. Level 1 and level 2 is a bit weaker. But also, like, the pressure that they have top is allowing him to go for this heavy invade.
Yeah, you can see now on the bot side, iBoy and Zora trying to make it as difficult as possible for this Yuumi to take over with the Zeri, but as you can see there, the sustain is just a little bit nutty. And though Tarzan, he's actually calling out the bluff right now and saying, look, we haven't seen the Trundle on the Raptors just yet. That means he hasn't probably taken his top side, which means he's probably, hasn't taken his bottom side. He's probably invading me. I don't want to fight him right now, so I'm just going to take away a blue, so he shall lose nothing, despite probably, honestly, a pretty creative pathing coming out from Leyen.
Yeah, I just feel like Tarzan is such a good player for having these reads, and really it's very hard to pull the wool over his eyes. So despite the fact, he's playing the Sejuani, a big...
Well, they're gonna make it work, and they do make it work. Strife will pick up that kill. Both of us feeling a little bit like they were hard forcing that one, but they do end up getting the kill, and Doonby will be going back to the gray screen. No teleport either.
Yeah, they found a good window because Doinby just used his dash, and with that being on cooldown, couldn't escape as quick as he wanted. And that's the early damage from the Trundle coming in. Definitely was a bit sketchy, especially when Strive got stuck in the minions. Fortunately, he didn't actually have tower aggro straight away, but yeah, I was a little bit concerned, but a nice early gank. We talked about the strength of this mid jungle. RA getting an early kill into Doinby definitely helps to mitigate, and Tarzan will even check to make sure his wolves are clear, so it will get back on the respawn timer. And yeah, so jungle matchup, fairly even at the moment, but obviously getting that kill mid, really helpful for RA.
Oh, for sure. I think that kill definitely brings this game back up into an even state. I love the idea, though, from the two different mid laners. You got the Vampiric Scepter coming out here for Doonby, the Ionian Boots of Lucidity for Strife, both recognizing where their strengths lie and what they need in order to survive this lane. But iBoy now been left alone a little bit, as you can see on the minimap. Zora going on a little bit of a roam. He's actually got the electrocute here onto the Nami, so looking to try and go for that burst combination. It is common to see that, but I always like to see the fact that, you know, they're not going for a Comet or Airy or anything like that, you know, kind of to help with sustain. They're always looking to try and be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, it's about playing around those burst windows, and we often see, like, Nami's not buying boots early, even going Treasure Hunter as the rune, just so they can get Imperial Mandate as soon as possible. Or they have Ignite. They could go for a dive here. They execute. There's a lot of burst, a lot of lockdown. Let's see if they can make this happen. You can see them trying to push the wave in, but Strive doing a good job of clearing it. And I think that might be, yeah, that might be too much.
Yeah, Leanne is here now, and he will spot out that the Sejuani is there. So trying to see if they can take away the wolves, but not to be done. Tarzan, though, is wrapping around. Leanne does not have flash, remember. We'll take away the small little wolves and let the big one reset. But gonna have the slow resist taken away. Strive looking to try and make something happen here as Leanne does walk straight in. He will be stunned up for an absolute eternity, and he's dead. I don't know what you expected to happen there, Leanne. You don't have a 2v2 that can face that.
Yeah, that is the strength of the mid jungle 2v2. That was the reason why they went for this combo. And yeah, he just gets absolutely obliterated. More kills than the Recton. You know, when you're playing the Recton, you want to snowball, and he will be going this build that we've seen recently, which is like the Blade Rune King into Sunfire. We sometimes see Zora?
Zora, he did not know that someone was there, and as the blast cone goes over, he has to flash back.
Yeah. That's all I can say on that subject. But yeah, I was talking about the Renekton. That Blade Rune King Sunfire build that we've seen, and we talked about this a bit earlier. The Sunfire base damage has been nerfed, and the bonus health is being increased. One of the cool things with Renekton is your ult gives you bonus health. So the nerf didn't actually hit him as hard, because when you pop your Dominus, you're getting that extra health. And also, it synergizes super well because you get the AoE damage burn from Dominus. You get the AoE damage from the Sunfire as well. They also even gave the burn damage on Renekton an AD ratio. So it's actually pretty nasty.
They're going to see if they can maybe go for a 2v2, but it's not a 2v2. It's a 3v2 as Tarzan's waiting off in the wings. They know that Leanne's not here, and Zora walks forward confidently saying, look, we're going to try and make sure we get the combination of this. But now Tarzan going to look to try and get a good bubble, though, onto the Zeri, but the Yuumi is not affected, and the Yuumi will pick up the kill, and that's just really good play coming out from LNG. Much better start here in game 2.
I love this is just punishing the fact that Zora baited that flash earlier. That's why they went for that play and why it worked, because Zora just baited a summoner and they capitalize on that, look to push it in. Also want to note that Light and Luma have been flourishing in this lane so far. The Lucian Nami has burst, but they aren't finding windows to kill the LNG bot lane, and ultimately the Yuumi just means they out-sustain.
Yeah, they haven't reset either yet, so it was a Doran's Blade and a long sword right there. As you can see there, they're just kind of keeping the constant. Nice pro view here of Tarzan, who kind of says, look, we know where they are, and we can just kind of go for the move. The exhaust is down, he's going to be slowed.
Yep, and as soon as he connects the Q on, it's just like, yeah, that's it done. So nice execution. And we are approaching the time when Herald comes up, so that is probably going to be a bit of a priority. You can even see Lumao's actually attached to Tarzan, so they're making their way not necessarily over towards the top side of the map, but that should be the main priority. Dragon still a bit too tanky to take early.
Yeah, still a bit too tanky, but you do have the Rift Herald, which is definitely an option available to you. I will say that the Cube is having... The Cube? It's like that show on ITV, but that's probably from literally about 2% of our audience will know exactly what I'm talking about there, But yeah, we'll see now LNG trying to move up towards that top side. Cube does get a reset in and has got the Merc Treads. Like you said, looking to try and invest in those early because those CC locks are going to be pretty damn big as Strife might be a little bit careful. They do have Leanne, though, with the Subjugate off the side. Tarzan, unfortunately for him, does not have the ultimates. That's a big tool not available here for LNG, and honestly, it feels like they're going to have to try and give up this Rift Herald.
Yeah, I think just the fact that Leanne has that makes such a big difference. It's so effective against the Sejuani as well, particularly when you have Aftershock and your passive gives you extra resist. So like if you press ult when those are up and available, then you steal the stats based on that level. So once they drop, once Aftershock goes off, once your passive drops, you're still stealing away a percentage of the original resistances, which means you just become paper. Now LNG actually like this decision, so they don't opt to go over, even though Tarzan hits level 6, but they move to the bot side. They'll steal some camps, and look how many plates Light is getting now. And it's harder to make these trades now because they gave 200 local gold to the Herald, but you're still able to get a lot of money onto your AD carry. That's 480 gold worth of plates onto Light. I'm not sure if you picked them all up then, but regardless, he's in a very good spot.
Yeah, feeling very confident. Tarzan saying, look, maybe they're going to try and re-push this on the bot side so we can sneak ourselves down. Doesn't have flash this time around, but still has the ultimate, so going to be all on Zora. He doesn't have level 6 yet, though, either, so you're going to have a Yuumi with the final chapter, but no tidal wave available for Zora for disengage.
And honestly, Tarzan just needs to Q in the ult.
Oh, he tries to curve the bullet, but it might be good enough anyway because they're able to catch. Yeah, doesn't matter when you've got yourself the final chapter, and that's what I was talking about. You don't have the tidal wave for Zora. He didn't have flash again from the earlier exchange, so he's still going to go down.
And you got to think, right? So Zora didn't see Tarzan when he was trying to like clear wards and took the blast cone, right? And lost his flash. And since then, he's died twice, specifically as a result. I'm not sure if we'd see nearly as much bot pressure if he'd still...
Whoa, Strife! Just gets deleted.
He just one-shot him.
And then we're going to see Leyen maybe have the subjugate available to him. He does have Zora, though, in the back pocket, so enough to keep the rest of LNG at bay. But that's the power of the Renekton, and this is why we're seeing this pick kind of creep back up into the meta. If any region is going to play Renekton, it's going to be LPL.
Bro, that's not balanced. I swear to God. Just walks up and says, yeah, you're dead. Like, I mean, fair enough, he has the Blade of the Rune King. That's a pretty big spike. But I want to watch this. So he has his Fury ready, obviously. Pops the ult halfway through after the stun. Obviously, procs Blade of the Rune King. Wow. And then, yeah, just decimates him. I don't know, man. I mean, he was ahead, right? He was ahead in gold. He has got that first item. There's a lot of reasons why that happened, but even so, that kind of caught me off guard. Yeah. This crocodile's getting scary.
Yeah, he's definitely showing a lot more teeth than tears as LNG start to get themselves a bit of a gold lead. It's not even 2,000 just yet because you have some decent local scaling here available from the Rift Herald as such, but we will see some decent trade here for Cube. Actually, he goes full in on top of Panda C. Panda C doesn't really land that much, to be perfectly honest, and Cube is going to have to try and get out of this lane because honestly, I've seen this in a couple of different places. I've seen it in LEC, I've seen it in LCK, where the Jace has a fine laning phase, but what you do with that is the important thing. If you're just kind of scaling into the side lane, the Gwen's happy to do that. The Gwen's happy to just kind of get those 2-3 items and then look to try and team fight where you're just not as relevant.
I mean, he's got to play for the poke, right? When you get the item spikes, you lean into that. But obviously into, 3 tanks and a Yuumi, not the most effective. Like if you hit a shock blast onto Tarzan and then Lumao presses E, that's it done. Like they've just mitigated everything you've done. Now, you see RA leaning up towards this top side with the Herald, wanting to inject gold into Cube, and the response from LNG will be pressuring this mid-tier one, getting some plates. Strive isn't it? After what happened just a second ago, I would be so scared of walking up to that Renekton.
Yeah, and look, you get the Rift Herald down. Yes, you get 160 gold each, so 320, but you don't get the tower. And that's the big thing we always say about the Rift Herald. It's not about getting it, it's about how you use it afterwards. It can be an exceptionally powerful tool, but if you're not given the opportunity, you're just going to have to use it and hope for the best, because right now it's just not really working out. I will say, though, RA, with the push in bot, with the push in top, they are starting to feel a bit more comfortable about maybe taking around this dragon, and a Divine Sunderer has been finished up as well for Leyen, so he's at a decent power spike himself.
Yeah, definitely a nice spike and pretty effective into things like the Sejuani. But you got to think, just going back to the Herald point, it's the cost. Like, you obtain that Herald by sacrificing plates bot, so to not get a full tower does hurt a bit. And I just feel like this mid lane is such a pocket of pressure. Like, if Doinby finds a window, Strive just dies, and it's really hard to contest mid prior because of that. Now, RA moving into the Dragon area early. I don't think they found Doinby. I think he's found them.
Yeah, well, you never know right now because he's taking a lot of harassment. They're going to try and jump onto Zora. Zora flashes away, but Tarzan follows him. Now Leyen comes in alongside Lumao, who's got himself his second kill. This Yuumi is just too damn strong. And yeah, you thought they were catching out Doinby, but Doinby catches out them.
Yeah, I mean, they just didn't have the damage to burst him. He got some healing off with his Q, and the rest of LNG were all moving over. They were kind of trying to deal with the issue in the mid lane, the problem that is this Renekton, and they just made things worse. Now, Dragon going to be picked up for LNG, and this mountain, oh man, this is such a good mountain gate. Not this, like, obviously it's not the soul, it's the first dragon, but just like one mountain dragon, 9% armor and MR, and your Sejuani, your Gwen, your Renekton, super valuable. Now we'll get the replay. They do lock him down quite well. and get a decent amount of damage into him. But he manages to get this powered Q off that just heals him so much, and then dash away, nearly kills Zora, but Zora goes down in the flash, and then Light sliding over the wall with the W was really well executed from them.
And again, like, yes, I like the idea of the play, but iBoy was bot lane farming. iBoy's your power spike right now, and he's just not really joining the team. He's kind of just been AFK farming for the last while, and I don't blame him for doing that, but it's just not going to work out for you. As you can see, RA now trying to see if they can catch out Panda C. Azora does jump in here with Q, but they really just can't get this tower right now, and there's going to be the needlework to just take away the minion wave.
Yeah.
So, if he hit it.
Yeah, went cube there instead. I think thinking, oh, we're going to get back up soon. I should do damage to the champions. Probably should just clear the wave. Regardless, tower picked up by RA. A good answer, but now I think Cube's dead.
Yeah, Cube recognizing it. That being said, though, he does flash away. Keeps himself alive, Lian. Nope, not quite dead just yet. But with the amount of resources you've now put into the top side, it's going to force the TP into bot lane from Panda C, because Strive was pushing that one in. And again, I do kind of say this with a little bit of a meme in it as well. You do have got iBoy, who should be kind of linking in with his team to try and help them out. He's just kind of AFK farming, and now the Renekton has a Chemtech Chainsword, so he is huge in this mid lane.
Wait, and Zora went Chemtech Putrefier on the Nami.
First item.
I really don't like this first item. I feel like the whole reason Lucian Nami is strong is because you rush Imperial Mandate, and the damage is absurd, right? Like, don't get me wrong, LNG clearly have a lot of healing, but I just feel like I've said this multiple times, it's not just the AD carry spike. Like, with this lane, it's about the support item too. And the fact that you're not, like, I'm gonna be real, it takes so long, the gold econ is so low for supports, we might never see the Imperial Mandate before the game's over.
Yeah, Strive does flash away, does steal away the Sejuani ultimate, so Tarzan needs to respect that, but good moves out from LNG. Much better in game number 2 than they were in game number 1. They are only about 4,000 gold ahead, but it is still very significant. Cube isn't quite able to kill off Panda C, and Panda C should be able to reset, get himself his Riftmaker, and Shelly gets dropped to top side, so you're just kind of winning across the map as they end. Doonby almost takes him out. The Culling's going to do literally nothing, just clear the minions, and now you got to run away as RA. You can't stay here.
Yeah, I mean, Chempong Chainsword picked up for Doinby. So not going for the Mythic yet because he just wants as much stats as possible. And again, nearly getting one shot, even with his ultimate being used. Now, RA is still picking up things across the map, picking up these towers, but it's a 4k gold deficit, and they still don't have an answer to this Renekton.
Curious now to see what RA can do, but LNG, they're happy to let this one keep going. As he said, no Mythic yet on Doonby, so he's only going to get that little bit stronger once he finally picks up that Sunfire or Frostfire, whichever one he decides to go for, or maybe he's Doonby and he goes for the Dark Technologies and goes for a Turbo Chem Tank. We don't know. We have to wait and see, but I highly doubt it, but I've seen crazier things in these days of LPL, but yeah, this is a big mid-game spike now for the Renekton, who I think there's a little bit of a, I wouldn't say misinformation, but definitely a misperception on the Renekton these days, where people feel like he's just like falls off after 2 items. With the new builds and the changes and everything that came out of it, he's actually not that bad late and really does end up kind of being a bit more of a threat. Still not a late game carry, but definitely a lot more than what he used to be.
I mean, I think the thing is, Renekton needs to be ahead of the curve, right? And he also, it depends on what the enemy team has. Like, RA don't have good answers to kill the Renekton, and he is also fed. And on top of that, like, you know, they even buffed his ult damage quite a few times. Like, if you can survive in the late game fights by being in the mix, his AoE damage is going to be insane, especially with like a tank mythic. So definitely can't be underestimated. RA trying to contest vision here, but not really able to do much. And it feels like the map has gotten so much smaller for RA. So difficult for them to push even into their own jungle. Because, I mean, I guess it isn't even their own jungle anymore.
Yeah, I mean, look at top side. It's 2 towers down in mid lane. They're actually down about 50 CS, so that's a pretty hefty chunk. You do have a bit of a CS lead for the Trundle, but who gives a damn? It's Sejuani's job to be tanky and be a frontline. 47 seconds till the Dragon does spawn. Lien's trying to see if he can gain some kind of vision control, but he's not got a buddy for the buddy system, so that's not really going to work out for you. You have a good ward here that will probably die just before the Dragon is spawned, but you might look for a TP flank here with Strive, having that Crown of the Shattered Queen and having himself a little bit of sustainability.
I don't think you can TP flank. I honestly, I'm struggling to see how RA can play out teamfights from this point, because I think they kind of need picks, I guess. Like, I feel like if you get into a 5v5, you just get absolutely trounced. Like, you don't have the damage to cut through all this beef on the side of LNG. And you have Light is like on 2 items now. He's getting scary. The Yumi's going to keep everyone healed up. I think you just give the Dragon, obviously, but I'm struggling to see how they fight, because like you have poke tools, you have burst from iBoy. in a longer fight, you're not going to win, and you're already lacking damage. So RA, they need to try and play on other sides of the map. They're looking for Panda C here, but that's kind of been the story of the game. They've looked for Panda C multiple times. And sure, Cube has a CS advantage, but they still are yet to kill this Gwen.
Yeah, it is a Cloud Rift as well, so going to be easier to rotate around the map, getting that extra little bit of whoosh from yourself. But yeah, 2 Dragons there for the side of LNG, 5,000 gold lead. Actually, just under it. Actually, just under a 5,000 gold lead as they crest up to the 20-minute mark. RA started very brightly in game 1. They definitely looked a lot more composed and control, but LNG took that as a slap to the face, and they have woken up. Far more composed, far better situation, and honestly just a far more comfortable position for themselves to be in. They feel like they know what they're doing and where they need to be, so right now it does feel like, it is going to be about RA trying to find opportunities, because if the game keeps going the way it's going, it just feels like LNG will just be able to beat them in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, that kind of feels like the angle. So, you know, it's all about, I think, setting up pockets of vision. And maybe if Light overstays, bear in mind, he doesn't have cleanse, but... Oh, they're looking.
They are looking, but they're going to force out the ultimate from the Zeri as well as the final chapter. There's going to be a TP coming in. That's going to be the Gwen. So Panda C now running down, trying to see if he can catch out someone. Strife goes down. That's Lumao's 3rd kill of the game. As we can see, Panda C just snipping through this fish right now. Leyen has to flash. Light picks up a kill. Doinby is going to be waiting for you at the other side, my friend. That's a double kill coming in for Light. I don't like saying this, but this game is over.
This game's done, dude. I'm ready to call it. This game's done. And, you know, I criticized the Chemtech Putrefy Rush before. Like, Ibo just did no damage, right? He actually got out-traded by Light before, like Light on the Zeri is supposed to win the longer fights into, like, a Lucianami. Like, in the extended fights, like, the Zeri will have so much value. The fact you dashed in and try and burst her, like, watch this, okay? I mean, I know it's going to be an angle discrepancy, but Ibo dashes in. And where's the damage? It's like, sure, you reduce the healing, but you have to damage them first for that to matter. And Light just doesn't even go below half.
Yeah, and Light, after soaking up everything, pops his ult. Luma pops his ult, and at the end of it, it's just like, cool. Light still had flash and barrier. There was nothing else really for you to do there. And I think, like, Leyen, yes, you're trying to dodge out for the ultimate, but you've kind of left yourself between no man's land. Doesn't really work out that way for him, and that's just going to be another kill going over to the side of LNG. 10-1. 6,000 gold lead, 6,500 gold.
Only 6,000, you know, no biggie.
Yeah, only 6,000. 2 Dragons, and honestly, just this draft from RA just isn't it. It just wasn't what they needed to do, and it just has. At no point now are they going to have any kind of like real kind of strength in their composition.
Some Zeri disrespect, I feel. It feels like, you know, since the nerfs, some teams have thought it's not as high priority. Still does that, right? Like, the nerfs didn't change the W. It's lower damage in the team fights, obviously, and you don't have as much burst with your right click, but I still feel like if you get a Zeri to the right point, especially with a Yuumi attached, like, once this 3-item hits for Light, it's going to be devastation. And now Doinby, once again... I forgot
to mute myself because I had to sneeze or unmute myself. But yeah, that's going to be a kill going over. That's Doinby dead, so... Light trying to see if he can walk away from this one here, but Tarzan not really in a position to follow, as he's going to be the one to try and tank this one up. All this is happening, though, Panda C is just kind of taking towers in the bot side. The W not going to land on Strife as he waits until the status is over. But you can see already, yes, you get the Doinby pick, but it is still not good enough from the side of RA, because LNG are just too strong right now. They're too powerful.
Yeah, I mean, they get Doinby because they have 5 members. And honestly, that's what they need to do. That was the play. They have to try and find these picks, but one person just isn't enough. He'll relieve the pressure for a little bit, but LNG going to back away, and I don't think this has really alleviated things. It is going to be the Sunfire from Doinby. As we said before, scales a lot better with bonus HP now, which you get from your Dominus. At level 16, it's 550 bonus health, which is basically the equivalent of like a full item, so you're getting a lot of that value. But here, doesn't really get to see that value, just completely deleted quite quickly. And they have damage if 5 members are going to hit a target. But you can see instantly, as soon as Light comes in, they're like, okay, this is a little bit scary.
Yeah, this is just kind of the game right now. Yes, you get yourself a kill. Good job to you. But now with the Sunfire Cape, finished up here for Doinby. I mean, no one solo can really kind of deal with him. Yes, Cube's got himself on the 3 items. Good for him. But it's just not going to be good enough, I feel like, right now. And a Void Staff finished up for the Gwen. So Panda C is very happy with his particular position. And 22 seconds till the Dragon Soul point does spawn. I don't see a world where RA is able to contest. They're kind of pinned back. And like you said, the map's just getting smaller and smaller and smaller for them. Not really a lot they can do about it.
Yeah, and I mean, they're still a dragon away from Soul after they pick this one up, but like Cloud Soul, this team, they're already so like light so fast. Don't even be able to get into combat sooner. Panda C as well. It'll be so difficult. I mean, that is what I'm talking about, by the way. Cube lands a shock blast onto Light, and Yumi instantly heals it up. The poke is not going to be relevant. Yeah, that's the squishiest member who you can hit. Obviously, you're not going to be able to hit the Yumi when she's inside, but you just hit the squishiest member with a shock blast, and it instantly got healed up by the Yumi. So, not really holding much weight in this one.
God, I hate Yumi so much. I wish for a world where she's never meta and she's just always terrible. But we'll see now. Strive trying to steal away at Needlework. So there's Needles going both sides as they both throw the last one at the exact same time. Panacy's actually winning that particular 1v1, but with the rest of RA coming back in, they will be able to pick him off. So you do get another kill. It's a little bit of gold. It's nice, but it's a hell of a cry away from actually being relevant. Oh. Here we go. Strife trying to run away, but Zora's been left as a fish to fry, and that's going to be Tarzan coming in. Cube. I'm not quite sure what happened there. I don't think he was actually quite hit by it by the end of it.
No,
so.
he has Edge of Night.
Oh, Edge of Night, of course. Edge of Night does end up blocking that one there. So that's ended up being a little bit of a trade back. So 1-for-1 for LNG versus RA. But yeah, look at the wave states. Look at the minions. You just have nothing to really do here.
Yeah, don't think there's much they could do as a response. They're doing a good job of finding these individual picks, but it's just not enough. Boy, he's gone.
Yeah, well, he's gone, but he's not dead. He's, yeah.
He's not dead.
Hey, you are objectively correct. The best kind of correct. But we'll see now what they're able to kind of work with. Again, this is just going to be a slow and steady wins the race, you would imagine, here for LNG. Take the inhibitors, back yourself away. You don't really need to fight if you don't want to. Bubble will land on the do and B, but a TP coming in for Panda C as he maybe wants to try and end this game. They're just doing it as maybe a deterrent as a W does land. And here we go, the final chapter. Will it be the final chapter for RA? Flashes are being burned. They're losing tools. They're losing summoners. They're losing things that could maybe use to get back into this game. And you can see Strive, he wants something, but that was one prowling projectile, and Strive's down to about half HP.
Did you see the damage on Zora, though? The Ultra Shock laser. Yeah, I've seen so much. Like, I know Zeri's banned a lot, so we don't see it like all the time, but I've seen so much Zeri. And still, every time that W hits, I'm just like, what is that damage? I know it does insane damage, right? I've cast this champion. I've even played this champion in a broken state. And yet, I'm still just caught off guard. I'm still shocked. It's still like, what is going on? How is that legal? And you know, the answer is it probably isn't.
Yeah, it's, in my opinion, disgusting to have something on such a low resource to have so much damage. And now it's a 4-item Zeri as well, so this is not getting easier. I will say that you will have some pretty decent bursts with Eyeboy. Yes, the Lucian is all about that first item power spike, but does scale into the game. And we are at 27 minutes where, you know what, Ox? I think Zora's going to prove you wrong. I think Zora might just survive to get his Imperial Mandate.
Wow. I'm
just
so
about.
I'm so impressed. This
Hey,
is what I mean. Like,
it's about
27
proving
and
you
a half
wrong.
minutes into the game and still hasn't completed that Imperial Mandate, which is like the whole reason that Lucian Nami is so good.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like they just didn't read the book on why this particular champion works, but or
Didn't read the
champion.
mandate.
Ah, there you go. We gotta find something to talk about.
Oh man.
But LNG, they know they have total control. They can take the Baron here. Yeah, excuse me, RA. Trying to see, they gotta force this. They gotta run in now. Run. Keep going. Don't worry about the minions. Don't worry about the wards. You just gotta go. You gotta make this one happen. You gotta see if you can steal it. You can't do it. Now you gotta run.
Light got actually.
Yeah, Light actually ended up stealing it with, or taking it himself because he's a 4-item AD carry.
Yeah, but I mean, it just shows that like there was a potential for a steal if someone had just hit some damage over. Obviously, Leon had no flash and no way he got in. But yeah, once again, more in favor of LNG. We have Cloud Soul in a minute. I still struggle. Like, look at what that shock blast just did.
Yeah.
Like,
nothing.
It was a tickle, and Tarzan has Warmogs. Oh, Dobby might be caught again, or...
Oh, Randuin just gets popped by Liam, but it's Doomby. And again, this is why this build has kind of come back into the forefront of why the Renekton we're seeing him so much or so much more. As I say that, though, he's going to be forced to flash away because he's a little bit too far extended. But that being said, Strive not really in position to help his team. Lian will go down because he has no flash to speak of. That was just the formality. The game shall end right now. Cube gets exhausted, so even though you have a very fed Jace, he is going to be basically null and void. And yep, LNG are taking us to a game 3, Ox.
Yep, we'll see. They're trying to chase down some kills. Looks like yeah, you won't get out of this one. Oh, and I don't think Imperial Mandate has been... It hasn't. I was trying to... No Imperial Mandate. 30-minute game. It's going to end here. They need to make sure it doesn't recall. If he recalls and buys, I'm going to be very annoyed.
Do it. Recall. Does he get it and buy it? Does he get it and buy it? No!
Let's
go! LNG take up the game. We are tied up at 1-1. So this is going to be a longer series than you imagine. And LNG looking much more comfortable in game number 2 than they did at any stage of game number 1.
Man, a lot of things that I feel like I can criticize on that one. Did not like the draft from RA. I don't think it really worked. They didn't come ahead in lane. Cube got an advantage, but it wasn't enough. The Jay's poke was useless into the enemy composition. Lucian Nami didn't find a lead, and then the Nami went Chemtech Putrefier first and never even had Imperial Mandate. So there's a myriad of things. It's like, you know what I compare it to? Because we've seen, like, supports will take, the free boots, the magical footwear, because they won't want to spend money on boots. They will take Treasure Hunter to get the extra gold towards Imperial Mandate. That's how, like, important it is. It's like, Ardent meta we had back in the day when you used to just rush Ardent. It's like someone just building a whole other item and being like, nah, I'll get Ardent later. And as an AD carrier, I would just be like, bro, like, come on. Sorry, I'm going on in this, but it's kind of annoyed me a little bit. But I don't think it would have changed the game. I think they would have doomed regardless. But yeah, RA, after a strong game 1 performance, just completely flounder in this one.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that we can categorically say that despite how much they nerf Zeri, she's still busted. Still disgustingly so, especially when you combo her up with something like the Yuumi where she can survive that laning phase. And that's the big combination that we always kind of see from these two guys, is that the Yuumi just almost like what the Thresh used to do for something like an Aphelios or a Jinx, where it just shores up all those early game weaknesses that you're just not a problem. And yeah, I mean, that's a lot of damage.
This is the thing with Lucian Nami, is like, you have a lot of burst, but you're like, once your burst has run out, if you don't like kill the target or like really chunk them, like sustain is such a problem. Like Ibor and Zura never really got light low, and so all their damage would just get, and like in the extended fight, like you lose. Like you have to be able to burst out Zeri, and if you can't because you don't have the damage, you will just get outvalued, especially with the Yuumi in unison. And then when it came to fights, they were just never cutting through all that beef. There was too many tanks on the side of LNG, and like the short range of like Lucian as well. Like if you're ever in range to auto attack any of the front line of LNG, then you're in a danger zone. So well, I don't feel like there's much more to say about this game, Machine.
GG, go next.
Yeah, I fully agree with that one. And you know what? I think we all learned a lesson here.
Yep.
Nobody likes playing into Zeri. Nobody likes playing into Yuumi.
Yeah, I completely agree. And on that bombshell, we're going to go on a quick break. When we return, we'll have picks and bans for our third and final game.
这炽烈的火不熄灭。有多苦有多痛也不怨，流的泪受过的伤都会终结。被否定被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延。一颗心一双脚都疲惫，这条路不走到尾绝不停歇。每个你每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念，战胜一切，向光之间穿透这片黑夜才耀眼，展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火不熄灭。
LNG 的下路组合是非常稳健的一对搭档，然后我跟iBoy应对他们的话，其实下路也是没有什么碰撞的，都是互相发育，然后等打团就行了。回到赛场， 首先肯定是非常开心的，因为在现场打比赛跟在线上打比赛的感觉是不一样的。然后因为我们夏季赛的成绩不是很好，所以我们接下来会打得比较奔放一点吧，可能会打得特别的轻松。
We're back. To all you LPL enjoyers, thank you for sticking with us. We are coming into our third game of our final series, which means it's our last game of the day. I am still Ushin. I am still joined by the absolutely illustrious Ox, and we are going to be bringing you our MVP, who now ties himself in MVP standings, Doinby, with his 9th MVP of the split. If he gets one more, he literally is the top. Coming up to the end of week 9, he's got 10 on the top of the table.
Which is kind of crazy altogether. I mean, Doinby definitely had some banging performances, but LNG has struggled, and it's kind of mind-blowing that he's like topping the table for MVP. But yeah, fantastic performance of the Renekton. Absolutely decimated the matchup, and when he got that one shot, I'm certain we'll see that one shot. But like this one, when he did the Oscar level bait to try and get this kill onto Lien, setting up here while Lien again decided to exist, which was obviously, as we saw, a mistake.
Yeah, that's on him. He shouldn't have tried to live in his own jungle.
I just want to see the one shot again on a strive. I'm sure. Yeah, this is it. This is it.
It's just so much damage. You can see just the proc with the Blade of the Rune King. It's just so surprising. And even here, honestly, it just feels like they tried to just keep him down, but this Renekton is just way too powerful. And yeah, it's a very powerful pick. And I feel like we saw, again, similar to what we talked about in the pregame, Tarzan and Doinby linking up, becoming that feared mid-jungle duo in the first 15-20 minutes of the game. That's what it was. It was just about the Sejuani and Renekton.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the cool thing, is that they picked these scaling side lanes, and that was my concern. And then they picked this mid-jungle that just stomped RA. Yeah. It's like you have scaling sides that are going to just be better in the late game. In fact, LNG's bot lane even won the 2v2 against RA, although there was definitely some help that came from Tarzan, but they were like vibing in the 2v2. And then the mid-jungle crush, so it was just a recipe for success for LNG. And RA, they didn't rethink things. I think if they go into this next draft and just try and like play this win lane win game, like the Lucian Nami didn't work. I really hate that Zora didn't have Imperial Mandate at all in that game. The Jace was never relevant. You know, I think that game 1 draft, it had some really strong tools. But yeah, I think that draft put them in a really big hole, and they had to stomp early. And it was like, it's a rough win con. That's probably even why they went for the invade, because they knew they have to stomp early.
Yeah, they went for something that could, they thought they caught out Doinby. You know, maybe they get a kill onto Light there, or not Light, excuse me, onto iBoy. iBoy's able to kind of get it first, you know, hide and quiver, or maybe early boots, whatever. You know, there's so many intangibles there from that particular one play, but doesn't go their way. Doinby gets a kill. Renekton with an early kill. Actually got Renekton 2 early kills in the game, and it just snowballed against them. So, you know, it's kind of like that thing of like, you're building a snowball up the hill of damage. It can fall down on top of you as well, as the Dagatron attacks my camera once more to make sure that he's known and he will be here in the near future.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything you said as a result, so...
sick.
Yeah, nice. Good stuff,
Love
dude.
that. Love that. Yeah. Either way, snowballs, big wins in the early, didn't come out for R8. That's
Pick Nunu, got it. Pick Nunu, got
it. Pick Nunu at all times. That's all you need to know. But yes, we're going to jump into picks and bans, our final picks and bans of the day. RA back on the blue with LNG on the red. And this time around, we're going to see pretty much the same bans, but LNG keeping up that Jax. And they're banning this area as well. They're saying, look, we know how good this is. We just showed you how good it can be. And the Kalista shall not be getting through either.
Yeah, so now RA back on blue side. And, you know, they go back to the sort of bans they had. But Kalista now taken away. Bear in mind the Wukong is left available, so RA looking to first pick that, it seems.
See what they end up doing is the Nidalee has not, as you mentioned, has not been banned. And yeah, honestly, I like this. I think you got nothing else to lose. Go nuts. Go for something crazy. Because you got nothing else to do, really. I think it's at this point in the season where, you know, as much as I don't like saying it, RA are out of playoffs. They are no longer fighting for position, but they can make it a hell of a harder time for LNG.
The problem is, though, the issue I have is, why do you need to first pick the Nidalee, right? Like, LNG aren't going to take the Nidalee. I don't think so, anyway. And so by picking it, it's like, you know, you could have potentially taken Renekton yourself and then had Nidalee Renekton, because LNG deny that combo. Bot lane for LNG once again going Lucian Nami, but that means they've kind of like confirmed they're going Nami on 3. So RA have options here. They can pick a bot lane to counter this, or they could pick like, you know, a top laner, and LNG can't answer because they have to lock in Nami on 3. And it looks like that's the direction they go. So they go Gnar. Bear in mind, Gnar got nerfs. That means his counter matchups are a bit more painful. But LNG, they can't pick a top laner on 3. So you've got this Gnar in a pretty free matchup. They're also going to take LeBlanc, which has got some good setup and is really strong if it is into the Renekton. I think both these lanes are good into Renekton. And LNG, as expected, they have to take the Nami. This is kind of the downside of taking the Lucian Nami and only taking half on that first 2.
Yeah, and we could see, actually, honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised to see a Sejuani ban come out here from RA. Just kind of take that away. Don't get that synergy up for Tarzan, and of course, Doomby again. As the Lulu does get banned away, and this is where they're going to start. You don't know what AD carry you're going to go for, so instead of taking away AD carries as such, you could just turn around and say, we'll take away the supports that will do well into this, into this combination.
Yeah, I think Lulu and probably Nautilus, I would want to ban away here, especially when you have a Nidalee as well, because given Nidalee lanes that have lockdown CC to play through, it's definitely painful. RA get rid of the Diana makes a lot of sense. Renekton Diana has been a really potent combo, but like you said, maybe the Sejuani follows through or something else they want to take away, and LNG do go for that Nautilus ban.
Take away the Nautilus. Diana has been taken off the board here, so they're trying to just deny those AP kind of options. I have seen Tarzan take the Elise in recent days, so I personally wouldn't recommend it as an old Elise main myself, but they are going to take away some of those more AP-heavy solo laners. So kind of just denying the AP options away from LNG and kind of saying to Panacea, look, you're kind of like relying on either getting an AP jungler or you're going to have to take something like the Kennen or maybe the Akali into the top side.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like regardless, LNG should just take the jungle here, and I think you want a bit more information before you take the top laner. But I mean, maybe like it also keeps the Renekton up as a flex, right? That's what I would do. Potentially looking at this Vi, which I think makes a lot of sense, you know, into like the Gnar, being able to pin down the mini Gnar, being able to pin down Nidalee, LeBlanc, like the point and click stun has a lot of value. Strongly skirmishing around the Renekton Vi as well, a lot of point and click and just lockdown in general. Now, RA, this is the challenge, because I think the first 3 of the draft they're happy with, but you have to work out what you're doing with your bot lane. And I think Aphelios Renata is probably a decent shout, but they seem to be toying with ideas, and they end up going with the Xayah Rakan.
Yeah.
So there's positives to this. The good thing is that, like, Lucian, if he ever dashes in, there's the threat of the feathers, right? He can be locked down by the Rakan, feathers can come in, you're stunned, you're dead. It's also very good into the rest of LNG's composition, right? The Renekton, the Vi, if this Galio comes through. But the lane can be a bit painful because Rakan isn't the most threatening support. Like, early levels, if Lucian goes heavily in and, like, you try and W him, they can just flash it and you're probably dead. So a weekend bot lane for RA, but it should scale up nicely. And LNG lock in the Galio mid. So something we've seen quite a bit into LeBlanc, obviously. Galio, quite a bulky target, has the magic damage shield on W, hard for the LeBlanc to burst through. But this is very much like LNG want to really, I mean, both, I'm just going to say it, both teams have like kind of win lane, win game compositions. I'd say LNG's is more extreme, but RA definitely need momentum in their comp as well.
For sure. I feel like both these sides really, honestly, just even the series alone are so dependent on those early momentum, those early moves to get themselves into a good position. Both teams finding 1 or 2 kills that just led to bigger and better things. And it feels like this game shall be no different. For Leyen on this Nidalee, we saw it against IG earlier on last week. This is going to be another pick for him that's like, right, should people be banning it? So far, so good. He's been able to have a pretty decent win rate on it, but he needs to keep pushing that kind of point as such to try and make sure he's getting the best out of it.
I'm just gonna say, dude, I feel like this game is gonna be such a absolute fiesta. I am just seeing it, right? Like, the champs in this game, everyone's gonna be out for blood. Like, you know, when people talk about the LPL, and you know, it's honestly true, especially with the durability changes. Like, LPL is a fast-paced region, but you know, everyone talks about like the LPL, just bloodthirsty gameplay. I'm hoping, but I'm really expecting this to be one of those. This to be just absolute, from minute 1 until like 30 minutes when someone stands triumphant, absolute scenes, fighting, non-stop action.
Yeah, and this feels like the 2 teams are going to be able to kind of send us to it, but whoever gets the momentum is going to have the advantage as we jump in for our final game of the day. And already RA looking to be a bit more aggressive and get some early information out of LNG.
Yeah, so for a Nidalee, it's very important to track the enemy jungler, because one of the things that Leanne always does, and most Nidalees do, is invading. The reason Nidalee's so effective is if you land like a spear on a low health target like a Vi, then you can just kill them. There's no other way to spin it. You will just jump in and kill them. And it's actually very hard to punish the Nidalee, because this early in the levels, you have to like sack waves to try and come over. But Nidalee is so mobile, being able to jump over terrain, hard to pin down. It can honestly just run you rampant and you lose that in lanes. So I expect to see Leanne looking for that. You do see LNG, sadly, they stack here thinking that they're going to get like an invade for vision on the bot side. You even have 2 wards placed in the river to see them coming, but they picked the wrong side of the map. You know, I have to credit LNG had a good level 1 strategy last game, but this time it doesn't pay off.
And I gotta take a quick note. Cube, using the information that Panda C was already moving towards that brush, means that he's able to kind of gain control of the pixel brush, or not the pixel brush, the tri brush, excuse me. But I want to say that Doomby back out with the dark technology, shall we say, taking the ghost and the aftershock this time around. So kind of saying, look, I don't need the predator. I don't think it's good enough anymore. I'm going to take this summoner spell instead, so I can get to the position faster and then have the aftershock for the extra stats. So curious enough there that Doomby kind of looking to try and innovate on the classic Galio setup in mid.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like the movement speed is just a lot lower early, so not as bad. Ooh, nice all in.
Good all in, but Light's now here, and you can see iBoy getting ignited means he has to immediately back away. So both supports using their ignites, but I do feel like it's iBoy who comes out a little bit worse for wear.
Sorry, I just sneezed.
We're both sneezing today.
Yeah,
I
feel the little. You gotta take it, Sheed. You gotta take it.
All right, you go for it. You get your sneeze on, buddy. And we can see Tarzan taking away the Raptors. It's going to be interesting now. Leanne's already in towards this bot side. He's already going to be... He's looking, but he's going to be spotted out. But you didn't flash Light. Waits a little bit too long and finally does end up using that summoner. But that was a bit risky. And all of a sudden, you're looking at a... ooh, the spear landing as well. That means
Come on,
this...
Luma, you have vision.
this is kind of getting a bit dicey all of a sudden for LNG. And you talked about Fiesta. We're going straight up to the top side as Panda C takes a very favorable trade into Cube.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like Renekton, as much as I feel like the Nars going to be pretty comfortable late in the matchup, level 2, Panda C level 3 is able to find him, able to put some pressure down, and that mini Gnar is a lot squishier, especially in the early levels.
Light. He does have a dash away, and this is the problem with Zora. You go in at level 2, you don't have a way of getting out as level 2, and that means that you're going to be in a much, much worse position. Leanne is now here, but he does not have Smite, so he's going to need the help of his mid laner, but looks like it might be a bit of a 2v2. There's no blue buff here on Leanne, so they know that his top side has not been taken yet.
Yeah, and the problem is the bot lane from LNG starting to move up into the river, and that should be enough. Leanne's just not going to be able to secure this. And actually, if you look, topside Skull's being secured by Panda C. So actually, really nice denial here from LNG as a whole. Panda C doing a good job to make sure Leanne can't just go topside and get a Scuttle himself. Still has his topside camps to clear, though, so that's going to be fine. But look, gank coming in here.
Yeah, they're going to try and re-engage on this. Zora's going to need to get back on this. Nearly gets hit by the bubble. They're trying to figure out who they're going for. Whoa, okay.
Fancy
Zora,
footwork.
fancy footwork keeps him alive, but that is a summoner down now again in bot side.
Yeah, I mean, able to really do a decent amount of in terms of being the summoner, but I think Zora, the fact he W'd in, then used the dash to reposition, avoided that, is pretty solid. But still, as you said, summoner being a positive for LNG. And yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I sold you. We haven't had any kills yet, Sheen, but we've had action.
It has been the most action-packed 0-0 kill game I've had in a very, very long time. But yeah, and now we can see with the mini Gnar coming out for Cube, he needs to be very careful with how far he wants to push up onto this. But the Renekton should be able to clear out this wave, and it's going to be hard for Cube to really gain any kind of meaningful advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it does get to a point where it's a bit painful because, like, Cube starts to do damage, right, later on. Like, level 3, Renekton poses a threat, but when you get to, like, level 6, you have to really respect the Mega Gnar. When Cube gets a few levels in his abilities, like, the 40 health nerf was 40 base health, hits hardest at, like, level 1, 2, 3, like, early levels, right? Once you're late in the game, it's not as big of an issue. You start to get that scaling health, scaling armor coming in, and Panda C can get chunked out and not necessarily have an all-in window.
Oh, Lumao flashes away, does land the bubble, but they're kind of divided on who they wanted to go for there. That feels like a bit of a mistake there from Light and not really focusing on the target who was CC'd in front of him.
Yeah, so they didn't really get to trade back, but to be honest, here's the difficulty, is if you dash into iBoy, you're going to get feathers and beaten up. And if you try and chunk out Zora, he's just so mobile. And this is kind of what you're seeing, what I was talking about. You know, Panda C closes the gap, but takes a lot of damage in return. A level 5 hit.
Oh, Doonby. Does have the aftershock after getting the knock up there from the heroic charge, but now we're going to see an ultimate available. This is the burst damage. Cube doesn't have himself a hop just yet. He finally does. Flash away! And the top lane will still not give us any kills. No blood has been spilled, but a hell of a lot of bones have been broken because both these sides are going toe for toe.
Oh, we've just seen battles. And actually, Cube doesn't have teleports. He's in a much worse position. Does have level 6 now, though, and is about to hit Mega. So, I mean, I got a real...
Panda C though. Panda C gets himself underneath the tower, and Cube fully capitalized. Panda C not having a great time at all. Now Tarzan going to try and see if he can deal with this support jungle combination of RA, and this is so scrappy right now, Ox.
How do you not see? Like, I saw the mega bar. You saw the mega bar. I don't know. I don't know why he thought he'd be able to burst him out there before it came in. Like, there was still a good amount of health left on Cube before. Like, you'd have to do like an extra 150 damage, I think, or something. Just you can't just pull that damage out of nowhere. And then obviously Cube hits Mega, and it's like, well, you're dead. Like, flat out. Like, he has ult. So very messy from Panda C, and now LNG trying to contest this red, but RA collapsing.
I mean, Strife's now been caught out a little bit. No level 6 though on Tarzan. That's a huge chunk of damage onto him. Doonby does have Ghost, but shall not be able to catch out Strife. And little moments like that, and you can see now Lumao, he might be in a little bit of trouble here, but does have decent vision, knows where Leyen is hiding, so not going to be able to gain anything here as RA, as they can just see that Leyen's just trying to keep his advantage in the farming camp's way.
Yeah, and you kind of look like Leyen is 10 CS up, Strive is like 15 CS up, bot lane is a little bit behind, but not by much for RA. But I mean, like, look at the mega bar and track the health. Okay, maybe 150, 112, so not quite 150 health, but still, like, he needed an extra 112 damage to kill him.
2 auto attacks minimum.
Like, it's just not happening when you burn all your cooldowns. And then obviously, like, he's gonna hit Mega if you don't instantly kill him, so he gets that extra health and then turns it around. But yeah, I feel like this is just Panda C, like, being like, I have to get ahead. I'm ahead in the lane, I have to kill him, and just over-forcing.
Yeah, it does mean that the lane ends up kind of in a very much an equal state, if you will. You both have your steel-plated toe caps on both sides, so they're going to be able to kind of mitigate some of that lane harassment. Is now Panda C thinking about going somewhere here in the mid lane. Doonby though going to pop the Ghost. The flash has been used. That's a summoner for a summoner. That's a good roam here from Panda C. He doesn't really lose anything on the other side until the Gnar can push in the wave.
Oh, but Leon's going to stop. He's trying to reset there, I think. I don't know. But either way, he's going to have to go grab that top wave. And yeah, flash down and Strive is nice. They're going to try and contest Leon on this.
They're thinking about it.
Panda C's just missed a massive wave, so this is kind of punishing.
But you also have Zora here, but you haven't got the bot lane of LNG just yet, so they're not going to be here in time. It's going to be a 4v5 at the moment, or 4v3 at the moment, in favor of RA, but eventually LNG will get their bot lane here. Cube's going Mega as the Rift Herald respawns. Or resets, I should say. We're going to have some resets coming in of our own, as I think LNG, they just kind of posture a little bit. They kind of lose a lot more than they probably intended, and they don't really gain anything at all, apart from just delaying the Rift Herald being taken.
Yeah, I mean, they'll just start it back up again, because they know they have to respond to the wave, so RA kind of fine with this situation. LNG still trying to contest. Even have Doinby going in for a reset and coming back. This is just like the endless Herald play.
Yeah, the endless Herald play, as we can see, Doonby does not teleport, but does have his ult, so Hero's Entrance is available. 2,000 now on the Rift Herald. It's going to be easily to burst down. Panda C's pop down the ultimate, so the Dominus is there. Strife going to try and CC him down before he can really do anything. There's going to be Leanne jumping in as iBoy takes off the first kill. There's a flash in to get the taunt down as Doonby finds 2 people, and that's going to be 2 kills, you would imagine. Why are we following this 1 kill when there's an entire fight happening around Rift Herald? Thank you so much, observers. As we finally come back in here, they're going to try and burst this one down. It is secured by LNG. Can they get
he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
They can't get it, which means they get the local goal, but that's about it.
Yes, 300 gold picked up. Well, 200 local, 100 secured by whoever got the Herald, which I think was Tarzan, but it smites up very soon, so not sure. But regardless, the eye is denied. And yeah, a very sporadic fight. Panda C goes down so quickly. Kind of a mistake from him going for the solo flank here, and they instantly turn. I will say though, this combo that comes in onto Leyen, yeah, kind of painful. Doesn't end up taking him out immediately, but so much damage, and Doinby with the follow-up there. Yeah, really well played by that side of LNG, but Panda C a bit of an unfortunate one. And then here, I'm guessing it's the smite that comes in from Tarzan. It's not actually available, so they just secure it, yeah, with the E. But then Lumao tries to go for it. I mean, he didn't have flash, so he was dead anyway. You might as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's always a fun thing when you see the Nami or like the support try to go for it. You just like salute at them. It's just like, we see your efforts and we appreciate you for trying. But that's gonna be local gold, but nothing else here for LNG, as we can have RA getting a little bit of an early start right now. And honestly, I gotta give props, big props to Strive, who's honestly been looking great so far in this game and just chunking out Panda C, getting him CC down. So even though he popped the Dominus, he just got deleted from the map before he had any relevance in that fight. And that could have made that fight very, very different. But now the Dragon has been started. I don't know if you want to go for this one just yet, though, on the side of RA, because you've not got yourself a position in mid.
They want to fight non-stop. They'll go for everything, right? There is no hesitation in this game, Ashin. And it looks like LNG is going to try and contest. Doinby doesn't have his ult yet, though, so he needs to make his way down. Oh, Lumao.
Oh, Lumao, though, he may have said got caught out, but he did pop the blast cone, so got a little bit of a scary moment. I don't know what's going on right now. Tarzan now putting himself behind the pit as Panda C's made himself aware that he is around this bot's side. Cube has not got Mega anytime soon, so it looks like it's just going to be LNG getting themselves a Dragon, but it resets. Never mind. We're going to go back into this one as a 5v5 is sure to ensue. It is 12 minutes into the game, Ox!
It's what I was hoping for. It's what I expected. And it is just a non-stop fiesta. LNG trying to posture, but they have to care for the poke. But they are trying to push in. Leon should be able to secure this.
You've got Ghost, though, on Doinby. So do they look to try and find someone on the back of this one? Not quite sure if they really feel confident. No, they back themselves away. Everyone take a breath. Deep breath in.
It was the comps that came in. Just, oh, man, as well. Like, I just knew this game was going to deliver, right?
Bang.
Oh my god, man. Such a chaotic game, I will say. And RA are getting the edges, right? They are 1,500 in the lead. They got that Mountain Dragon, 9% extra armor and MR. I'm going to keep reminding you every single time he gets taken because, you know, that's my thing. Next one's going to be a Cloud, but looking towards that second Herald is something to play for.
Yeah, just so you know, everyone watching, if you ever need to know the percentages of a single dragon, just DM Ox on Twitter. He'll be able to tell you straight away.
Yeah, don't go to the wiki.
No. Don't go to the wiki. Don't go to the patch notes. DM Ox straight away. He will tell you immediately what percentage of benefit you get from each dragon. But Panda C.
I mean,
okay. I mean,
I guess he wanted the Fury. I guess he wanted the Fury to clear the way, like, because you know when you pop ultimate, it builds up Fury over time, right? Like with Renekton.
Yeah.
I guess.
True.
I guess he wanted to.
I can see the logic. I don't have to agree with it, but I can see the logic. It's just. I love how we were both just so stunned of like, because I immediately looked at the mini map. I was like, oh, he must have seen like Leanne. I was like, Leanne's bot. Like, it's like Leanne's not even close to this. So, yeah, doesn't have the Dominus now, sadly for him. But that's
I don't know, man. Honestly, I probably give Panda an F for that one, not a C. So, you know,
how long you been sitting on that one? How long you been waiting to make a grading of Panda C? God damn it.
Dude, I feel like that's what we should do. Just grade all the plays he makes.
It's like the new. It's like, yeah, I was just about to say. It's like, is he a 3, a 6, or a 9? It's like, is he a C, an F, or an A? So is he just Panda C or Panda? Like, you know. We're kind of losing our minds a little bit.
I mean, come on, dude, we have to. I feel like this game is just being scenes. Today has just been chaotic. I feel like, you know, getting towards the end of the split, you know, it's just going a bit wild. Oh, Strive trying to find him.
Yeah, well, you know what would really help Panda C right now would be a Dominus. He would love that. Love to have that available to him if he was about to get bursted out, which he might, because a double distortion means that you can pull in the back of that. Or sorry, pull up the distance in the back of that fight so damn quickly, and with the Luden's Tempest available for Strife as well, so difficult to really deal with this. And honestly, this is the trade-off. You know, we saw how good a Renekton can be when it gets ahead. We also get to see how bad it can look when it goes behind.
Yeah.
Also, what's he building first item? Oh, he's going for Gore Drinker. Okay, interesting.
He's not going the Blade build. He's going Gore
Drinker. Yeah,
Drinker.
sorry, I got very confused there for a second. I thought he was going towards, like, I don't know, like a combination of Death Dance and Anathemas or something like that. So my brain is just completely fried. As
they keep changing the build paths, man. Yeah, because it used to be Phage, right? Now it's Coalfields as well. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, we're seeing now Panda C now being just bullied by everyone. Everyone's just kind of taking a turn as they kind of
that's pretty good. That little dodge there, Panda B, maybe.
Yeah. Panda D for dodge, but finally has the dominance. This time around, I understand it, to clear out the wave and also to stop the dive, but the quickness comes in, the knock up, the burst is still very, very good here, and they're going to be able to try and burst him all the way down. Lien should just be able to stay alive, and he will do just that. So Panda C tries his very best. I think we'll keep him at a C for the moment.
Yeah, clears the wave out, does go down, at least makes it a little bit difficult for RA. I think that is an accurate Panda C, right?
I wish we had access to the players to be able to ask them. We're like, you know, do you know what we say about you during cast? Do you know what we talk about? Like,
Bro, what do you mean?
I did have the only player interaction I've had is when Gala reached out to our producers after the 2021 finals, where I had my Gala call. He said he liked the call, and I was like, that's all I wanted. That's all I wanted in this life, was just to have Gala be like, good job. And I was like, there we go, did it. That's the only time I've ever actually interacted, had any kind of sort of interaction with a player. So, but it was quite wholesome. It was nice.
Yeah. Whereas me, you know, I regularly hang out with Rookie and the Shy. You know.
Oh, yeah, that goes without saying. That goes without saying. Like,
you know.
Okay, Rift Herald has been taken. We will see now if LNG can do anything significant with it. But, ooh, okay, Strife thinking about it. And he's going to pull out 2 ultimates. Is he caught, though? Because the other Dragon's all the way back. And, oh! Interrupted. That's going to be a nice assault on the top lane for LNG. And they used a lot, but they got their man.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to pin him down. Even with all the mobility that Strive has, it just wasn't enough to get away. Kind of the reason this Vi I expected came in, that lockdown on these slippery targets, well, it just works.
Yeah,
and now with the Herald top, they will be able to pick up that first tower off the game. It's traded for Dragon, though, so RA get that one. It's going to be an Infernal Soul. Honestly, pretty good here for RA. The extra burst from those Nidalee Spears from LeBlanc, quite nice. And Herald even gets the second charge, so LNG keeping the gold close, but still down 2 dragons, and we'll get a replay. So Strive had information here. Obviously saw the Scuttle fade off. Sees them in the control ward, tries to go for a quick burst on Lumao, and it's just caught. You can see he tries to go to the blast cone, but a ward from Lumao catches him out. And then here, this is the sick one from Tarzan. He interrupts the distortion, holding the Q for it. So well played.
Yeah, so well timed as well. You can see him. He could go for it immediately to try and get it, but he knows he needs to stop the distortion in order to secure the kill. Very nicely done. And LNG, they're already back in this game. This goal's getting a lot closer than it was. I think game 1 and game 2 led us to believe that whoever gets the first 1,000 gold ends up with 8,000 in about 3 minutes after that. But a lot closer game this time around. Light somehow lost about all of his health bar, but I will say RA do have, as you mentioned, a win condition in that Infernal Soul. They've got themselves 2 dragons, and they're going to try and maybe make this one work. You still have the Rift Herald. Actually, no, you used the Rift Herald, excuse me, up in top side. So 2 towers to none for the moment in favor of LNG as they look to try and maybe make something work on the side lanes. But Panda C should still be strong on this Renekton to be able to make something, at least, you know, keep the rest of RA guessing.
This was the play that Strive was looking for earlier and wasn't able to find. I think he mistimed the final Q because he landed chains, but the Q didn't proc. I'm not sure if it would have killed him. But like that's the thing, is like if you put your Q down and then the E procs, you'll get the damage. But I think you put the Q down after. So, this is aggressive.
Yeah, it's very aggressive. We're going to see.
That Gale Force.
Wow. Okay, that was a lot of damage. And now we can see Panda C maybe in a little bit of trouble. Panda C going to be Panda dead if he's not quite too careful. He will get the Dominus up and keep his health bar nice and healthy. Doomby does get the Hero's Charge, or Justice Punch, I should say, away to make sure that he does not get caught out by the Ethereal Chains. But now they're pushing it towards this mid lane. It'll be very difficult to really take this one down. You're quite short ranged on the side of RA. Not quite as easy to walk up and just take those structures.
Yeah, the TPs weren't so hot, I'm going to be real. I feel like they saw Panda C, well, like, we can get him, but really had no way to actually follow up. You know, maybe the charm from Zora had actually connected. Potentially, I could have seen it, but regardless, they get a pick, which is nice, but quite a lot invested in order to secure that.
Quite a lot invested, but did draw everyone from LNG up towards that mid lane, so Cube should be able to transition that into their first tower of the game. And like I said, the gold seems to be swinging so damn fast right now, as we can see that maybe Tarzan looking to try and make something happen bot side, but very difficult when he's already been caught out on vision. Has a Divine Sunder and building up towards... not quite sure exactly what a second item might be. It might be Anathemas, maybe. I always see health Ruby Crystals, and I always just assume they're going for something like that, but we'll see. We'll have to wait and see, Ox. Be patient.
Yep. And I feel like you don't need to tell me that. you need to tell RA and LNG to be patient, because I feel like these two teams just like we're having a full-on 3v3 just over the Raptors, right? These teams. Oh, Panda C's in trouble.
Panda C's in a lot of trouble. He does have flash available to him. Can he get to the gap in the wall, though? Maybe. Oh, he doesn't even. Oh, nicely done. You know what? Panda A for him.
No way, bro.
Nah, I commend effort. He didn't die, but now someone else might be dying as we're going to go straight into another fight. As we can see there, the Vi goes straight back in on top of this fight. The Galio was there, but just a little bit too late. Doonby trying to make this one work with a taunt, but Zora gets himself away, and now with the Winds of War trying to make this one work. Good call back of the feathers. Means that Strife's just kind of breaking ankles on the backside of this fight. TP going to be coming in as Panda A going to be trying to make something work in this fight, but not to be happening.
Bro, you cannot call that Panda A play, right? He nearly got solo killed, and yes, he flashed, he got away, but that is not a Panda A play. That is probably a Panda D play, maybe Panda C if I'm being generous. That's not a Panda A play. Miss me with this. And then, I hope this is a replay of the, what? Tarzan, I think he flashed over the wall and then R back in.
Yeah.
Like watch, did he like R flash?
So,
yeah,
it was like, I'm leaving. Never mind. I'm going straight back in. But yeah, that was an interesting setup there from Tarzan, as we can see that they almost catch out the recall from
I don't even know what to say. It's just so unnecessary.
Look, okay, I'm gonna be real with people watching. We had a discussion. We said, look, Malden is all fine and well and dandy, but we don't need to be Malden all the time. It can get a bit old, of course. You know, we don't all have to be doing it. Sometimes, though, every now and again, it does end up getting some weird and funky interactions.
Honestly, dude, I just find this hilarious. So, like, you know, I'm enjoying this. Even though it doesn't sound like I am. There's a certain charm to this sort of gameplay now. Already going to secure the third dragon. LNG trying to posture for this tier 1 mid, but Strive's going.
Strive is going. Panda C is going to have to pop the Dominus just to keep himself alive. He is just as useless as everyone on Reddit thinks Renekton is. As right now, you can see the Cullen coming out, doing some decent damage, and Zora is dead. That's going to be a shutdown going over to the side of the Lucian as Light finally gets himself relevant in this game. This game is not quite over just yet, despite 3 dragons over the side of RA. Some very good stats coming over to them. LNG, they still have options available to them.
I refuse to believe this game will ever be over. These teams are going to just fight it out constantly until the Nexus explodes. It's the... Oh, he's found him.
He's found Leyen. He's going to try and get him away from the blast cone, though, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Doonby gets himself in there. With the Aftershock, he will take no damage. Tarzan does it again. We thought it was a little bit in, but I completely forgot about the hero's entrance.
Yeah, I mean, this is what he's trying to do before. It wasn't as cool this time because he didn't do the off flash, but he still managed. Yeah. Oh, look what Leanne just bought. Did you see that? He just bought his Zhonya's.
You know what, guys? I think I need to get this item.
On this. He's been building this item for a while, and I just find the timing hilarious. So that play happens, and he's like, oh, well, I have a Zhonya's now. Don't you dare try that again.
Strive knows there is a tower here, but Doonby should just be fine. Again, he's a Galio, he's a taunt, he's an Aftershock. No real chance of killing him off there. But yeah, I think the next big fight is going to happen probably in the next 30 seconds. But where it should be happening is going to be in 3 minutes 30 seconds. As this mid lane turret has still yet to go down.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have been doing a solid job of just grouping mid to defend this. Now,
I did say 30 seconds. I did say 30 seconds.
You can't kill Doinby. You can't kill Doinby. Don't even
they
try.
Don't care. They don't care, though. They're going to get them into a false sense of security because they're just going to say, cool, now they might be able to kill Doinby as 5 people are going to be here, and they're going to try and move this on top of him, but he does have a stopwatch, and the rest of the team are going to be helping him out, but yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited.
No, I'm not saying I'm getting you. I was just like, all that lead up, and then we just get, okay, mid stopwatch, cool. Yeah, they can't kill him, and we just go back to the teams once again, trying to set up these fights absolutely non-stop.
Oh, man. It's just getting so close. It's times like this that I wish we... Oh, Leyen! Might have to use that newly bought Zhonya's. Not quite able to bring him low enough to kill range, but... LNG now with this power spike. Lights almost got himself to 3 items. A 3-item Lucian is significant and is very scary.
Yeah, I mean, starting to get a decent amount of damage, but even then, I feel like iBoy, you know, as we start to lead later and later in this game, there is some scaling picks. Like, as much as Lucian isn't the best scaling AD carry, he's still an AD carry, he's still going to pump out damage. iBoy is becoming a bit of a threat. Cube is becoming problematic, so have to be a little bit wary. I do give RA the edge as this one goes later on. And now, oh, this could be it, Sheen. The mid-tier 1. It's on its last legs.
I don't know. This might be like the Imperial Mandate from last game, but no, it should be an easy one to kind of secure. But we're going to see the Galio ultimate come in anyway. Stripes goes to try and run away. There's going to be the taunt down, and that is Cube dead. Cube not able to have any kind of impact, but it did cost his life, but they did finally get that tier 1 in mid. So positives for RA, but it's costing them a bit of gold just to get a gold.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with the mid-tier 1, it's not really about the gold. It's more about, like, opening up the map so you can be a bit more aggressive. It's actually really important they got it. Cube dying, not ideal, but at the end of the day, Dragon's up in a minute 30. He's going to be up in time. He's going to have TP as well, so not the biggest deal, I'd say. The only problem is now, like, I feel like LNG, if they start to get these big spikes going in the next fight, I think Light's going to have his IE soon. That's a little bit scary. That's a little bit scary.
Yeah. That's where I'm thinking you're going to have Light recalling right now, pick up his IE, minute until Dragon spawns now. We're going to have a scrappy fight, but Ox, how do these teams want to set up? How do they want to make sure they are in the best possible position they can be in order to take this fight?
Yeah, so basically LNG want to do that combo we've seen from Tarzan, not the R-Flash one. I don't want to see that again.
I do.
Yeah, it was hilarious. But we want to see them get onto someone like Strive maybe. Leanne now has a stopwatch, so it's a bit harder. But basically, like a setup, a pick to start the fight, right? And then have Doinby come down on top of it, and they just start the fight in that manner. They get up close to them. Whereas RA, they kind of want to play a bit more for poke. Initially, they want to try and get some damage off with the Lily Spears with a LeBlanc. And then ideally is, you know, if LNG try and engage, LNG maybe don't find the perfect engage, and things like the Zaya, the Rakan can really flourish. But you can see now, they have control of the area. They're starting to throw out that poke and try and get some damage down.
Cube building up towards his Mega Gnar right now, and it's RA on the position. They have the power. They have 3 dragons. Even if they weren't in a good position here, Panda C, half his health bar gone already. He needs to get onto the backside. That's basically what he needs to do. Tarzan just getting poked out by Strive. This poke composition, it feels like it's one of them, because with the feathers being thrown out, with the LeBlanc dashing in and out, you're able to do so much damage. Now, you're kind of fish in a barrel. They've started up the dragon. Strive is off on the side, though. Panda C pops a Dominus just to keep himself healthy. You can see Tarzan looking to see if he can maybe jump in on top of this one here. No one's deterring him just yet. Finally, they go in. They're going to get the smite down, and eventually, it's going to be secured. That's going to be the soul now for RA as the fight can really start to happen right now. iBoy's been jumped on by Panda C as he tries to take him out of this fight, but it's top laner for top laner. But LNG, they don't have the health bars, and Strife, he's hunting for blood. He knows he can go flash in with the distortion, and that's a dead fish. Now we're going to see Strife go back in because he had himself another opportunity, but now Light trying to see if he can make this one work. He gets the kill on the Strife, but he eventually falls down. Doinby going to land the taunt to try and give his jungler a little bit of space and will eventually flash away. Leanne still hunting, but Leanne will not find anything else.
Oh, Leanne manages to secure the dragon. That's huge. Even though they won the fight as well, I think securing the soul was probably the biggest thing there. But they get the follow-up fight as well. Strive popping off the LeBlanc, and the cleanup is there. And now 3k gold lead and that infernal soul. Remember, all those dragons have been buffed. It's 9% armor and MR, 7% out of combat movement speed, slow resist. But it's the infernal dragons, 12% 80 in AP. Really going to pay off later in the game. And Pandas,
he sees him, but don't know if he wants to go for this one just yet.
Man,
Zora
the
not going to go for it.
confidence from iBoy. That is such a flex, man. Just like, yeah, you try it. Okay, we're going to replay. So just to preset this, Panda C and Tarzan already chunked out, already poked down. Perfect setup from RA to already get that damage in. And then Tarzan goes in, but Cube goes interruption, tries to burst him down. And then obviously we see the smite come in, but stopwatch from Tarzan means he can't actually finish off the Baron, whereas Leanne can. And then this extended fight is so messy. We see Panda C looking for iBoy, gets very close, but the Peel squad come in to help. And then LNG are like, look, we didn't get the dragon, we just have to leave. But Strive finds this really nice kill. You even see Doinby go for the taunt, like that could have caught him out, but the flash at the right time. And then this ensuing fight, Light tries to go aggro, but picks the wrong target. He does get Strive in the end, realizes his mistake, but costs his life. And then we see the follow-up, not able to get any more kills, but still really good setup from the fight for RA, and they secure the soul, which is, you know, there for the rest of the game.
Yep, permanent buff right now. Strive's going to be able to keep doing this. Keep popping in, getting a bit of damage, popping back out, get the reset on the passive from the Infernal Soul, and just keep being an absolute nuisance. Lumao, ooh, nice side stuff there. But yeah, this is getting tough. You now have 3 items onto your AD carry. You're getting up to a 3rd item here onto Gnar, and Tarzan, that's onto the support. And even then, culling doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it's just not doing quite enough damage at this point. I mean, Light is strong, don't get me wrong, but kind of needs low doms to cut through the tankier targets. But yeah, I feel like, you know, despite the fact there's a big lead for RA, this game isn't over. There's a lot of squishy targets on the side of RA, and LNG have like a point-and-click combo that can just decimate.
I mean,
they are starting the Baron.
This is a bit risky, but...
Yeah, one thing to note, it's a healthy Baron. They have healing from the Nidalee and the Rakan, so they shouldn't drop too much health.
They got it.
Tarzan can get in the pit.
No, he can't. He can't get in because they're going to have Zara getting in straight away with the quickness. He even gets himself over the wall to make sure he doesn't die. The Winds of War are not going to be quite good enough. Cube, though, no flash available, which means he will not get himself a Baron buff.
RH, back out.
Yeah,
back
you
out.
got to leave.
4v5, you got the Baron. Good job. I like the fact that Zora went over the wall to play Interrupt. I think Cube overstepped, if I'm going to be honest. But they get the Baron, they get out. It's a success. The only thing I'm nervous about, right? Let's be real, Ashin. This game has been a back and forth. It's been a little bit messy, okay? I don't think RA end of this Baron, right? I'm gonna be honest. And there's Elder in 2 minutes 20.
Yeah.
And I just feel like Elder's gonna be such a flip, right? Because depending on which team secures.
Okay,
doesn't connect. Because like that's the thing is like the reason teams are often so hesitant around Elder is because even if you're like ahead in gold, if the objective gets low and it gets flipped, like and let's say LNG, they're 5k gold down, they don't have soul, but if LNG gets soul, get Elder, they just probably like 9 times out of 10 just win the ensuing fight, right? Unless they've already lost the fight before they secure it, they will just win. So it makes it super scary. And I'm kind of nervous for RA. Oh, I'm nervous for Lumao.
Oh, he just about keeps himself alive. He doesn't want to use that summoner heal, but he's gonna have to, and he's still gonna die. That is the power of this Nidalee pick here for Leon. He's been a bit quiet, if I do say so myself, but definitely coming into life. TP going to be bringing Strive into this, as you do have almost full items now onto light. But like you said, just not really having that long distance impact. And that minion, I'm going to name him Charles, and Charles shall do a hell of a lot of damage. The quickness comes out as Panda C goes golden. Going to have to use that stopwatch he just newly purchased. And now Light seeing if he could go for a trade back, but very, very difficult to do so now. Without the Baron buff, it was Charles did have to sacrifice his life in the service of the duty, as he didn't have the morale boosting Baron there. But look at the damage. This is poke, yeah.
Yeah, and it's really hard to threaten Highboy because he's playing the Xayah. It's worked out so well into LNG's comp because, like, realistically at this point, you can't jump on Leon because he has Zhonya's. You can't jump on an Highboy because he has ultimate. Strive, you can, but he's so mobile. Often you might end up in a position you don't want to be. Cube's a tank. Zora's super mobile.
Oh, they're looking for them, but they're going to bring Strife all the way back here. The Galio's going to have his ultimate down on the 3 members. They've lost the tier 2 and top side, but you can see Tarzan just really hasn't got anywhere to go, so he has to immediately go straight in on the backside. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of RA, and they're going to have the damage basically in their favor. But look at Light. Light's doing huge right now, and they keep doing me alive. They need to keep Light alive. He's your carry. One more auto attack will take him down, and Lumao is left to try and go for the traps are there, but they're not going to be hit. It's going to be a double kill over to Cube, and this should be just the game. RA with the upset over LNG.
Yeah, it's up to Joyman to try and defend. I don't think he can do it, but he's going to give his best efforts.
He's going to try his very, very best, but you can see there's the quickness coming back in. Doinby does not have his Zhonya's here, so he's just trying to defend on his own. So trying to use his Winds of War, but that's a big tanky minion. Leanne is almost taken down, but he's not quite done. RA will say Happy Valentine's Day to LNG, and will bring them down to 7 and 8. Oh, well, yes, okay, Jesus, I thought that was going to be very close, but that is a massive upset there for RA.
Huge for RA to bring this one out with Leyen's Nidalee. Really good game from that. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, there was a lot of mess in this game, but it's hilarious. I loved it, right? And LNG get defeated, and this, I'm gonna say it, this might well be the game, that the series that keeps LNG from making playoffs, because at this point, 7 and 8, they need to beat Weibo to get 8 wins. We often talk about 8 wins being the cutoff point, but also we had that graphic earlier. A lot of teams are going to should be making 8 wins, right? And the fact that RA have potentially denied that possibility from LNG, that is a painful loss to take. But RA, you know, 2 and 11 prior to this, 16th in the league. I just want to say, fantastic, absolutely fantastic from them. I love that. I love that series.
Honestly, if you can't play with the big boys up here, play them on your level. I'm gonna sneeze. But yeah, coming back, sorry, it just hit me. I had to go for it. But yeah, if you can't play the top levels, you're gonna have to bring them back down to yours, and that's just basically how this one works out for both these sides. And honestly, it just felt good. I think we finally saw a lot of the positives that we really did expect to see from the likes of Strive and Leyen all split. I think that the bot lane has finally looked good. I think that Zora was a great addition to this roster over Yuyanja. So this is a team that hadn't changed a lot, to be perfectly honest, from spring into summer. Disappointing they're not making playoffs because they made them in spring, but that was a great win. Honestly, I'm super impressed.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like game one, they brought out this draft that, you know, I wasn't super sold on, I'll be honest, but like it made sense and they executed really well. Game two, I think the draft really hamstrung them, but game three, like it was a battle, but it felt like they had the edge throughout. It definitely felt messy, but secure in the Infernal Soul. And I just feel like they set up the fights. They understood what the composition needed to do. And that was kind of the same in game one. In game one, they had this poke comp with the vision denial. I just think they're playing quite smart, in all honesty. There's definitely still a lot of mistakes. Don't get me wrong. This is not a flawless team by any means. They wouldn't be in this position if they were. But there's positives. And I think like that's something they can take away. They still have series left at the end of the split. But at the end of the day, like, you know, teams will go to playoffs, teams will go to Worlds, the world champion will be crowned, but there's still going to be another year of the LPL, and there'll be another after that, and another after that. So even if you're not making it into playoffs, it's still important to show what you can do in these series and show the potential. And I think RA really managed to do that today.
I mean, if you think about the LPL as a whole, or even the ecosystem of League of Legends in China as well, the LDL has 20 teams. I think it's 20. I think it could be more, actually. It could be 22. But you have 20 teams, a minimum in LDL. There's a massive pool of talent. That is 100 players in total trying to get themselves into the LPL. The LPL itself has obviously 17 teams. That's 85 players. These are things that all of a sudden you're looking at and kind of saying like, yeah, is every single player going to be the next god tier faker? Probably not. But you can still show the positives. You can still show what you can do. And you have to be competitive. You have to be showing that you're worthy of your spot. You're worthy of your place in the league, because you may lose it just like that.
And at the end of the day, like sometimes you can see players who, you know, it's not going super fantastically like in a split, but you can still see these shining lights, and they get put in a different roster and they absolutely pop off. I mean, like you look at how much Breathe was struggling on BLG, and now in RNG, you know, they're looking like one of the favorites for the whole thing. So definitely, I mean, obviously Breathe is someone who has had a lot of experience under his belt, but I think there's a lot to be said regardless. And yeah, I mean, this game, definitely a bit chaotic energy, but it was still RA who had the control throughout, managed to secure those 4 dragons, which, as we said, even more valuable in this one. And LNG, just too many mistakes, and this may be their most costly one.
Yeah, this is not a good moment here for LNG. Not only is it bring their score down to 7 and 8, which means they can only hit a top of 8 and 8 in their last series, which is against Weibo next week. It also means that they are relying on either head-to-heads or game difference. They're on a -1 game difference, and it's so close between so many of our teams, between FBX, Anyone's Legend, OMG, LNG, TT. Everyone is still just punching up, trying to find as good of an advantage as they possibly can. And as much as we're saying like 8 and 8 might be good enough, you know, you're kind of hoping as well that if everyone else drops series, you might be good enough with 7, but that's not exactly confidence inspiring.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely isn't. It's definitely not a comfortable position to be in. And as well, like, I think Weibo are a hard opponent. Like, we look at TT, we hit on that graphic earlier. TT's got some easier teams to face. OMG should probably get 8 wins. TT should probably get 8 wins. FBX could, but they have to face Weibo as well. AL leading upset for 8 wins. But even then, like, these are a lot of teams that are contesting and could possibly make 8 wins. It's not a comfortable spot. In fact, if you're on 7 wins, BLG might even be able to catch in terms of wins, although I think their game difference is a little bit painful, but it's still not out of the realms of possibilities, I think. But regardless, like, painful for LNG. And it's kind of crazy after that game 2, which I feel like they executed on so well, to have this one where they really just seemed to struggle. I think particularly top and jungle. I think Doinby still had some good moments. I think Light tried his best, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I love how you called it as well. You talked about like game 1, RA dominated, game 2, LNG dominated. As soon as we went into Champ Select, you were like, these guys are going to go head to head at every single moment. And it was literally that. There was battles across the entirety of it. And it did feel like small execution mistakes just kind of messed it up there for LNG. I think right back to the first blood where Panda C just, why are you going for that trade into the Gnar? Why are you giving up first blood when you can see him hit level 6? You can see him going to get into Mega Gnar. Like, there's just no reason for it. So it's small moments like that that just kind of are gonna haunt you a little bit, I feel, when you're coming into the end of the split, and you only have one series left. And honestly, even with that one series, you're 7-8, you're gonna be maybe 8-8. It's out of your hands, in my opinion. You're kind of waiting for other people to fall rather than for you to rise.
Yeah, like 8-8 should be good, but should be good doesn't feel like a nice thing to go into. And also, Weibo are not an easy opponent, right? Weibo are volatile. I'm gonna say, like, Weibo, yes, they beat V5, but like, I feel like it's hard to read Weibo's level. But also, I'm just gonna be real. I don't think LNG beat Weibo because I think the Shy is just gonna, Shy against
the Shy is gonna do things to whoever is in top lane that you're not allowed to say on broadcast.
I don't think Panda C will hold up to the Shy. I'm not sure. We haven't seen Ole for a little bit, so I'm not sure what form he's going to be in necessarily. But that is going to be a rough one regardless. So I am not super confident in them going up against Weibo, and they kind of need that. They kind of need that win if they want to keep things at least healthy. It's still plausible that they make it into playoffs even if they lose to Weibo, but again, it's out of your hands, and you don't want to be put in that position. This is when we get this late in the split, when these teams are close to qualifying for playoffs. Any upset is so painful.
Yeah, it feels like any time you drop a series that you shouldn't have, it's just going to make it harder and harder for you. But we got our MVP from that game. It is Strive coming in the mid lane. Honestly, I can't really blame this one here. The LeBlanc pick just worked so damn well. Just became a nuisance. And yeah, look, didn't have the flashiest of kills, but that's not what he needed because the damage he did was so relevant.
Yeah, 100%. Like, constantly getting off the pokes, setting up the plays. And this feels good because Strive kind of got bodied in game 2, realistically, by Doinbeast Renekton. Whereas in this one, he was the one dictating the pace. Remember, significant CS leads in the early game and then constantly being this annoying threat. And especially when you have 3 melee champions, a squishy support, a short-range AD carry, that is like LeBlanc's, just stomping grounds. That is ideal scenario because you have targets you can burst, and you have melee champions you can run circles around.
Just did everything he needed to do. And even here, I still think you can't really do a lot more here as Panda C, but you just knew as RA, they made the call saying, look, we can make this happen. We know we can do this without getting any casualties, and that's all they needed to do. So little things like this, just kind of keeping Doonby at bay, saying, look, you're going to try and, now you're away, I can move forward. As soon as he sees that Galio ultimate, you can see him. He's like, don't need to panic, don't need to go crazy. I just need to be relevant.
Absolutely. And I think, I feel like Strive is someone who we've had a lot of positive views since he came into the league. He came up in spring, and there was like that series against Xiaohu where he like played Victor into Xiaohu's Corky 2 games in a row and really bullied him out. I think Strive has a lot of potential, and I feel like games like these, as much as RA has struggled, I feel like Strive is someone that teams should have their eye on going forward.
Oh, for sure.
At some point, we have the current top tier mid laners in the LPL. We have here Xiaohu, Rookie, Knight, and Scout. But at some point, eventually they will probably move on and eventually retire. And at that point, like the next generation, I'm looking at mids like Strive to step up.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're not going to be talking to Strive. It's Christina who's sitting by with Cube for the winner's interview.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. Congratulations to Reader Eden on taking down LNG. We're joined by Cube, the top liner for RA. Congratulations on your win. First question for you. How did you guys prepare for today's matchup, especially when you're facing LNG, which ranked higher result on standings? 欢迎 Cube 选手来到我们的赛后采访，同时也是恭喜 RA 拿下今天的比赛。那么今天这一场比赛呢，你们对阵到的是此前在积分榜上排名比较靠前的 LNG， 在今天赛前有做什么样特殊的准备吗？
就今天赛前打你们的话就感觉我们应该是可以赢的吧，就我们之前也都有这种感觉吧，但是今天总算是赢了吧。
Actually, we do think that we can take down LNG before today's matchup. So although we have this idea in previous game, but it's fine that we did it in today's matchup. So second question for you, you guys totally control the whole situation in very early game in game 1. How did you guys manage to snowball the game smoothly? 接下来想要聊到的是，今天第一局上来 RA 这个气势非常凶猛，而且是在非常前期的时候呢，几乎可以说掌控所有局面。所以你在第一局的时候是如何沟通，然后掌控局面，滚起雪球拿下比赛的呢？
第一把的话，我的话就感觉是拿到了比较一个喜欢的英雄吧，然后他们下半区的话就好像是一级入侵就拿到了优势吧，就。
So personally, I got my signature champ and I can play on this champ comfortably. And our bot, and they got so many leads from the level 1 invasion, so we can get ahead in game 1. So how do you guys adjust and review after losing game 2? Because from my perspective, LNG target on bot lane, especially maybe their top performer so great. So how did you guys manage to come back after losing game 2? 那么在第二局的时候，这个 LNG 好像是改变了局势，特别是可以看出他们好像对于下路针对的非常明显。那么即使是在第三局的前期，他们打也是频频针对下路做事。然后你在上路的当时的一个想法是什么呢？
就我的想法就是我发育好我自己的嘛，然后他们下路就打野帮他们稳住吧。
I just told my teammates, so calm down. And I think I just need to do my best, try to farm well on ball lane. Well, actually, I would say your performance is so great, including a lot of solo kills, and you got more CS than fantasy. So how would you evaluate your performance today? 那么说到你刚才在上路的一个想法，确实今天在上路也有精彩的单杀，然后有很多几波关键的操作，这个补刀上面也一直都是压制对面。你觉得今天自己的表现还满意吗？
就今天的表现就还可以吧，就意料之中吧。
Actually, I think I perform okay, and I have thought about this. So, final question for you. Coming to the new patch, people are talking about the role of each position. So, there is some people are thinking that maybe the mid laner and bot lane play more important role for the whole situation. So, what's your take on this as a top laner, especially in this new meta? 最后一个问题想要问到 Cube 选手，其实现在来到新版本之后，很多人就开始在讨论，会不会是中路和下路，因为这个小龙优先级提升之后，中下好像在游戏当中呢更能起决定性的作用。那么作为一名上路选手，你是如何看待上单这个位置在新版本中会不会定位有什么变化啊，或者说他的角色会有哪些变化？
就感觉一直都是那样吧，就挺难参与到下面的，除非就你一直去帮队友吧。
I think it's really hard for top laner to join the skirmishes or team fight into the around the lower half of the map. So it's hard to join a team fight on mid lane or bot lane. But by the way, I want to say so. Thank you so much for joining me, and I do hope Rear Adam can show better performance in upcoming matchup. Thank you so much, Cube. 最后呢，也想说一下，真的很开心能够采访到 RA，也期待 RA 在接下来所剩不多的比赛当中打出风采。再次感谢 Cube 选手来到赛后采访，拜拜。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina, and of course, Q for the fantastic interview. And yeah, kind of talking about top lane in the new patch. I like what he was saying there as well. I was going to say, look, it's difficult to really have an impact when you're trying to catch sideways. And it does feel like with the way the game has moved and the objectives being so important, it does feel like we are going to start to see a new style of top lane kind of maybe take the forefront.
Let's be real, dude. Top laners, they've been through this. Oh,
Yeah,
we don't
they
have
know.
much impact anymore. Oh, wow. This is so new and foreign. Like, for anyone who doesn't remember the lane swap meta, man.
Yeah.
Top laners had it rough, dude. This is
They
nothing
did.
compared to that. So, you know, still able to at least have some impact, I feel. But yeah, good.
Yeah.
Great interview.
Yeah, it is going to be an interesting time to see now how 12-14 and beyond does end up impacting our playoffs and whatnot. And we'll see now with our results for today. If you're just joining us, you missed out, honestly, in a banger of a Game 3 between LNG and RA. But it was a pretty standard start with EDG kind of trouncing WE. Feels like an eternity ago. And then RA taking the upset win and honestly putting LNG into such a hole.
Yeah, they are in the danger zone right now, honestly. And who knows, right? They have to go up against Weibo, which I think will be a very rough matchup for them. That still gives them potential to make it 8 wins, but the fact they didn't secure this series is actually honestly devastating. I feel like if they'd gotten 8 wins, that probably would have been enough to make it to playoffs. I don't know anymore. I feel like it's just made the playoff race a lot closer, but I know teams like AL, who as much as they're 7-6, have a very hard schedule, feel very good after seeing LNG take that loss. I know FPX, BLG, both of those. Basically, everyone who doesn't have a color on their name really
Very
appreciates the fact that RA got that upset, right?
I mean, even like someone like BLG as well. Like we look at this team, and even IG kind of come into the conversation all of a sudden again. If IG can beat RNG tomorrow,
Maybe not LGD. Maybe not LGD.
Maybe not
LGD.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna call them like I see them. LGD are a bit far away, but if IG can win against RNG later on this week, that could be a big thing. But yeah, the playoff race is becoming a hell of a lot closer right now as we come up to the final few days. Only 10 more days, 20 more series left to play before we have our final results and we go into the postseason, go into playoffs. But we can tell you what 2 of those games will be tomorrow, because tomorrow we got ourselves 2 relatively important games, actually. Well, one more so than the other. I think if LGD lose this one, they are out. If they lose the top esports, they are done. That will be them officially in the out of playoffs conversation. But BLG OMG is actually such a massive series there, because if BLG make the upset, we have a much bigger conversation.
Yeah, I mean, BLG need this win if they want to keep their hopes alive. So if BLG win that and then they beat WE, which is expected, they would be on 7 wins. And with what happened to LNG, that puts them with a good chance. OMG, on the other hand, they also have IG to play, so I feel like their schedule is kind of not too bad. But if they do lose this one, I mean, we just saw RA upset LNG. You definitely just want to take the series win. And obviously, Top Esports looking to continue their winning streak. And you know, Top Esports are the only team in the league still on 1 loss. So if they keep winning, you know, they even have V5 to play in week 10. But if they keep winning, we could just see them ended up being first as a result of that.
Yeah, they still have 2 or 3 big matches, or well, 2. Realistically, they've got 2 big matches left. V5 versus AL are kind of the last 2 we really see. But that is all the time for AL. This feels like an eternity ago, doesn't
My
it?
dudes, please.
My dudes.
I'm waiting. I vouched for you.
You can keep on waiting. Looks like both yourself and Lyric might be in the bad books of who will be making playoffs. You went for AL, he went for Ultra Prime. In fairness, I went for Ultra Prime as well. It wasn't to be, but that is all we have time for today.
Already.
I know, right? That is all we have time for today. Thank you again, Ox, for bringing me through the weird and wonderful world of the LPL. Thank you, of course, for watching us, and a thank you to all of our people behind the camera. Without them, none of this would be possible. We'll be back at the same time, at the same channel tomorrow.